FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Called third strike. Chisholm thought it was just off the plate. He has a big argument with Brian Walsh before he leaves the field. Astros hold on to win it 8-7. The Yankees haven't been happy all night long with the strike zone. Chisholm wasn't happy last night with the Jesus either. But the Astros get a much-needed win, and they are now 4 games ahead of the Mariners with 22 games to go on the season. They pick up a game on both Seattle and Texas. A big win tonight, Blummer.
That was a big win. Just on paper, it was a big win for sure. I still don't know how to feel about it. I feel good. They beat the Yankees last night, but it was Jeremy Pena hits the home run to kind of get the juices flowing a little bit when they're down 4-0. The rally against Devin Williams was a lot of the Yankees kind of stabbing themselves in the foot a little bit. Whatever. Boy, they must hate Devin Williams up in New York. He's got a 5.6 ERA. They traded Nestor Cortez and a bunch of other stuff for him to be their closer. And he's blown 4 saves this year, and he's got an ERA of nearly 6. And he got ejected walking off the mound last night.
Ejected as he was leaving the game, right? Yeah, that was he was.
They must hate him up
That's
there.
like getting fired after you already quit.
Yeah.
Hey, well, I quit.
You're
we
out
already
of
filed
here.
the paperwork. You're fired. Yeah. I loved it. Just did it go as the storybooks would tell you you want it to go? Not necessarily tighter than you want it to be, but they get a gritty comeback. Brian Abreu lets up a home run to Bellinger. That's Brian Abreu letting up a home run is one thing, but then letting up a home run to Bellinger to let the Yankees back into the game, that's unacceptable.
It's like giving up 7 home runs in one swing. It's terrible, yeah.
So, Aaron Boone, this is where you can have fun, regardless of where the Astros or the Yankees finish up this year, but Aaron Boone getting ejected for the 7th time this season. As far as I can tell, according to Close Call Sports, it's one of these statty types websites that's incredibly hard to navigate. Yeah. But as far as I could tell, there's 79 manager ejections in MLB this year. Okay. And Aaron Boone has nearly 10% of them.
Jeez.
Yeah. What a whiny just disaster of a long-tenured manager on a team that continues to disappoint year after year after year in the playoffs. And Aaron Boone is out there just leading the charge and guys getting ejected from this game.
Is there a rule in Major League Baseball, like in the NBA, where, like the Draymond rule, where if you get like 16 technical fouls, eventually they're like, okay, you're suspended for a game. You can't just keep piling up. Dude, like, is Aaron Boone going to get suspended? Can he just keep piling up these ejections like this and acting like a jerk?
I would think usually it polices itself by those managers getting fired by their club.
Yeah, that's true.
But as we know, the GM and the manager of the New York Yankees will never get fired.
Oh, no.
They've both got compromising material or something on ownership.
The Steinbrenners, yeah.
Yeah, it's Aaron Boone just it's management by temper tantrum, and then you wonder why these guys can't perform in the clutch.
Yeah.
It's because of everything that you saw last night.
Yeah. So the Astros fell behind in this one, fell behind 3-0, and then Pena hits a home run, kind of gets things going. They fall behind 4-1. But then they scrapped their way back in. They scored runs in the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th innings, including a 4-run deluge in the 8th inning against Devin Williams, and they get the win. Yeah, you know what, Seth? You know what probably numbed this win a little bit for me was the exact audio we bumped in with. Because, I watched it till the very end, and Brian Abreu giving up a 3-run home run and putting a guy on base. To Bellinger. Yes, to Bellinger. And then I forget who he put on base after that. After Bellinger hits the home run, he puts another guy on base. It was, he didn't put a guy on base. He's facing Chisholm after that, Jazz Chisholm, and he gets to 3-2 on him and gets a gift of a third strike. He was about to put the tying run on base, but the umpire bailed him out.
Hey, it is what it is. That's baseball. Deal with it, Chisholm.
This is too okay. I don't want to dull the positive of the win here. Are we nervous that Brian Abreu has been a train wreck in his last 2 outings? Like a train wreck, really bad in his last 2 outings.
He's like Framber without the emotional volatility, I think. Okay. It's just every now and then that's what he's going to do for you.
Okay.
He's not a, dyed-in-the-wool closer per se, and it is.
He was doing so well, though. He was.
I know, but that's where it goes. Like he's unhittable when he's completely and totally dialed in. But if he's not completely and totally dialed in, you're gonna have appearances like that.
So you're not nervous about Brian Abreu?
I'm not. I mean, I'm nervous, but I mean, it's just that's. He's your best option at this point.
Oh,
you're not
no
gonna go
question.
Out and trade for somebody. Sean, you can't point to a single person that I'm not nervous about on this baseball team right now, including Yordan Alvarez, just because of his finicky hand bone. Whichever, sorry to get all technical with the medical terminology, but his hand bone it's in a very precarious spot.
I'm feeling good about Yordan. 4 rockets last night, man.
I know. I feel great about it.
Yeah.
He was scorching it every time he got up there, but but he's in a precarious medical situation. Sean. Yeah. He's a guy that's taken every 3rd day off with a hand injury to rest. Well, it's not like this is this. We still don't know exactly what the hell's wrong with him.
I think between you and me, I'm a little more day to day. Like Yordan. Like now, I feel great about Yordan. You are a big picture. This is a compliment to you. Before you get angry at me, this is a compliment to you. I am scared now about Brian Abreu because of the last 2 outings. I'm on cloud 9 about Yordan. You probably as a former athlete are able to take a step back from these things.
No, this is why I thank you for that. I'll accept the compliment, but I believe you're lying a little bit because I can't point to a single time this season where you felt really good about Abreu, even after many of his
That's untrue. No, that's totally not true. I've been citing the tweet that I had about Abreu as a mistake the last few times. That's untrue. That I have been saying for the now don't do this thing now.
You don't try to compliment me and now call me a liar.
No. I just think I don't think maybe you heard me when I said these things about Brian. No, I've been saying since Brian Abreu took over for Hader before these last 2 outings, I've been complimenting him every single time, and thus I am. It's true. Don't do this thing where you go, that's true.
It's a grudging acknowledgement.
No, I've been complimenting him. It's not a grudging acknowledgement at all. It's not a grudging. No, I have been saying
I've
nice
never
things.
believed that you loved Brian Abreu.
I don't love him, but I said good things about him. I don't have to love any of these guys.
Right? No, I guess okay. As you've said good things about Abreu. If I had pressed you in the moment, do you feel great about him as a closer? I don't think
he's not Josh Hader. I'm not going to sit here and say he's Josh Hader, but I had been saying he's been doing. I had been saying we can go back and find the audio. I've been saying he's been doing an excellent job.
No, I know that. I realize that. I just don't know. I feel like I don't.
Who cares if I love him or not? I'm giving him his flowers, man.
All right, you're a prisoner of the moment. I acknowledge it.
Yes, I am a total prisoner of the moment, and thus 4 rockets off the bat of Yordan Alvarez last night. That was good to see. That was really good to see. Now I wish he'd now we got to work on launch angle. We got exit velo down for Yordan. His 4 hits were all 110 miles an hour off the bat last night. It was incredible. Now we got to get that launch angle going so we can hit some of those into the right field seats.
He said that it's the best he's felt both in terms of his hand and how he feels at the plate in terms of his judgment and everything. And it makes sense that those two would coincide, I suppose. So I feel I feel good about Yordan. I'm going to be consistently nervous about his hand situation. And I'll credit the Astros. It's got to be hard to give him that rest as they're doing every few days.
Yes.
But it's because you don't really seem to know what the hell's going on with his hand, you've just got to be as cautious as possible. So credit to the Astros. I'm going to give credit to the Astros for something they very rarely get credit for these days. I think they're managing Yordan Alvarez's hand injury well.
In
this moment.
I know there's people out there that are mad at Yordan taking days off with a hand injury.
But what are you going to do? Yeah. If they can't figure it out and you don't know exactly why it's gone on this long or whatever, you just caution is the watchword, I suppose.
I'm with you on that one for sure. The question is, was last night's win enough to distract people from Frambergate? Did he or did he not intentionally being his own catcher in the chest on I guess it would be Tuesday night now. Yeah.
The way I feel about it, and I think I saw Roosh say this. He was arguing with somebody on X, and Roosh on X said something along the lines of like, whether it was premeditated or not, or whether he meant to bean him in the chest. That it's kind of like when you get mad at a teammate in basketball and you give him a really hard pass. Like it's just being frustrated and angry in the moment, and you're not trying to injure the guy or anything. But it felt, and this is with a long history of Framber just having emotional moments or where his emotions get away with him. Like after allowing that grand slam, especially, he was in a moment where he was just going to be obstinately throw the damn pitch that he wanted to throw.
Yes.
And by virtue of his facial expressions afterwards and everything, did he think consciously, oh, I'm going to hit Salazar in the chest plate here? I don't think he did, but I think the most likely thing is that he just was going to throw whatever the hell he wanted to right there.
I 1,000% agree with you on that. And the analogy I would have, and you can appreciate this because I know you used to get into fights with your brother all the time, with your brother Dan. You get into fights with a buddy or a brother, and you are punching each other in the face. You could do some serious damage if you punch your brother or friend in the face in the wrong spot. Like you could do some life-changing things if you catch them on the button. But you're not thinking about it at that time. You're in a fist fight with your brother or your friend.
That's the exact thing I told the judge after I curb stomped him.
Thank you.
I was like, I wasn't.
That's a little extreme.
I didn't know it was going to do that much damage.
That's a little extreme.
I'll help pay for the dental work.
Yeah.
However, I don't know how much it costs. I'll mow lawns. What?
But I don't think it's a bad analogy, right? Like you get like the heat of the moment. You do things to each other that could be very dangerous if it goes the wrong way.
Yeah, but by the facial expressions of everybody involved, by it being Framber, as we discussed yesterday, really, I don't know exactly how it all played out. All I know is that if you had told me before the game that an Astros pitcher was going to have a situation exactly the way it played out, I would have said like, oh, Framber, what? I would just, without telling me the name of the pitcher, I knew it was going to be Framber.
Okay, real quick
if it happened with if it happened with any of those other pitchers, I think that at the very least, if it was an accident, the pitcher almost would realize it in the very moment, like, listen, man, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Or something. Like the Astros are trying to tell us it's no big deal.
Yeah.
As meanwhile, like there's reports about what the locker room was like. We know for sure that the two had to go visit with the manager afterwards.
That's the big one. When do you have to go sit with the manager after a miscommunication
after
with
it was actually no big deal?
Yeah. Like I literally think Cesar Salazar is lying when he says I hit the wrong button on the pitch comm. I don't think he's telling the truth.
In the World Series, when both teams, in the Dodgers versus the Astros, when both teams were hyper-vigilant and paranoid about sign stealing, and they had all those cross-ups, did we get a single report about, McCullers and McCann having to go have a meeting afterwards because they got crossed up?
No,
I don't remember. No.
Hey, real quick, because we got to go to break, take a guess on the poll. Framber claims the pitch that hit Cesar Salazar in the chest was an innocent mix-up, not intentional. Do you believe him? What percentage of people believe Framber Valdez?
I think 11%.
Close enough, man. Give him a ding. 7.4%.
Wow, that's low.
7.4.
Anything below 10%.
This is a David Culley
extreme lopside.
This is a David Culley approval rate level poll.
90% of that 7% are people that just want to be the opposite of everything.
Right.
So there's really
there's like 7 people that believe Framber
that genuinely believe that he didn't do it.
Yeah. One of them's on the show, Hughley. He was standing on that hill yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Do we have any audio of it?
I think we might. I'll go check their show email. We've got so much stuff
I'm
stacked up
going to pin him
today.
down on how he genuinely feels about Abreu as well.
Yes, people are saying you were gaslighting me in the first segment.
I think I might have been a little bit. Yeah.
Yep. No, I've been giving Abreu his props, and I give myself credit. I have been very calm through these last two just completely horrific outings by Abreu.
The text line is really doing in my next strategy that I was going to use in the gaslighting, where I was going to say, Sean, this is what everybody says. Everybody says that you don't really like Abreu. Everybody tells me. This is what everybody's saying, Sean.
The populace. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday here. We've got a lot to get to on the show. Jonathan Alexander had 10 bold predictions for the Houston Texans this year. There's a few of these I really like. We'll also rate the boldness of a few of these. Jonathan Alexander, friend of the show. We love Jonathan. We'll go through that coming up next. But first, if you want to be bold on Prize Picks,
Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, I just listened to the audio during the break of the toss yesterday between In the Loop and The Drive. And Lopez and Ron were going at it pretty good. So we will play that. Maybe we'll play that at 7 o'clock today on the show. That was good stuff. If we want to circle back to Frambergate, that's...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think
Frambergate.
So. Frambergate.
This is something that's going to keep... it's going to play out over the course of the next couple of months, man. The Astros are likely going to be in the playoffs, and Framber this entire season has just been more like the bad version of Framber when it comes to erratically emotional things he's done and said.
Yep.
In a season when finally you get Yordan back. But then also, he had another pitcher injury now in Spencer Arrighetti. We didn't really touch on that.
No, we didn't. Did you see Jake Myers fouled a ball off his foot last night at Sugarland? Yeah. It goes down in a heap. I think he got back in the box, but he was taken out a short time after that. So, yeah, Arrighetti to the 15-day IL with elbow inflammation. What could go wrong?
I think I've formed the calluses that a general in wartime does. Where
you have to.
You understand that there's going to be losses along the way.
Yeah.
I'm going to start thinking about these. I'm going to start thinking about these players as numbers more so than human beings.
It's crazy, man. Every year it's been this way the last 3 years.
I'm like a big box shopping store, retail store, where I'm like, okay, there's going to be a certain amount of shoplifting.
Theft.
Yeah, you just can't do anything about it. You got to manage it as best as you can, but we can't fixate on it all the time. Okay?
Arrighetti is shoplifting.
Yeah. I just don't want to get to the point where I'm a modern drugstore and I'm just letting people waltz out the door.
Yeah,
Did
exactly.
I tell you I was witness to one of these things?
No.
I was at the CVS there at the corner of Kirby and 59, and it happened so fast, I was just kind of confused. I was near the exit, and I was tying my shoes, and all of a sudden I heard like a little rustling at one of the electronics stands near the cash register, and this kid kind of just jogged out the door in front of me, and when I looked up, he was jumping into a car, and they were taking off.
Wow.
And there were two customers looking around like, what the hell just happened?
Yeah.
I could have been a hero, Sean. I could have tackled the kid. Yeah.
And instead,
I could have tackled him.
Could have. Big chance.
And then gotten sued. I could have tackled the kid and been a hero and then gotten sued for everything I have.
The irony would be if he hired Mokaram to defend himself. There you are doing commercials for the very firm that is suing you. All right, let's get.
That's not that wouldn't, yeah.
No, it's a type of law. I get it. The predictions by Jonathan Alexander. We're not going to get to all 10 in this segment. That's impossible. But there are a few of these here. Now, some of them, like the first one, C.J. Stroud will have an improved season. Okay, I agree with that. I don't think C.J. Stroud's going to go backwards this year. Nico Collins stays healthy and records career highs across the board. I feel like those things go hand in hand. If Nico Collins stays healthy, he will definitely get record career highs across the board. Although he was 1,300 yards a couple years ago, missing 3 games is pretty sporty. So far so good. Derek Stingley will be all pro again. Boy, I feel like some of these are just predictions on health,
predictions on health, and also I'll credit Jonathan Alexander for, I feel bad for people when they're tasked with these. Hey, make 10 bold predictions, because that's the classic kind of stuff that gets clipped and aggregated, and all of a sudden it gets presented as like, oh, this Yahoo is saying this crazy stuff. I think Jonathan's an actual journalist, unlike the rest of us, and I think he kept these as actually bold predictions, but very, very possible.
Yeah, I do think there are a few in here that are truly are bold. Like I think Stingley will be all pro again is a bold prediction. There's only 2 all pro corners in football. He could have a great year.
But it's not out of the realm of possibilities.
Oh, no.
Like Mike Tannenbaum was doing one of these segments when he said the Titans were going to win the AFC South. It's super competitive. Yeah. I mean, I think with Stingley got the recognition last year without having the defense yet be at that kind of. In the offseason, people have reassessed things, and I think nationwide, the Texans defense is getting a lot of respect. Mm-hmm. So it's. This year, it's if there's any letdown defensively at all, or if the team doesn't do well, I think it's going to be harder for Stingley to get it again. Like the defense has to take another step forward for him to get this recognition.
Unless he has 8 picks or something like that.
Right.
Unless he.
Well, yeah. And that's the hard part, too. As the defense takes a step forward, there's a good chance Stingley has fewer picks just because he doesn't get targeted as much.
That's why I think your premise is spot on, because the defense, I think Stingley will have less than 5 interceptions this year, unlike the last 2 seasons where he's had 5 in each of them. So the defense needs to be one of those defenses that if you're a good player in that defense, you get the benefit of the doubt, All-Pro and Pro Bowl voting, that kind of thing.
I think there's one thing, though, too, that I think Stingley probably travels with the best receiver more this year, because one of the things that's hard when you have a guy travel with the best receiver is that, yes, it's challenging for Stingley to do that, but then when you're a rookie cornerback like Kamari Lassiter, all of a sudden you have to play on both sides of the field. Mm-hmm. You have to make a lot of adjustments on the fly. This year, Kamari Lassiter, with his experience, I think is going to be even more comfortable doing that. So it allows Stingley to travel more often.
Yeah, Lassiter's up to that assignment, I think, for sure. Who does he travel with this weekend, Stingley, if he's traveling?
That side, you can't just pick Devontae Adams or Puka Nakua.
They're both really good.
I think it's going to be a case-by-case scenario, I think.
I just want to hear D'Amico scream again this year.
Hey, that's all pro. My man Sting, all pro Sting.
All pro Sting. Yeah.
They might do some things, too, this year where maybe Kamari Lassiter, you could have a rule where if Devontae Adams is in the slot, that's where Kamari Lassiter is going.
Yeah.
You can mix and match your strategy for doing all of this stuff.
Yep. The two that are concerned, I'm kind of skipping around a little bit. I'm not going in order. The two that I go, okay, I hope he's incorrect on these. Running game will struggle. Offensive line will be so-so.
Right.
Now, so-so means average. I'm okay with that.
So-so is a step forward.
Huge upgrade over last year.
It is. D'Amico yesterday, he kind of got frustrated and said he's just tired of talking and answering all these questions about the offensive line. And at a certain point, I was like, well, I mean, you did swap out 4 of them and fire you let go of, or the offensive line coach is no longer employed, and you fired the offensive coordinator. So it wasn't him being frustrated that people are asking him the question. It's that he himself knows that this is what we've been thinking about and talking about all offseason long. They just got to go out and prove it on the field.
Yeah.
I had the same feeling yesterday during the press conferences where you just get to the point where you realize, okay, these guys have all been asked these same questions over and over again because there's only so much you can talk about until there's actual football.
Yeah.
So I'm very, very excited to just please, yes, tell me whether the offensive line looks like A, so-so, B, atrocious, or C, wow, even better than I hoped for.
Yeah, to D'Amico right now when it comes to the O-line, the media is, are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Yeah.
Are we there?
Yeah.
We're the kids in the back seat asking if we're there yet. Will Anderson Jr. will contend for Defensive Player of the Year. I am here for that because we will hear this.
That's Defensive Player of the Year right there. Defensive Player of the Year.
That's right. Now, he was saying that to Daniil Hunter or D'Amico, but I could see him walking up and getting up in Will Anderson's face after a couple of sacks. Defensive Player of the Year right there.
Like any good parent would, he should pit his children against each other to teach them a competitive drive.
Hunter and Will Anderson
and start
Jr.
after the game, be like, I don't know, Will. Stingley had a good game. I don't know.
Yeah.
He might be my favorite child this week. Yeah,
we play this.
Looks like he's Defensive Player of the Year. I don't know about you, Will.
We play this little game in our house, and we got 3 siblings. We call it Peyton, Eli, and Cooper. Which one's Peyton, which one's Eli, and which one's Cooper?
That'd be an awesome.
We should play
That'd be an awesome sign to have, a chart to have in the locker room.
That should be our version of Kiss, Marry, and Kill. It'd be Peyton, Eli, and Cooper. We should do that as a segment.
Would you rather be Peyton or Eli? In life.
In life, I think I'd rather. Boy, I can't believe I'm thinking about this right now because the canned answer should be Peyton. He's great at everything he does.
But let's be honest with ourselves.
Well, they've made the same amount of money playing football. So there's no different. They've made about the same amount of money playing football. They're doing all the same things now post-career.
Same number of Super Bowl victories. And I feel like Eli's done it in a way. I feel like Peyton's done it in a way where people still remember all of his failures. The people remember the failures of Peyton Manning more than they remember the fact that Eli Manning was a 500 quarterback in the regular season throughout his entire. You know what, Eli? There's way less pressure. There is way less pressure being Eli Manning. There is there's a give and a take to having extreme success, and to have extreme success and be genuinely happy. It's very, very, very rare. When I say extreme success, I mean people who are at the absolute pinnacle of everything that they do. And Peyton's a lot closer to the pinnacle than Eli is. And yet Eli, Sean, I can tell you just from that event that I did with them at Texas Children's a couple years ago. Yeah. All right, Eli is enjoying life,
no
man.
pressure.
Yeah.
Peyton's carrying things, man.
I got the itinerary beforehand, and Peyton's itinerary was like he had this appearance in Florida. He was going to fly in. He had 4 hours, 3 minutes, and 27 seconds in Houston, and then he was off to do some other responsibility. Eli's itinerary was commercial flight from New Jersey.
No,
get in the night before and then show up at the event. 24 hours.
Your
later.
life is a vacation, dude. It's liberating. Yeah. It's liberating to be Eli Manning. I'm glad we had this talk. This is an interesting one. I'm going to get to a couple more of these. Jonathan Alexander's bold predictions for the Texans in the Chronicle. Go out of your way to find it. It's a good piece. Titus Howard will move back to guard. Titus Howard will move back to guard, and I think the premise is that first of all, there's been shuffling on the offensive line every year because of injuries. So it's not supremely bold to say that just because if a tackle gets hurt, all of a sudden that sets into motion all kinds of things now involving Blake Fisher and blah blah blah. But Ed Ingram, what's your concern level? Because Jonathan said we don't know if Ed Ingram is good at this point.
Well, we don't honestly. This is the part that concerns me about the interior offensive line in general, and every time I start reeling off the names of the Rams defensive linemen, I leave somebody out because there's so many good ones, including their outside linebackers. But I think that we don't know. I think the scheme is going to be better. I think they're going to run the ball better. There's a lot of things just from a discipline standpoint and a technique standpoint that looks a lot better already compared to training camp last year. But when push comes to shove, guys at times have to just win their individual one-on-one pass rush reps.
Yeah.
And I've got concerns about all three guys in the middle right now. Jake Andrews has played 70 snaps in the NFL. Ed Ingram got benched last year. Laken Tomlinson is at the on the downside of his career and gave up a lot of QB pressures and sacks last year. So I think there's a really good chance that at some point Titus is going to have to replace one of the guard positions, and not to mention just the injury factor as well.
I mean,
I think the health of Trent Brown and the development of Blake Fisher, and then also obviously Cam Robinson goes into that.
Yeah, those are definitely things to watch. The last two here, Texans will host 2 playoff games, and then the very next one, Texans will lose in the divisional round again, this time at home.
Come on, Jonathan.
To the Buffalo Bills. Well, I do think the key to them getting to new heights, as D'Amico Ryan said in his post-game or postseason press conference last year after the loss to the Chiefs, I do think they need to be the 1 or the 2 seed. I do think they played in the divisional round 6 times, and they've been on the road all 6 of those games. That's not a recipe for having a high probability of getting to the AFC title game. I think they've got to stop. The key to them, it sounds weird to say, the key to them getting to an AFC title game is stop losing games that you lost last year where you had like a 1% chance of losing that game.
You want to get the Baltimore Ravens at home.
Yeah. Like Christmas.
Yeah. That'll be like Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, which is true. Look, you've got a better chance at home than on the road.
Well, especially this team. They've created a nice home field advantage for the defense.
Look, as far as their home field advantage with this defense, any quarterback who isn't named Lamar Jackson or Will Levis has turned to mush in that stadium.
Yeah.
They likely won't see Will Levis this year. So, hey, check that one off the box.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
if they want to see the Ravens at home, it's going to have to be in the playoffs.
That's right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Hey, that football talk in this segment on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Headlines are up next. We'll circle back to the Yankees and the Astros last night and the injury report for the Texans. Captains named for the Texans as well. We will get to all of that in headlines coming up next. But first, are you going to be grilling tonight for the game? You can, of course,
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
Called third strike. Chisholm thought it was just off the plate. He has a big argument with Brian Walsh before he leaves the field. Astros hold on to win it 8-7. The Yankees haven't been happy all night long with the strike zone. Chisholm wasn't happy last night with the Jesus either. But the Astros get a much-needed win, and they are now 4 games ahead of the Mariners with 22 games to go on the season. They pick up a game on both Seattle and Texas. A big win tonight, Blummer.
That might be the biggest part of last night's win. Todd Callis on the call there, Space City Home Network. As bad as the Astros have been, they now have a 4-game lead in the division. Like four feels. You know why 4 feels a little more comfortable? They have a 3-game series with the Mariners coming up in a week or two.
Yeah.
And if they can keep the lead at something where even if the Mariners, I think it's here too, if they come here and they do the Astros, they sweep them. If they can have a lead where it's like, we're still leading the division. We know you're going to blow this thing still, Mariners. Like it's a 4-game for this team, the way they have hit. And by the way they've hit, I mean how poorly they've hit, especially with runners in scoring position. For them to have a 4-game lead right now in the division is absurd, especially with all the injuries. Half their pitching staff, half their rotation are guys who are coming back from Tommy John surgery or some sort of injury. And now Spencer Arrighetti back to the IL with some right elbow inflammation. Like this team. The baseball gods will not let this team enjoy any of this season at all. There are so many Astro fans that I see going, God, I just want this season to be over. And they are leading the division by 4 games. It's been a rough ride, man.
It's the AFC South, man.
It is.
The Astros are flawed in a lot of ways this season, and yet they're in the AFC South.
Yep.
So there you go. The Yankees are the leader in the wild card race right now. They've got 77 wins. The Mariners have 73 wins. The Mariners and the Rangers are in a. Mariners are 1 game ahead of the Rangers right now. 1.5 games ahead of the Rangers right now.
For the last wild card spot. Yeah. So that's
the Yankees are 4.5 games ahead of the Rangers.
Who's the other wild card? The Red Sox?
It's the Yankees, then the Red Sox, then the Mariners.
Yep. So the
Blue Jays have a pretty healthy lead.
Yeah, the Blue Jays and the Tigers.
Division.
In the division, and they're kind of out in front of the Astros right now too. The Astros can still catch them. They got to get their act together here. They did last night in the 8th inning. They scored 4 runs on Devin Williams, the Yankees closer, who's been abysmal this year. And they'll play tonight at 6:40 over at Dyken Park. Try to win the series here against the Yankees. Just keep stacking up series. I don't know if you saw in the broadcast last night, Seth. They showed some of the footage. Isaac Paredes has resumed baseball activities.
Yeah, taking some grounders and whatnot.
Yeah, probably a topic that requires more time than headlines, but I'm really intrigued. If he does get back to being healthy, you got to activate him, even though it would appear it's going to be tough to find a spot for him. Maybe Altuve becomes full-time second baseman again, and Yordan plays left field, and you got Paredes as your DH. I'm a little skittish about him all of a sudden playing second base at the end of the year just to get his bat in the lineup. Like that's. Yeah. And reportedly, people within the organization are skittish about him at second base at all. Period.
Right. Yeah, I don't know, man. And yet, that Wells home run last night would have been a home run in 1 out of 30 major league ballparks.
And that's Paredes' specialty, is peppering those Crawford boxes.
That was the stat that came up with Chick-fil-A gate this week, where people thought they were going to get free chicken fingers with Altuve hitting the Chick-fil-A foul pole. But it turns out he didn't.
Yeah.
But you know who has 4 times this year? Paredes.
Yeah, Paredes.
Paredes has basically fed the city of Houston 4 times.
Families, man. Yeah.
But it's a reminder that, Paredes in that ballpark is something pretty damn cool.
It's why they wanted him so badly in the Kyle Tucker trade, 100%. Yeah. So he was resuming baseball activities. He looked good. He was fielding ground balls. He was reportedly running at about 50%. That would be a good guy to get back for the postseason if you make the postseason this year.
I mean, for Paredes, who all credit to him because he's rolling the dice. Easily could have justifiably shut it down for the season, gotten the surgery, and then been in really good shape to start next year. Now he risks re-injury, potentially missing all of next season.
Yep.
So If you're going to try to be careful with him and manage it, him as a pinch hitter or something, you can get creative with the infield, however you got to do it.
It's a good problem to have, put it that way. Speaking of injuries, speaking of hamstrings, we switch over to the Texans. Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios, both DNP yesterday at practice, both have hamstring injuries right now. So, boy, all of a sudden, if Berrios was going to be your kick returner, Seth, and if Christian Kirk was going to be your slot guy, and these guys have hamstring injuries Wednesday before week 1, we'll see. Maybe they're limited today. If they start to progress to limited, then you're a little more optimistic about it. But, man, is Jalen Noel a big part of things all of a sudden? If your slot receiver Kirk and your kick returner Berrios are both out for Sunday's game, Jalen Noel is going to get a baptism quickly in the NFL.
And this is where I think that if you look at it's things that D'Amico has said about the advice he gives to rookies. This week he said, hey, I just tell all of them to go out and play, don't overthink it, things to that effect. A couple of weeks ago, he talked about Jalen Noel specifically, saying, "Hey, man, just go play football. Don't make it more than it is. Don't go out there and be thinking all the time." Slot receiver is a tough position for rookies because you do have to think a lot. So if they do have to end up relying on Jalen Noel, it's in week 1. I'm not as worried about it because I think they'll have a very defined package for him, and they'll try to simplify it as much as possible so he can go out and play. But the Rams won't have any tendencies on that.
No.
If it starts to stack up week 2, week 3, and you don't have Christian Kirk out there, and you're still kind of limited in what you can do with Jalen Noel, defenses start keying in on that.
Yep. The Texans named their captains yesterday by a vote of the players. They are C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., I think you can put those two in ink for the next 10 years as captains of this team. Azeez Al-Shaair, as long as D'Amico Ryans is here and Azeez Al-Shaair is here, he will be a captain. Those were locks. The two interesting ones, Dario Gumbawale and Nico Collins, named captains for the first time for the Texans.
They did the vote, and it's whenever I was a player, it wasn't done this way, but they didn't vote on an offensive captain, a defensive captain, a special teams captain.
Yeah.
They just opened it up to the entire field, and these are going to be your captains. It's not a specific number of offensive or defensive guys or anything.
Which says a lot about Dario Gumbawale, because when I first saw this, I'm like, okay, well, he's like John Weeks was a captain the last several years because he was repping the special teams. I'm like, oh, well, Dario, that's a good pick. He's repping special teams, and D'Amico clarified that. Here's D'Amico Ryans talking about the captain vote.
Who do you guys want as captains of our team? It wasn't a position group or a side of the ball type thing. So it was really cool to see, the way our guys voted. I would have voted the same. So
that part there, I would have voted the same. I don't recall him saying that about last year or the year before.
Well, okay, is there a Texans captain jinx? Because last year there were 7 captains.
Yeah.
3 of them were Will, Azeez, and C.J. Stroud, who are captains again this year. The other 4 are either no longer with the team or no longer, for now, around the team. Jimmy Ward, who, he's injured and off-field issues. Stephon Diggs, got some good Cardi B audio for later on in the show. Laramie Tunsil, who's rewriting fashion narratives as we speak. I know that because there's a magazine that told us so.
Lots of creepy photos.
Mm-hmm. And then John Weeks, who they let walk in the off season. So
I would say
star-crossed group right there.
I think the one thing last year about Laramie Tunsil being named a captain and people pointing to that as evidence of his leadership importance was more to me evidence of the guys on offense really not understanding what the hell they should be looking for. You combine that with C.J. Stroud calling Laramie Tunsil a vet, guy that doesn't do anything extra above and beyond what he has to do. I think on offense, it was a mess last year in terms of their culture. And D'Amico's flat out said it. They needed to make cultural changes on the offensive side of the ball. So that's a set aside from the other ones. Jimmy Ward, A-okay with him being a captain. Stephon Diggs, I totally got it. John Weeks, it made sense.
Yep.
I think that it's more, those are guys, though, that are older guys that were either on the last year of their deal or what have you, or John Weeks been with the team for. John Weeks had been a captain before.
Oh yeah.
Without leaving the team in that year.
Yes.
So no, he's not a jinx.
Yep.
That's just something that happened, but it wasn't because he was a captain for the first time in his career or anything.
I feel good about they picked 5 good ones this year. I think.
Yeah, I would say emphatically no. There's no jinx.
Okay, good. I like that.
I thought the ones last year were good, except for Laramie, because I think Laramie, it was a popularity contest more than anything else.
Agreed.
Yeah.
All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. You can text the show 713-572-4610. All right, so Frambergate, big topic the last 24 hours or so. It was a big topic during the toss yesterday between In the Loop and The Drive. John Lopez and Ron the Show Hughley dug in on each other on this topic. Ron said that he didn't think there was intent with Framber. John Lopez thought Ron Hughley was crazy for this. We will have the audio. Who are we siding with on this one? Who have the people sided with when it comes to Frambergate? We've got a poll up on that one. We'll get to all that in the 7 o'clock hour. We are going to do our annual NFL head coach death pool in the 7 o'clock hour as well. Seth and I each pick 4 head coaches, and we're trying to pick the one that's going to get fired first this season. Seth won last year with Robert Saleh. We'll pick our 4 coaches in the 7 o'clock hour as well. Stay there.
Yeah, I won, but I lost at the same time because I wasn't happy about that. But you want to be happy about your victories, go to under.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast. All right, so Framber Valdez, was it intentional? Was it not intentional? Him getting crossed up? Did he get crossed up with Cesar Salazar, or was it Framber just being a child, as Clint Stoerner called him yesterday several times? Framber is a child, Chief. It was good radio, man. It was fun. It was. I enjoyed listening to the other shows talk about it. I enjoyed seeing actual former baseball players talk about it on MLB Network and other places yesterday. And the guy said,
what was the general consensus from former players?
The big one that I saw, the general consensus is Framber's a jerk.
Yeah.
If for no other reason, because if they did get crossed up and he pegged him in the chest, he just turned around and walked back to the mound without going, "Hey,
that
bro,
part of
you
it,
okay?" Yeah, like at a minimum, he was unprofessional.
That was the whole
because
thing.
of that.
There was a pettiness involved.
Pettiness,
there, where
yes.
it was just like, the look looked like that's what you get.
Yeah.
That was the look of that's what you get, was it not?
Yes. Yeah, it was. And the look on Salazar's face was, what the hell,
bro.
man? Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
It was a bro.
Yeah.
A.J. Brzezinski, former catcher, very outspoken, said that he would have thrown the ball as hard as he could at Framber's knees. Like when he threw the ball back out for him to throw the next pitch, he would have thrown it at his knees. The general consensus was that the story of them being crossed up, air quotes, is BS because of the way the two players reacted to it and because there was a need for a meeting with the manager behind closed doors after the game.
Yeah.
That was that seemed to be what people around baseball
right, yeah,
were
like there's
about.
no like that's not typically what happens when things get crossed up.
Yeah.
When guys are getting crossed up. It's something you manage in the moment, you figure out what happened, all of that.
Yep.
And plus, Salazar saying maybe I hit the wrong button or that there was a lot of noise in the stadium, which doesn't really track. So something. In my mind, the most generous way I can think of it, and maybe the most likely, is that Framber was caught up in the heat of the moment. He was pissed off, and that he was going to throw a sinker because he wanted to throw a sinker. It's not that his intent was necessarily to bean the catcher or anything. It was just more manslaughter than murder.
Yeah.
Like he was angry and driving fast, and he hit a pedestrian. But the intent, it wasn't premeditated murder.
Yeah. So here was, Ben, we'll get to the drive stuff here. We'll find some. They had Robert Flores on the afternoon show yesterday. He had some interesting thoughts on it as well that we'll get to. But this was, during the toss yesterday, this was good radio. Ron came in, and Ron's got the contrarian opinion in this. And I'm not saying he's being a contrarian. He probably genuinely feels this way. But he is certainly on an island right now with saying, like, no, he didn't think there was intent with Framber. And I'll let Ron explain it, but it sounds like the main premise is, hey, nobody even on the Astros went out to say something to Framber after this whole sequence went down. Lopez felt strongly the opposite. Here's what it sounded like yesterday when In the Loop was doing the toss with the drive.
I think there are multiple conversations. The one that I'm discussing of, did that man pull up there after the changeup that he threw and say,
I don't think he did do that.
Nobody addressed him.
Oh, well, they addressed it in the locker room afterwards, reportedly, in the clubhouse. Here's the thing: while I agree, while I agree that he didn't say I'm going to hit him, even just throwing it, crossing him up intentionally, there's that possibility. Number one, and number two, that's idiotic.
But you're saying the same thing though. If he's crossed him up intentionally,
I think he did,
and threw a fastball with him thinking he was going to throw something else, then you're saying he did it on purpose.
He absolutely did it on purpose.
And I don't.
Oh, come on.
Yeah,
he 100%.
Yeah,
100%.
You can't say
not 95, not 99. 100%.
There's no 100%. You weren't in there.
100%.
And again, if everybody out here sees him as 100%, Framber Valdez should have his ass suspended.
I said that he should skip the start minimum.
And the rest of them dudes apparently ain't dogs. And I don't believe that with Carlos Correa. I believe they will address it. And we'd have heard furniture moving if he'd have taken advantage of that cat and threw it at him on purpose.
Well,
no.
There is a report out there that furniture did move at some point in the clubhouse afterwards. Depending on whether you want to believe that.
No, I heard that there were some people who talked to him about it. It wasn't no furniture. We would have heard more. We'd have heard more.
We might.
I'm sorry. You can go 100%. That is a hell of a leap.
It's not that.
The
big leap is your side. The big leap is your side.
What am I leaping? You're leaping from somebody who.
Yeah, okay.
Right, yeah, man.
Look, it's your show. I won't take it over. But I'll just leave you.
John.
No, I'll just leave you with this. If he didn't throw it on purpose, if it was an accident, how come he didn't go, my bad, sorry about that? He turned around and walked away, pissed off.
Yeah, I think that is the worst look of it. I think he was. Why did the catcher
start walking out there going, hey, man, what the hell's going on?
I think he was extremely frustrated about the whole situation.
I'm going to overtalk you like you do. If it was an accident, how come the catcher walked out there and
you just said the same damn thing you just said. Do you want me to respond to it, or you want to just keep talking?
No, and then he looked at the dugout like, what the hell's going on?
And they all just sat on their asses, and nobody did nothing. Everybody just said, go ahead and throw the next pitch.
They did until the end of the game.
Nobody did nothing.
Have a good show.
Nobody did nothing. Nobody did nothing. They just sat there. They just said, all right, man. Ain't nobody going to go ahead and talk to him?
Easily my favorite part is John Lopez saying, I'm going to overtalk you at the end.
Okay, this is the one. I think Ron makes a good point of, okay, if it was that bad, why didn't anybody go out there? I think that because there's a few things going on there. For one, because that's going to be a mound visit. And two, I don't think that even if because Correa wears the pitch comm, so if Correa thought it was a genuine cross-up, that he's not analyzing body language and everything in that moment. And in the course of 10 or 15 seconds, it's such a weird situation that I don't think that's something that you just automatically, oh yeah, this is the automatic response that we do in these situations.
Agreed.
I'm gonna charge the team a mound visit and go off and figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
It was whenever anything that's extremely out of the ordinary happens, you throw out standard responses, or this is what this guy would do, or this is what that guy would do, because it's just there's no automatic rule book or playbook for how you handle situations like that.
Yeah.
So I think Ron brings up a good point, but I don't think that the automatic thing there is for Correa to go, get a timeout and a mound visit. Maybe he was waiting to see if the pitching coaches were going to do something.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody knew what the hell was going on.
No, I mean, it's a fair point. And look, I think if you're trying to, I don't want to say defend Framber, but if you're defending that side of the argument, you don't have much else other than that to use as weaponry in your argument against Lopez or anybody else, especially in light of the report. I'll read Michael Schwab's tweet right here, and I think this is what Reggie was referring to when he said that there was, air quotes, furniture getting thrown around after the game. I think that was metaphorical. Sources, this is Schwab. Sources tell me tensions rose in the Astros clubhouse last night after the loss when players confronted Framber Valdez for his in-game actions involving Cesar Salazar. The argument escalated, and coaches eventually stepped in to calm the situation. While intent behind the pitch remains unclear, Valdez's initial refusal to address Salazar frustrated many in the clubhouse.
Yeah, and that's where I think I don't know if Ron would call this a leap or not, but I think that Ron started off saying that there are multiple different angles to this, but then tried to lump the intent and the action into the same thing. That if you're throwing, because I think the manslaughter versus murder analogy is, all right, I think it's very possible that Framber was really angry and being stubborn, had already, ignored Salazar in the previous at-bat.
2 pitches before that.
When Salazar is trying to call a timeout or get him to step off the mound, he ignores him, throws a sinker, right, for the grand slam?
Yes.
And then 2 pitches later, wants to throw a sinker, isn't getting that call for whatever reason, so he throws a sinker belligerently, but that doesn't mean that his intent was, I'm gonna hit him in the chest with it.
Hurt him.
He's just in that moment thinking like, no, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
So one crime is greater than the other.
Yeah.
But they're both a pitcher in Framber who's been emotionally erratic at times in his career, just kind of losing control of his emotions on the mound.
Yeah, I think, with respect to Ron's argument that why didn't anybody do anything, especially a guy like Correa, who is a reputed mound visitor, especially when Framber's on the mound. That we have that vision of him back in the COVID year coming out and pumping up Framber. And my brain starts to go to, okay, what would that look like? And to me, it was something, first of all, it's hard for anybody playing shortstop and third base to see all the things that we see on the camera. We're predicating so much of it, and look at the look on Framber's face, look at the look on Salazar's face.
Yeah.
Correa and Pena has the pitch comm also in his hat, I guess. They're not seeing any of this. They're just seeing that there was a mix-up at home plate. So do you go to the mound to address every mix-up at home plate? Again, you made a great point. Burning a mound visit in a game against the Yankees here, where I know it's 6-0, but there's still a lot of time left in that game to get back into the game. To me, it felt like one of those things that if you're a teammate of either of those guys and you're out there on the infield while this is all going on, this is okay, we got to address this in the dugout or the clubhouse. This isn't something we're going to make a big scene about and stop the game so that Carlos can come out and show up. And if it was an accident, then Carlos is out there for no reason showing up Framber and saying, what the hell, man? Because there was a chance that they thought it was a mix-up. Look, to this day, that is still the story the Astros are delivering us, is it was a mix-up. That's why here's real quick, Seth, here's Robert Flores on this yesterday. Very first question right out of the chute.
Well, look, we have to take Framber Valdez and Cesar Salazar at their words.
Okay, pause it right there, Ben. We'll play the rest of it in a little bit. No, we don't. No, we don't.
Well, no, if we do take them at their words, there's conflicting words. Framber said, I called for a sinker.
Yeah.
He can't call for a sinker because he doesn't have the device that allows him to make calls.
Yeah.
So, no, he cannot call for a sinker. And then he said it didn't matter. What I wanted to do was throw the sinker. Okay, if I'm going to take him at his words are already conflicting.
Yeah.
Salazar says, maybe I hit the wrong. A couple of different times he said I hit the wrong button. And at least one of the times he said, maybe I hit the wrong button. But he also said that it was hard to hear because of the buzz in the stadium.
Yeah.
All right, the second pitch after a grand slam when you're at home, I don't think that's not noise that's above and beyond what guys work through in the playoffs and what have you.
Yeah, there is so much circumstantial evidence that this is a different version of Framber over the last 2 months, between all the brain farts in the field that convey either a lack of focus or some sort of petulance, all of those things, all of the quotes after these games about the outfield wasn't lined up the right way. Oh, yeah, I should have backed up home plate, but I can't control this, and this. Oh, it was tough for me to pitch today because they sure went out there and got 3 outs offensively real quick. I didn't even have time to get a drink of water. Framber saying there is enough circumstantial evidence with the version of Framber we've seen over the last 6 weeks that no, We don't have to take him at his word. What are you talking about? We got to take him at his word.
Well, plus, okay, Salazar tries to get him to step off the mound. Framber doesn't.
2 pitches ago.
And he throws a sinker that allows a home run. Next 2 pitches, including the one we're talking about, both sinkers.
Yeah.
Next one after that, a sinker. It's like everything about it just sounds like Framber belligerent. Now he throws more sinkers than anything else, so it's like in and of itself, that's not all that uncommon for him to throw a bunch of sinkers in a row.
Right.
But Framber, you can't tell me Framber was just in a mode where he wasn't saying "screw you," I'm throwing the sinker no matter what.
Yeah.
It's and it's Framber. Again,
Framber.
We wouldn't be saying this about if you told me beforehand that a pitcher was going to have an issue like this, which pitcher is it? I would 100% say Framber. Anybody who watches the Astros would say, oh, that's going to be Framber.
Yeah.
That'll 100% be Framber.
He's minus 2,000 on the odds board of Astros pitchers that this would be. It's not even Framber versus the field. It's Framber.
Yeah, and as far as because I do think it's a valid distinction in saying, like, okay, I didn't mean to hit him in the chest because I wasn't thinking it through. Think about any time you've ended a relationship in the heat of the moment by saying something when you're angry.
Yeah.
You don't mean to end the relationship, but you say something you can't come back from.
Right.
And it's just, that's what happens with people. You're in the heat of the moment, you're emotional, you're lashing out. And that I could totally see Framber being that in that moment. He's not consciously thinking, oh yeah, I'm going to hit him and teach him a lesson. But he could very well consciously or just going on anger and rage and whatever else.
Dude, there's just so much. There is such a bigger burden of proof on the side that's saying, no, he didn't mean to do this, than there is on the side that, like, no, he meant to do this. Like, and again, to your point, like, do I think his wish, do I think Framber threw that pitch, and as he was walking back to the mound with his surly face going, I really meant to hit him in the chest and have him keel over and something happened with his heart. No, he was angry. And that was the end result of the pitch was it pegged the guy in the chest protector.
Yeah.
So,
Look, as a man who's committed many crimes of passion in my life, I can tell you I never intended for the harm to be as great as it was.
Correct.
I just sometimes don't know my own strength.
That's right.
Yep,
I do.
The other thing too is he seemed to belligerently want to keep throwing the sinker. If he had thrown a 4-seam high in the zone or something, that would be a murder weapon right there. Because he doesn't throw a lot of 4-seamers.
Oh yeah,
but that would have been the real tell there if he had just flat out gone after him. The fact that he threw a sinker, I'm willing to say, like, okay, he just belligerently wanted it to be just the pitch he wanted to throw.
I think the right solution would have been to throw a rising fastball that pegged the umpire in the face, and then everybody would have been happy. Yankees,
Aaron Boone
Astros,
Aaron Boone would have been happy.
Aaron Boone, I think the umpire needed to be the sacrificial lamb in this whole thing. That's the problem. Here was Robert Flores on the drive yesterday when he was asked. I think Ron asked him this at the end of the interview. What are you hearing from former major leaguers about this? Where do they stand on this?
I don't want to betray their confidence, so I'll just say that it raised eyebrows. I'll just leave it at that.
All right,
I mean, I don't know what else to say. So, is the Texans' offensive line going to be any better this year, or
they think so?
Okay.
Hey, we'll see Sunday, baby. We're gonna see Sunday.
We'll see.
The talk is big now.
They're all fixable.
There you go. Hey, at least we're not Cowboys fans, right?
There you go.
Come on.
All right, there you go. Way to deflect. That was masterful.
If he had asked D'Amico Ryans that question, D'Amico would say, as he said yesterday, I don't know.
Yeah.
He said flat out, is the offensive line going to be better? I don't know.
Yep.
D'Amico is tired of all the talk. He's tired of just an entire offseason where obviously the team itself has been fixated on this. It's not like a media versus the team type of thing.
Nope.
When you swap out 4 starting offensive linemen, get a new offensive line coach and a new offensive coordinator after allowing the 3rd most sacks in the league. Yeah, you tend to just want to see it in action on Sunday.
For sure. All right, so there we go. We've adjudicated once again Frambergate.
It's and you have to look at it in the sum total of the way Framber's been this year, where, as you've pointed out multiple times, he's criticized the team and or his teammates. He hasn't covered first. Like, it's been it's been a regression for Framber when it comes to keeping an even keel and all those things. He's regressed to a lot of old bad habits this year.
Last thing on Framber, and then we'll get to our head coach Deathpool. Something more cheery, like the head coach Deathpool. Do you think he's going to make a lot of money? Obviously, someone's going to pay Framber a lot of money this offseason. I don't think it's going to be the Astros, but somebody will. But if he is damaged at all in terms of the amount of money he's going to get, what does more damage for Framber? This stretch that he's had here over the last 6 or 7 starts, if it continues, where he's just through the rest of this season, he's at best an average pitcher, and you can't trust him every 5 days, or what's happened in the last 48 hours? What's more damaging to Framber on the market? Performance as a pitcher?
48 hours is damaging.
Performance as a teammate.
I think that's the kind of thing where ownership starts asking questions. If a team is thinking about signing Framber, that a lot of owners that might otherwise be kind of just, hey, I hire baseball people to do the baseball thing. I think the owner might come in and be like, hey, take me through your thinking on this, guys. And then immediately the GM is like, oh, okay, sure. I'm going to be under a lot of scrutiny on this one.
Some of the owners might, some of the owners, especially if they don't face the Astros very much, might be like, oh, is that the guy that I saw them talking about for 2 days on TV? Because he hit a teammate in the chest with a ball?
And then the other thing is that this would be the ideal scenario. If Framber has a talk with a sports psychologist, Nunez, who's in town right now, or at least he was on the night of the incident in question, that Framber admits, you know what, maybe he strayed from whatever protocol he was on before to keep that even keel, which he's done a great job of these last few years, that maybe he has a come-to-Jesus moment, figures it out, and then goes on to be awesome through the playoffs. I think then maybe his damage is already, maybe his value is already damaged with other teams. But maybe the Astros feel better about, okay, a reasonable offer to keep him here for a few years, and that you end up getting good Framber for the majority of the duration of that 3 years. But so you get a bit of a discount because of his actions.
It's an interesting thought. There's part of me, Seth, that feels like his behavior over the last month and a half, 2 months, has something to do with him just not wanting to be here anymore. Like he just doesn't want to be an Astro. So I don't know. I don't think he's getting I didn't think he was getting like a 7 or 8 year deal before just because he's 32 years old. So we'll see what happens. Someone's going to pay him a ton of money.
He's already made a boatload of money in his career. So he's made $59.8 million.
Has
he
really?
Yeah.
Wow, he's making 18 this year. Oh, he's made 50.
So it's not one of those situations where you think, okay, boy, what's he going to be when he's got a lot of money? He's already made a lot of money. But that even though he's made a lot of money, that one huge contract might be enough for him to really just be like, I'm just going to do what I want to do these days.
He's about to make $150 million in one stroke of a pen.
That's where when Derek Stingley signed his big contract, and people are asking him all the questions about, like, what's it like? What are you going to do for your family and everything? Like, he's already made like $35 million.
Third overall pick,
it's not.
He got $35 million just for signing his name.
It's not like all of a sudden he's going to, be able to swap out the Shaq sneakers for Jordans or something.
Like finally get rid of this roommate that I've had all these years. I don't have to split the light bill with him anymore. All right, let's keep texting in. There's some good texts. It says Roflo hosts a show on MLB Network where those guys express their thoughts. Not answering the question on the radio is chicken bleep. Ooh, wow. How about that? A little chicken bleep on Roflo.
Yeah, I wonder if Roflo started thinking, I think his first instinct might have been to say, like, oh, yeah, this one guy told me such and such, but he pulled back from that. But the guys have said things publicly on MLB Network.
Oh, 100%. That's what Brzezinski said his thing. They totally have. I just don't like the notion that because Framber said he didn't do it, we've got to take him at his word. I think that's chicken bleep to me.
The fact that they had to have a meeting with Espada afterwards for something that, if it's just that they got crossed up, that's typically no big deal. That's an administrative error that you take care of and you figure it out. Like the fact that they had to have a meeting with Espada I feel like is almost all you need to know.
Yes, I agree with you. I want to be Roflo's kid. If you get in trouble, you just tell him, like, hey, man, I didn't do it. Well, I got to take you at your word.
Yeah, I'll take you at your word.
Take it at your word. Okay, last text, and then we'll get to the death pool, I promise. The Lopez versus Hughley argument is fascinating. You have two huge egos that aren't always intellectually honest, sparring with one another.
Ooh, whoa, that's some smoke.
That combo might be a great recipe for some outstanding radio content. I'm not going to comment on the whole, like, intellectually honest, whatever. Like, that's your opinion. It was good radio. That's all I'm going to say yesterday. Like, it was good radio, man. That's why we replayed it. All right.
I saw Mina Kimes and I can't remember who the other one was. Like, both another notable sports media personality, and they were talking about when you go on First Take or when you go on Skip Bayless's show, whatever he's doing now, that there is an element of be careful in beating them too conclusively in an argument.
Oh yeah,
you just won't be invited back.
Won't be on the show anymore. Yeah, no, you got to lay down. This is Mr. Burns at the company picnic. You know, you let Mr. Burns win the potato sack race and the three-legged race and everything else.
Yeah, I don't think I could sign on for that, man.
I definitely couldn't sign on for that.
No,
too competitive. yeah, I don't want to lose an argument. All right, head coach death pool time. Seth and I do this every year. The odds come out, and then that is the impetus for us to do our head coach death pool. So the odds on the first head coach fired came out last week. I'm not going to go through the odds right now because I know you can look at them here, Seth. I want us to pick these without the audience having heard who the favorites are for this yet. I don't want to poison the water. I will say this: D'Amico Ryans is way too high up this list. The fact that he's in the middle of the pack on this thing at 50-1 is silly to me right now. I will take.
You know what? I saw first quarterback benched too, and C.J. Stroud was way too high on that.
33-1.
There was one huge chunk. There were a lot of guys that were 33-1, but then there were guys at 50-1 that I was offended that guys like Jordan Love and other guys like that were that much higher than C.J. Stroud. Or they were a notch below C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, man, we need C.J. to get his Rookie of the Year season groove back this year, so he's not showing up there on those lists. All right, so I will note this before we get into this. The last 5 winners of the last 5 first head coaches to be fired, Seth won the competition between the two of us. We each picked 4, and we're trying to get the one that gets fired first. The last 5, 4 of them have been fairly far down the odds board heading into the season. Bill O'Brien was not a favorite in 2020. Urban Meyer was not one of the favorites in 2021. Matt Rule was the favorite in 2022. Frank Reich, his replacement, not near the top in 2023. And then Robert Saleh was the winner last year in 2024. He was like 25-1 to start the season. All 5 of those guys, Seth, all had kind of messed up situations, either self-inflicted or otherwise.
Yeah.
Bill O'Brien was the GM and Jack Easterby was hanging around. Urban Meyer had all sorts of issues going on that were unanticipated. Dave Tepper is the owner of the team that was the next 2 guys. And then the Aaron Rodgers situation and Woody Johnson's punk kids in the locker room and all that stuff last year with Robert Saleh. I'm having a hard time finding a situation like that on the list this year, but I'm going to let you go first.
Well, let's do this. Ben, think of a number from 1 to 10.
Okay. 3.
Oh, no. All right.
Well, we have to say the number first, Ben.
Think of a number.
Think of a number, yeah.
Think of a number.
It's a good answer, Ben.
From 1 to 10.
It was a good answer.
Solid.
3 is definitely between 1 and 10. That was a very good answer.
Okay.
I win.
All
right.
Okay, I'm going to ready?
Yeah.
You got it, Ben?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go first. 3.
Damn it. That was my choice. I'll go with 7.
It was 7.
Oh, yes! Yes! Yeah.
Oh, you should have gone with 4, by the way, Sean. That would have been the smart thing for you to do.
I should have
already locked out 3. So, okay, you go first.
I'm a sportsman. I'm going to go first. And I am going to take the favorite at the top of the board. I am going to take Mike McDaniel of the Miami Dolphins. Mike McDaniel of the Miami Dolphins. Now, again, this isn't will he get fired. This is first head coach fired.
I'll tell you what, this is a really hard year for a couple reasons. One is that teams have started to shy away from firing coaches in season. And 2, a lot of the guys who are most deserving of getting fired are in organizations that are historically very loath to fire a coach in season or at all.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, so it's tough. Like or like like Brian Daboll, man, by all intents, like you would think that Brian Daboll or Joe Shane, the GM, would have been fired multiple times in the last couple of years.
Yep.
But I think they're going to make it through the season.
Okay. So who
I
you
think
taking?
the biggest capacity for a dumpster fire that finally ends up landing, because there also might be some GM versus head coach objectives at play here.
Yeah.
Like the butting heads.
Yep.
Kevin Stefanski.
That's a great one. That was going to be my next pick. My next pick.
I mean, Kevin Stefanski's been stuck with this high-profile situation where he has more quarterbacks than he knows how to even get reps.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing that's not what he wanted or liked. So I think there's a potential for friction there.
I think there's potential for Jimmy Haslam just going, look, these last 4 years have just been a complete bleep show. I'm just going to push the red button and fire everybody.
Yeah.
And we're going to draft a quarterback with we got an extra first-round pick from the Travis Hunter trade, and we're going to go get one of these quarterbacks, and I'm going to do it with a completely new set of people. I think it's a great pick. My next pick, I'm going to take Brian Callahan of the Tennessee Titans. He's 18-1 on this list, but the rumor was in the offseason that they were thinking of firing him after 1 year.
Yeah.
And if Cam Ward gets off to a bad start, look, Brian Callahan was brought in last year, Seth, to hopefully repair Will Levis, and we saw how that worked out. If all of a sudden this next quarterback and Cam Ward is veering in the wrong direction, I could see the Titans go, look, Cam, we're going to fire this guy. We're going to find the right guy this offseason. Just get through this rookie year, and we're going to find the right guy for you. So, given the fact there were rumors of them firing him last year, I'm going Callahan with my second pick.
Okay. This one was not one of my first choices, but the more I try to play it out in my brain, the Panthers have an owner who's very temperamental, very impetuous, petty, takes hats off of restaurant workers' heads and insults them.
Has had the winner in this exercise 2 of the last 3 years.
Yeah, and you start to think, I kind of think that Tepper is I think he's going to be like Dan Snyder. You think he's made some progress and growth and maturity, and then all of a sudden he reverts back to his old form. Any kind of step back at all from the progress that Bryce Young made last year, while also having a defense that is very, very suspect still. I think that Dave Canales is he's standing on unstable ground right now. Dave
I like
Canales.
that. I think that is a really, really good pick. All right, my next pick here. Boy, you're right. This is a tougher field this year than we've seen in years past. Okay, I think there's expectations in Arizona this year. And there's expectations. They were a competitive 4-win team. Jonathan Gannon's first year. They were an 8-win team last year.
Kyler Murray got better as the season went along.
He did. And I'm about to make this pick knowing that Kyler Murray is the quarterback on 3 of my fantasy teams that I'm on this year, because I think he is going to have a good year. But that's a hard division. You got the Rams. I think the Niners are going to be back again this year. The Seahawks are kind of sneaky. That's a tough division. I'm going to go pew, pew. Pew, 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 pew. Jonathan Gannon. I'm going to go Jonathan Gannon with one of my picks.
How many more picks do I have?
You have 2 more. I have 1 more.
All right, so my eyes keep going to Kyle Shanahan, and that might surprise people because he's been a fixture there for so long. But part of it has been that, man, they've been competitive, they've gone to Super Bowls, but they've also spent heavily. And they're at a point this year where, all right, most people expect them to rebound, and they've got an advantageous schedule. There's a lot of things that make it look like the 49ers should be right back up there at the top of the NFC. But I just even if they get off to a slow start, I don't think he's been there too long. I don't think they just tip it all over in one fell swoop until the end of the year.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with Brian Daboll. I'm gonna go with Brian Daboll. And this is why. Joe Shane's the ultimate survivor.
Dude, yeah.
He publicly bamboozled the owner on HBO Hard Knocks, and the doofus owner didn't even realize that the GM was doing it to him. Like, actively misled the owner about what Saquon Barkley was and how much they were trying to retain him. And they did it in plain sight, but the doofus owner didn't even realize it. cucked him completely. Yeah. Beta male owner, and that Joe Shane's going to be able to point the finger at Brian Daboll when they get off to yet another horrendous start.
I don't know why you think the owner's such a doofus.
What's the latest?
Yeah.
Why you think he's so dumb?
Where did I leave my shoes? Could you?
What's the latest?
I like what you're telling me about Daboll.
My wife gave me the shoes with laces this morning, and instead of the Velcro.
No Velcro.
Can you tie them for me, Joe Shane? Yeah.
All right, my last one. I'm going to go Shane Steichen, Seth.
Okay.
Someone's going to take the fall for this bad quarterback situation in Indianapolis, and Jim Irsay's not around anymore to let the head coach and the GM that he loves. Remember he did that thing with Chuck Pagano and Ryan Grigson back in the day where both guys felt like they should have been fired, and he had a kumbaya with them. It feels like Ballard's kind of outlived his welcome there. And, Steichen in year 3, again, a little like Callahan with Levis, Steichen was brought in to be the guy to groom Anthony Richardson, and Richardson stinks. So much so that he's not even the starter anymore. And now with Jim Irsay no longer with us, we don't know anything about the daughters that are running this thing. They might be a whole lot more impulsive than the old man. So I'm going with Steichen as my last. So I've got McDaniel, Callahan, Gannon, Steichen. Who's your last pick?
Oh, boy.
Tough field this year, man.
It's really, really tough. There's so many teams that just don't fire their coaches.
Yeah.
Even long term as much as in his season. I want to keep saying Zach Taylor because of their situation defensively last year, the underperforming, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
But I cannot see them firing him. The only way they fire him is if one of the coordinators agrees to be the head coach for the next 2 years without getting a pay increase. So I don't know enough about those guys to think about whether they would do that or not. Let's see. You already did Callahan.
I did Callahan. Yep.
I don't think it's going to be Raheem Morris. But boy, the Atlanta front office. When it came to hiring, when they were interviewing Belichick, there were a lot of reports that, man, there's a lot of infighting for the ear of the owner in that organization. Yeah. There are a lot of people that felt that Belichick was a threat somehow or something. So I could see somebody getting a hold of Arthur Blank and seizing control for a moment, and part of that would be firing Todd Bowles.
Yes.
So I'll put Todd Bowles up
Well, Todd, but you mean Raheem Morris?
Exactly. Excuse me, Raheem
Morris. Yeah. I think Raheem Morris is a good pick, and I think it's because you've got a young quarterback. Although Penix is not as young as some of the other guys in his draft class, but a first-time named starter young quarterback that if he gets off to a bad start, the defensive head coach will take the fall for something like that.
Yeah.
I think that's a good pick. All right, so I have McDaniel. Again, this is our head coach Deathpool. We have to have the one that gets fired first in our group of 4. I have McDaniel, Callahan, Gannon, Steichen. Seth has Stefanski. I wrote Tepper. I meant Canales. Stefanski, Canales, Daboll, and Raheem Morris. May the best guillotine win. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you as we roll on here in the 7 o'clock hour on a Thursday. All right, back injuries are a big topic in this Texans game coming up on Sunday, specifically Matthew Stafford. What exactly does an epidural do for you when it comes to dealing with a disc issue? We had a Texans legend dish on that topic yesterday on the Pat McAfee show. We'll hear from that specific Texans legend coming up next.
Hey, what can Zadok Jewelers do for you? Well, when it comes to
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast, a lot of people weighing in on first head coach fired. Someone texted Kalen DeBoer. College doesn't count. It's NFL. It's not college, all right?
That is, boy, Kalen DeBoer is a classic cautionary tale of taking over for a legend, you know, whether it be Nebraska or it's dicey, man. It's dicey.
Be the guy that takes over for the guy that took over for the legend. That's the key. Yeah, that is the key for sure.
My friend Jay Fiedler took over for Dan Marino in Miami. I wouldn't have told him not to take the job. That was the only time he was a named starter in the NFL. But that's a tough one. His locker was right next to Dan Marino's locker, which had plexiglass in front of it.
They retired the locker next to him? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That's great. So back issues have been a big topic around here. Not because the Texans have anybody with a back issue that we know of, but Matthew Stafford reportedly has been taking epidurals for a disc issue in his back throughout the offseason.
We practiced very little until last week.
Yep.
So far, so good. Steady as she goes. But we have very little information really about or really little information as to, what to expect out of Matt Stafford.
Yeah, for sure.
Just don't know.
J.J. Watt was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday, and they got talking about this. They
were talking about this because of Micah Parsons.
Oh, yeah, because Micah Parsons is taking
has
epidurals.
The back issue,
That's right.
So it's relevant to us because of Matt Stafford,
correct.
But JJ was talking about it because of Micah Parsons' back issue.
Yep, that's right. And so Parsons is taking epidurals as well because of his back issue. J.J. Watt told the anecdote about how he took an epidural in season one year because he collapsed in the weight room. He literally was squatting during the week.
He was warming up.
Yeah, he said I did 5 sets of 405 on the squat rack.
No, he was on his way up, and he had 275 on his back, which isn't a lot of weight at all for a guy like JJ.
He's just warming up. Yeah.
So he was warming up, getting up to his 405, but just not even in one of his heavy exertion reps. His back blew out on him.
Said he crawled to the training room on his hands and knees. He was in such pain. And we remember J.J. Watt missed 2016, missed all but the first 3 games of 2016 with a back issue. He won Defensive Player of the Year in 2015 with a litany of injuries. And I remember revealed in the offseason on our show on the Triple Threat that he had a back issue during that year. Yeah. So J.J. tells this story on the McAfee show about his disc blowing out in the weight room early in the season, and McAfee said, when was it that you got your epidural?
When was this? What time of year?
This was, it was like week 4 or 5.
Oh God.
Yeah.
275 takes him out. Mentally, you feel so weak because it was 275.
Did you squat anymore that year? No, I changed, obviously, everything. But
thank goodness.
It's one of those things where you look back on it later, how can we be candid here? You look back on it and you're like, man, I probably should have asked a few more questions. I probably should have done a little more research. But you know how it is, man. When you're in it, and A, you're getting paid a lot of money. B, you got all these fans. C, you got your teammates. You're in the middle of the season. You're like, I don't care, man. Get me to Sunday. I don't care. Just get me back on that practice field. Get me out on the field. Even just telling that story, it does sound pretty dumb.
Outrageous, yeah. 405 every Monday.
Worked out, though.
Day after game, I need to be going through a 405 on my back, on my spine. Okay. I need to do it.
So that had to be the 2015 season.
I would guess,
had to be, right?
Yeah, because he had considered having surgery after that season, didn't, and then
it blew out again
in 2016.
Yeah. So keep this in mind with JJ. If that was the 2015 season, and I'm 99% sure it was, he went on to not only win Defensive Player of the Year that year, but did it with a club on his hand for part of the year. Remember that, Seth? Remember he had a club hand. He had a cast on his hand for the second half of the season, and that was also the season where all of his core basically ripped off of its pelvis once the postseason rolled around in that game against Kansas City. So his core was on a string as well during that. So everything from pretty much his sternum down to the upper part of his thighs, front and back, was a mess that year.
Right, yeah. Anything your spine tends to connect to a lot of other parts
Correct.
of the body.
Yeah.
I don't know if people are aware of this. Maybe they didn't take biology 101 the way I did in college, but your spine tends to be one of the more important parts of your body.
It's amazing, man. That's incredible.
Yeah, I think that. No, but so I'm listening to that, and I was impressed, but also thinking, all right, a 290-pound defensive end faces a lot more down-by-down exertion and strain than a quarterback. Yeah. And that Matt Stafford, now, with the twisting and torquing and whatnot for a quarterback, obviously, that's a lot of stress and strain as well. But it's a reminder that, man, I think there's a really good chance that Matt Stafford's back bothers him at some point this year. But until it does, he might be the best version of whatever 37-year-old Matt Stafford can be. I'm not going into this game expecting his back to be an issue for him.
Yep.
And I think you go into this game fully expecting that Matt Stafford might be a little bit rusty because he didn't get a lot of reps in the preseason, but this is a guy that's played through a boatload of injuries before. As Cecil Shorts pointed out yesterday on our podcast, he just by virtue of him playing in Detroit all those years, like he had to, like that's all you need to know about his toughness. He's worked through some things on some bad football teams. So I think there's a chance the Texans could make him feel really uncomfortable, and the back could be an issue. But until it happens, I'm not going to act like that it's definitely going to happen.
Yeah. Listening to JJ talk, I don't know anything about epidurals other than they're designed to, I guess, reduce the pain when you've got a back issue like that.
It can reduce the inflammation.
Yeah.
So whatever swelling is keeping the disc out of place, everything can kind of settle back in.
Okay. So that's a good education right there on that.
Yeah, because the pain with disc stuff or anything, like the pain is one thing, but it's the fact that once you pinch a nerve or something, you just can't. It doesn't matter what your pain tolerance is. You just can't move properly.
Yeah.
So you got to try to get everything settled back into place.
I until now, I knew virtually nothing about epidurals. When I heard J.J. Watt say that yesterday, that he took one and he got through the rest of the season, I'm like, Matthew Stafford's going to be fine. He's going to be fine.
Now, J.J. wasn't 37 years old at that time.
That's true. Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
And he had already gotten himself into playing shape and speed and everything that year. So it was a matter of just trying to sustain that. Whereas for week one, there's a whole lot of things about this game where it's week one. Mm-hmm. Who has the advantages? Who has the disadvantages? The Rams have gotten off to slow starts in the last 3 seasons. A lot of people in L.A. wonder if it's because Sean McVay plays his starters so little that maybe they're just rusty at the beginning of the year. This is an extreme version of that for Matt Stafford. And he, hasn't had a whole lot of time working with Devontae Adams. So I think they're not going to be the best version of the Rams offense in week one. The advantage the Texans might have is that because you're installing a new offense, they know Nick Caley and all of that. But as a player, man, it's hard. Week one, it sucks when you're trying to prepare for an offense and you don't really have any film of the guys you're going to play against in the system that they're running. So the Rams defensive players have very little film of the Texans starters running this offense. The coaches might have some good feel for what Caley might do or how they're going to operate, but the players themselves and getting those mental reps, they just can't. When you're watching film, you're not getting those same mental reps. So I think the Texans are a disadvantage because they have a rookie play caller, but they do at least have a little bit of an element of surprise.
Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit in the next segment. Nick Caserio was on with us yesterday, and he talked about the Rams' defensive line. This game is going to be won in the trenches, one side or the other. Nick Caserio talked about that with us yesterday. So we'll hear from the Texans GM coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. Tomorrow's Friday. That's my
AM/FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the offensive line will be unveiled this weekend. D'Amico Ryans tired of talking about the offensive line. Nick Caserio, D'Amico said that in his press conference yesterday. We'll find that. In the meantime, Nick Caserio was on with Seth and I yesterday, and we previewed the game with the Rams, and he said that the Rams defensive line, one of the best in the NFL.
Yeah, we're probably as ready as we'll be on the offensive line. So, we understand the challenge in front of us against the Rams. I mean, this is arguably, like top to bottom, like 1 through 5 when you include Poona Ford in there, which not everybody's really talking about Poona. I mean, they have probably, this is collectively, one of the better defensive lines we'll probably see over the course of the year, just from a 1 through 5 basis. Like, we're going to face good defensive linemen every week, and some teams maybe only have 1 or 2. But, when you look at the Rams, I mean, they literally have 5 guys who are as good as anybody in the league at their respective positions. So we're certainly going to have to account for their defensive line on almost every snap. I mean, Verse kind of moves around in front a little bit. I mean, it's a really good front. Again, it's probably as good of a front, just top to bottom, that we're going to face 1 through 5. So, we're going to need everybody to just focus on their execution, their fundamentals, and their assignment, understand what the intent is on each play, and just make sure the communication is clean. It's going to be a hostile environment. It's going to be on the road. So we just got to make sure we have all 5 doing the same thing. And the tight ends will be a part of it, and the running backs will be a part of it. The quarterback will certainly have responsibility in it as well. So it's going to take a collective effort to handle their defense without question.
They really, they're technically a 3-4 defense, and yet they have, like, the only guy on their defensive line that I think is, like, old school 3-4, and he isn't even, he's really good, is Poona Ford, where, all right, this guy's a defensive tackle. But, like, Braden Fisk and Kobe Turner. I always forget to mention Kobe Turner.
Yep.
Like, they've just got, every time I mention the Rams defensive line anywhere online and talk about it in a video, I forget one of them, and a Rams fan swoops in and says, "Hey, don't forget Kobe Turner. Don't forget Byron Young." Like,
yep.
they've got 5 really good guys on their defensive front, and this is where I feel. This is why it's such a great test for the Texans' offensive line in Week 1. I feel much, much better about the Texans' offensive line. I think they're going to be a better overall unit. I think they're going to have better fundamentals, better technique. I don't think there's going to be as many tackles for a loss. But in pass protection, at times, you can only scheme so much pass protection. Guys are going to have to be one-on-one versus some really good defensive linemen. And that's where the test is. That I don't, even if this was the best offensive line in the league, you're going to lose some of those individual one-on-one battles.
Yep.
So going into Week 1, where D'Amico Ryans yesterday said he doesn't know how good the offensive line is going to be. I think the ball is going to be coming out fast early on, and I think they're going to use the running backs as receivers a lot. I think the running backs are going to be chipping the defensive ends. I think that they're going to try to do everything they can to help out the offensive line, and the Rams defense is going to, adjust to that. Then it becomes, when do you take your shots? Because I don't think they can cover Nico Collins.
Yeah.
But they can get to C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
So when you dial up the moments where you have max protection and you're keeping everybody in the block except for you feel like you got the right play dialed up for Nico, that's where you're going to get your fireworks. But just like the promo we've been running with Clint the last couple days, I agree with Clint. I think it's going to be probably a relatively low-scoring game, maybe a little bit of a boring game by both offenses.
Yeah.
And it's going to be those shot plays that end up making the difference.
Yeah, I've thought all along this is going to be an under game. I think this game's going under 44. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. I think the defense. I think both teams have big advantages defensively in the trenches against the other team's offensive line. Texans with their defensive line with Alaric Jackson. He's been, he's their left tackle. He hasn't practiced much because of blood clots. If they've got to get it out fast, and I'm going to play D'Amico here on the offensive line in a second, but as long as we're talking about this, how concerning are these hamstring injuries to Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios, who would seem to be 2 of the perfect targets to work that quick game, middle of the field type of stuff?
Right. And I think it's very concerning, and it's one of those things that in Week 1 I'm really concerned about it because I like Jalen Noel a lot, but he's a rookie. And slot receiver is one of the toughest positions for a rookie to play. So that's where you have the element of surprise. So the Rams don't know exactly how you're going to use Jalen Noel, so you can spring that on them. But if this were Week 8, that's where I would say, look, man, this is why you draft 2 wide receivers. You got wide receiver injuries, but look, we have depth in the wide receiving core. He's not there yet, so I don't know what to expect out of Jalen Noel in Week 1. Jaden Higgins, I think it's easier to get the ball as a rookie just because his size and his hands alone make him viable, especially if teams are rotating their coverage over to Nico Collins. I think he's going to get his touches and his opportunities. Jalen Noel can get a little bit dicier. So I don't feel awesome about those guys having you got 3 small, speedy receivers that you went out and got this offseason, I think specifically to help C.J. Stroud out in the quick passing game. Yeah. And when the pass protection isn't great, zoom, there we go. And 2 of those guys are injured, and one of those guys is a rookie. So for what they really wanted to do this year, I hope at least one of those guys, either Braxton Berrios or Christian Kirk, is healthy and ready to go.
Might be a Dalton Schultz game. We'll see. Except
that I want Dalton Schultz. I know people are going to cringe when I say this.
Blocking.
There's times where I want Dalton Schultz in there in pass protection.
Yeah, helping a rookie on the offensive line. Well, let's talk about that. Here was DeMeco Ryans. You alluded to this earlier, Seth. DeMeco Ryans. Finally, the offensive line questions about who's going to play and this and that are going to be over because the ball's going to get snapped on Sunday. DeMeco's tired of O-line questions.
Yeah, for our offensive line, we'll see. There's been questions all offseason about our offensive line. Everybody wants to know who's going out there, who is this guy, this position, that position. It's just a lot of talk that quite frankly, I'm tired of talking about it. Like, it's time to go play, and let's see how our 5 matches up against a really great defensive line. And that's what we'll see on Sunday. Let's see how it all plays out.
Okay, so my question to you, Seth Payne, let's power rank the starting 5 offensive linemen by level of concern for each of them going into this Rams game on Sunday, with 5 being the 5th one being the one you're least concerned about, all the way up to number 1 being the one you're most concerned about going into this game. Yeah, especially the way you've laid out how all these pieces on the Rams defensive line are so very good.
You want me to go most concerned to least concerned?
No. Start at least concerned with 5 and count them up to 1. Yeah.
Titus Howard, least
5.
concerned.
Yep. Okay.
But he's got a big test this week. Yes. He's got a really big test. But I'm least concerned about him. Ariante Ursary. I'm going to say Ariante Ursary only because I think that Nick Caley is he's not going to leave him out there on an island.
Okay.
Ariante Ursary is going to have help from a tight end, a 6th offensive lineman, or a running back most of the time. I don't think they're going to leave him out on an island.
Interesting. So he's 4 for you. So you are least concerned, and this actually makes sense now when you think about how last season went. And who they've picked up here, the big unknowns on the interior, that actually makes a lot of sense. Not that Ursery's a known commodity, but the 2 tackles, you're least concerned about the 2 tackles.
Just by virtue of also what they can do with play calling to help him.
Yep. That makes sense.
Then I'd go Ed Ingram.
Ingram 3, okay.
Ed Ingram, I think Minnesota, had him as a starter for a couple of years, and ultimately he fell out of favor with them up there. I think this might end up being a better scheme fit for Ed Ingram. So I don't feel awesome about him, but I'm not you can have a good offensive line if Ed Ingram is one of those guys. Okay. Then I would go Laken Tomlinson, and then I would go Jake Andrews. I'm most concerned about. He's only played 70. He's had 70 plus snaps of offensive line snaps in the NFL.
Yep.
I feel good about Jake Andrews in the run game. It's pass protection, and in those moments where he is one-on-one, in training camp I saw at times defensive linemen have success against both him and Patterson. I didn't feel great about him or Patterson in pass protection, and I felt better about Jake Andrews as a run blocker, so I'll put him at number 1, and he's got some really good interior defensive linemen he's going against this week.
Doubt. Man, this game is flush with really intriguing matchups. Probably the most exciting matchup in this game, I would say, would be the tag team of Nacua and Adams against the tag team of Stingley and Kamari Lassiter. I mean, that's the one with the biggest star power, the highest level of just the highest level of play. You're talking about Devontae Adams, who may not be at the tippy top of receivers anymore, but we saw last year he's still pretty good. Puka Nacua, when healthy, is in that upper tier. And then Stingley's the best corner in the game, and Lassiter, I think, is on track to become a Pro Bowl caliber corner if he's not there already. This was Nick Caserio on our show yesterday talking about what Devontae Adams brings to the Rams offense.
No, Devontae brings a lot. I mean, he's been a very productive player in this league for a long time. I think the one thing that he provides, he has an element of position versatility. He can line up in multiple spots. He can play in the perimeter. He can play inside the formation. You know, when he was with the Jets last year, I mean, he hit us on a touchdown pass there on third down coverage, you know, on a slot fade, which we had decent coverage. I mean, JP was in a good spot, but, you know, Devontae ended up making a good move. So the thing about Devontae, he does a number of things well. He's a very smart. He's a very instinctive player. He'll probably be lined up all over the formation. Puka gives them some flexibility as well. Atwell is a little bit more, I would say, specific to pass game. You know, maybe third down kind of brings a speed element. This is where, going back to what I said a little bit earlier, there's going to be an element of kind of figuring out where they lined up, how are they deploying them, how are they utilizing them. But, I mean, Devontae is a really good football player, and he certainly presents challenges on the offensive side of the ball, no question.
There's a name Nick brought up in there, Tutu Atwell, who's their third receiver. You know, this might be one of those games, Seth, where it's, you know, Adams and Nakua versus Stingley and Lassiter kind of cancel each other out. You know, each side will make some plays here and there. But then, especially with Sean McVay pushing the buttons on this thing, he's such a good play caller that we're going to look at the box score after the game, and especially if the Rams win, and it's going to be Tutu Atwell with, you know, 6 catches for 110 yards because he ate up whoever the third corner was out there for the Houston Texans.
Right.
He ate up Jalen Petrie, or he ate up Jalen Smith, or he, you know, the safety's got a little sideways covering him, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, I think Jalen Smith is going to be a guy to watch over the first few games, just to see how much they trust him, how much they work with him. You've pointed this out. I think sometimes maybe we're overly concerned about the depth at secondary, just because the starters are so good that the drop-off is that huge. Whereas there's lots of good defenses that have the same concern. I mean, the Bills up there don't even know who the hell their starting cornerbacks are going to be this week now.
Yeah.
Their defensive backfield is a mess. Now, and their defense has hurt them in the playoffs, but it's not. There's no team in the NFL that has starters on the 2 deep all across the board.
At corner, at one of the hardest positions to find, guys.
And that's if you need something to soothe you a little bit with the questions about depth in the secondary, this is why you have a good pass rush. Your pass rush is supposed to be the thing that makes your your backup secondary better. It makes it a little bit easier for them. It just gets tense, because even if you have the best pass rush in the history of the NFL, there's going to be plays where nobody gets home. So I think I don't like the depth at secondary, but it's not like it's not so glaring compared to the state of affairs on most NFL teams.
Yep, agreed. We talked about the corners, the safeties. Kalen Bullock and then C.J. Gardner-Johnson is back. He's ready to go. He's healthy. He's going to play on Sunday. Sean McVay was asked in his press conference earlier this week that the Texans have C.J. Gardner-Johnson back. What does that mean?
You feel him. I mean, when he played Philly last year, he made a bunch of big-time plays in some critical situations. You know, he's really productive in both phases. I think he's got a great concept trigger. There's a toughness that fits what they've done each of the last couple years. And so, you know, what they do is they play their style of play at a really high level. DeVico does an excellent job with Coach Burke of being able to mix it up. But there's, you know, these guys, they play connected, 11 as one. They play tough. They fly to the football. They attack at the football. And this guy will be a great extension of that. So even though you might not have a lot of representative clips, you know, we know what kind of player this guy is. I got a lot of respect for him. He made some big-time plays in that divisional loss last year for Philly.
I think the interesting thing with Sean McVay versus C.J. Gardner-Johnson specifically is that McVay knows that C.J. Gardner-Johnson sometimes can get overly aggressive. And, you know, he talked about it on the Pivot podcast, C.J. Gardner-Johnson did, about how in the Super Bowl he knew that he had to be a safety net. You know, he had to be a backstop. He couldn't be a guy that was coming up and making all these plays all the time. He had to just be conservative. And I think it's a real sign of maturity. He understood it. But that was the test in that moment, in that game versus the Chiefs. I wonder if week 1, when he hasn't played all preseason long, if McVay's going to just be waiting to bait him a little bit. And, like C.J. Gardner-Johnson might have to just give himself that same talk that he did before the Super Bowl of, all right, I'm going up against McVay. McVay's going to try to bait me. McVay's going to try to get me to come up and bite on something that I got to be really dialed in on this.
Yeah. I mean, I have to imagine D'Amico's in his ear telling him that exact thing. You know, I'm excited to see C.J. Gardner-Johnson in a Texans uniform. We got a few practices. Got about a week's worth of practices, and then he went down with that injury. So he's ready to go. He's back. He actually, D'Amico revealed this. He was actually doing some things at practice last week, so he's going to be ready to go on Sunday. Hey, football talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, emergency pettycast. There's been a lot of petty out there this week. College football coaches, I think this is the first college football season where we've done the pettycast, and I forgot just how petty college football coaches can be. And sometimes we need to address it later in the week because they don't do their press conferences till Tuesday. So we've got some college football petty and some Cardi B petty coming up in the next segment. Stay there. But first, I want to tell you guys about Shoppa's John Deere. Watching the Astros game last night.
is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. You know, they say fantasy football brings people together. I am getting more texts from my friends that don't live in Houston about fantasy football this year than I think I've got more texts this year than like the last 4 or 5 years combined. And it's strange because the Texans don't have a lot of guys way high up the fantasy rankings other than Nico Collins. He's like the only one, which I guess generates more questions because you know about the top guys already. It's like, hey, is Christian Kirk, how involved is he in things?
Well, last year you had so many potential wide receivers that you know people were. We got a lot of questions last year about specifically, okay, wait, who is the top guy for the Texans?
We didn't
Obviously,
know.
Nico ended up being the guy. But I think that this year, maybe it's a combination of Nico being more obviously the guy, and then with Joe Mixon being out.
Yeah, that's probably it. Who's the running
like,
back going to be? Yeah, you nailed it. That's it. Because I'm thinking of what the questions have been, and a lot of them have been about, who's been getting a lot of the carries, that kind of thing.
Last year it was a feeling like, okay, Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs, their value is probably driven down by the congestion at the top of the wide receiver chart. Whereas the running backs for the Texans this year, it's almost like, okay, is Nick Chubb really going to get that many yards? Like there's really uncertainty about which guys the Texans are even going to lean into.
I could see a scenario where by week 4, Woody Marks is getting the lion's share of the carries.
Well, or especially when you consider total touches.
Yes.
Because him as a receiver, they might really use him as a receiver. So that's a little nugget I drop whenever I talk to people. I've been on on LA stations or social media channels a couple times. Like I'll be like, oh, here's a little tidbit for you. I think Woody Marks, not whether fantasy or not, I think Woody Marks is going to end up playing more of a role than people outside of Houston might expect.
I've told everybody, get Woody Marks. If he's still sitting there in the 13th round or something like that, just take him, stash him. It may not come to fruition, but whoever else you're going to take there probably won't come to. And those are like 7th-round picks in the NFL. You get down to that level of the draft.
I think Chubb's an interesting one because I think he's the obvious go-to on the goal line.
Yes.
And I don't know what his total yardage is going to be or anything. I don't know how many breakout runs he has in him right now, but he's still strong.
Yeah.
Like his legs are so. He might not have the same pop or explosiveness, but he's got good vision. He makes good decisions, and he's strong. And when it comes to getting 2 yards down on the goal line, I think he's going to. I don't know how many touchdowns he gets, but I expect him to be the touchdown leader amongst the running backs.
You get 12 carries for 42 yards, but you get a couple touchdowns in there. You're one of the leading scorers on the week in fantasy at that position. Chubb would be. All right, emergency pettycast. Speaking of Stephon Diggs, wide receiver last year. So Cardi B was confronted by the media, Seth, coming out of
Cardi B. For those of you our age and up, is a very very famous hip hop artist.
Yes. So she's coming out of some building yesterday, and the media is waiting there. The paparazzi are waiting there for her, and I guess there's some pregnancy speculation with her, and the speculation is that she got pregnant with Offset, rapper, whilst dating Stephon
Pregnant
Diggs.
with she's going to give birth to Offset the rapper?
Yeah,
or he impregnated her?
No, impregnated her.
Okay.
Yeah, impregnated her.
I don't know what the kids are doing these days. There's all kinds of weird stuff going on. Yeah.
So I'll let you take a listen because the reporter yelling the questions, you can hear her, and she throws a pen at him at the very beginning of this thing right here. Here you go.
Hey, Cardi, you're beautiful.
Thank you.
Cardi, insiders are claiming that Offset is publicly bragging about getting you pregnant for the 4th time. Do you foresee any paternity issues with Stephon Diggs?
Stop disrespecting me. Don't disrespect me.
I got another microphone.
Cardi, your court look is amazing.
You're amazing, Cardi. I still love you, even though you just threw some stuff at me.
I don't care. You're disrespectful. Don't do that. Do you see women asking those type of questions to me?
No, ma'am.
She's a queen. Questions to me.
It's a legit question.
Why do you feel as a man you get to ask me those type of questions? Act like you have some manners.
That's right.
And your mama taught you, respect women.
That's right.
You
all right,
look
Cardi.
gorgeous,
Cardi. Go ahead, Bronx. You will.
And you could thank him. I'm not playing around. I was very nice. I was very kind. But you're not gonna.
Cardi, I love you. It's just a question.
Nobody's gonna get that.
Okay.
I feel like, Sean, I do need to clarify that that's not a reporter. Like, that's not that's not like, hi, this is Jim Schwartz from the Wall Street Journal. You're beautiful.
Let me read you the two. While making her way out of an L.A. courtroom on September the 2nd, Cardi B was asked about speculation that she's pregnant with baby number 4 amid her divorce from estranged husband Offset and her romance with NFL star Stephon Diggs. As the journalist inquired about the possible paternity of her rumored child, Cardi appeared to take a pen from someone, asking her to sign an autograph before turning her attention to the line of questioning and threw the pen at the journalist.
Who are you reading that by?
That would be from E! Online.
Okay.
E! Online.
So that's an actually okay. That guy needs to lose his job if he's an actual
They're saying
journalist.
he is. I just said he was a journalist.
Not for asking the question, but for saying you're beautiful. I love you.
Well, sometimes you got to sprinkle a little sugar on it to get the answer that you want.
Okay, so this is the thing. I think if she was or was not with Stephon Diggs, it never struck me as those two that had a type of relationship where they'd given each other she was wearing his Letterman's jacket and they had a pre-marriage necklace or something on.
He's handing out pink powder to people on boats and whatnot.
I think with Stephon Diggs and Cardi B, there's a very good chance that there's just two adults that are hanging out and enjoy each other's company. And they're going to do what they do. Yeah.
I can't tell from the article if there's an overall question as to whether or not she's pregnant. Because coming out of the courtroom, you can't really tell. There
have been some shots of her coming out of the courtroom where it looks like she's almost
showing
definitely pregnant.
Yeah. I'll have to check with across the hall with this is probably a topic with Nick's 96.5.
It's like if she had gained that much weight and it would be showing in her face, and it's not.
Yeah,
so it's
Okay.
I think that's the speculation.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not a reporter like that guy, so I don't know.
Diggs is probably glad it's not his kid.
Yeah, no kidding.
Let somebody else pay the freight on that one. Yeah.
What's she in court for? Is this over that shooting from a few years ago?
I'm not sure. It doesn't say the article. I don't want to skim the article while I'm on the air with people. This would be her 4th kid. She's got Culture, Wave, and Blossom are the names of her 3 other kids. 7, 3, and 11 months old. Oof. It's a busy house right there, man. All right, continuing with the emergency pettycast. College football is petty. Dabo Swinney and Brian Kelly. We know that LSU was down 7 at the half, shut out Clemson in the second half of that game, and won 17-10. Here was Dabo Swinney's analysis on what that second half looked like.
It's like getting the final exam day 1 of class. They made a 65, we made a 58. Neither one of us were great.
Okay, so pause right there. So Dabo's saying, hey, we, first game, we were both bad. They just happened to win.
They did graceful in defeat.
Yeah.
Oh,
so that was his day after press conference, I guess. Brian Kelly got wind of this grade that Dabo gave to his team, a 65. Clemson got a 58. Brian Kelly was having none of this.
We dominated him in the second half. So he's either a really good grader for, giving himself a 58, or he's a really hard grader on us, or he didn't see the second half, which that might be the case. He might not have wanted to see the second half. So, again, look, this is all past.
Okay. That was
Brian Kelly's whipping out some zingers lately.
That was to the level, you probably run into this too, Seth, on social media. That was to the level where I need to check and make sure the account tweeting this out is not a parody account that made Brian Kelly say things in AI.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow, because I've watched hundreds of Brian Kelly press conferences. He used to coach at my school. That's as kind of irritated and subsequently petty that I've seen Brian Kelly in a press, and he's feeling himself a little bit. He's 1-0. For the first time at LSU. He's been there 4 years. He's been 0-1 every single season so far.
Yeah. I might have like really talked down to him and just talked about how I don't know, some classes are pass fail, and sometimes a young man needs to learn in life that you either succeed or you fail in any given endeavor. Maybe somewhere along the way that Dabo Swinney will learn this lesson.
Yeah.
But as I hear it, that sounds like the rationalizations of a 12-year-old.
That's right.
Yeah.
Speaking of former Notre Dame coaches, so Lou Holtz was on Dan Dockich's show up in Indianapolis. And, of course, Ohio State beat Notre Dame for the national championship last year. Dan Dockich asked, did you reach out? Lou Holtz is a noted letter writer. He writes a lot of thank you letters and things like that. So Dockich asked him, or congratulatory letters, stuff like that. Did you write Ryan Day a letter after they beat Notre Dame for the national championship?
Hey, Coach, did you reach out, or did Ryan Day reach out to you after the national championship?
No, I tell you what, Ryan Day could be Ryan Day. He'd do whatever he wants. I did write him a congratulatory letter, but I never heard back from him. I'm sure he can write, but in any event, he did not answer the letter, but that's his alternative.
Okay.
Well, and you remember this is all from when Ryan Day had torn into Lou Holtz for not giving them enough respect leading up to the game last year.
Lou Holtz in 2023 said in leading up to the Ohio State-Notre Dame game that Notre Dame was the tougher team, that Ohio State was a little bit soft and they weren't tough, and then Ryan Day, after Ohio State beat Notre Dame, went off in the on-field interview after the game.
Coach, you knew this one wasn't going to be easy, but it came down to the wire. And what can you say about the performance from your quarterback, Kyle McCord, to finish that drive?
Toughness, that's it. Physicality, across the board, finish it off, having guts. I like to know where Lou Holtz is right now. What he said about our team, I cannot believe. This is a tough team right here. We're proud to be from Ohio, and it's always been Ohio against the world, and it'll continue to be Ohio against the world. But I'll tell you what, I love those kids, and we got a tough team.
Okay. It's kind of wild.
We're often a swing state in elections.
Yeah. We are tough voters.
When has it been Ohio against the world?
I don't know. I don't know why. No, it's never been. Like, you spent.
Are we Midwest or not?
Yeah.
Nobody's really clear. I don't know.
Right.
Ohio.
I just think it's funny. Like Lou Holtz was expecting a letter back from the guy that yelled him down 2 years ago.
A lot of people criticize Ryan Day for picking on the low-hanging fruit, like an old man that's not as relevant as he used to be. Why are you calling out Lou Holtz instead of one of these other guys? I could see Ryan Day probably as a guy that really respected Lou Holtz, and it hurt him personally.
Yep, I can see that.
To see one of the legends in the coaching ranks to call his team soft.
Soft. That's the big thing.
Soft, because Lou Holtz said that they were soft, man. Nothing triggers people like being called soft, because that's a reflection on the coach, the players, everything.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
And if it's somebody that maybe you really looked up to, you feel betrayed.
Yes.
You want to lash out.
Yep. All right, couple things. Real quick, Texter says Cardi B was leaving the courthouse after having a lawsuit against her dismissed. The lawsuit was filed by a woman who said Cardi assaulted her. So naturally, the first thing Cardi does is assault a guy with a pen, throwing a pen at a guy. Oh, that's great. All right.
The guy could have answered, because she was like, would you ask that question of a man? Well, no, I wouldn't be asking if he's about his pregnancy.
I never thought of that. How did I not think of that?
Of course, I'm specifically asking about your pregnancy.
Oh,
no,
my
I
God.
wouldn't.
That's great. All right, one other thing that people are petty about, that people are texting in about, that has to do with the NFL and your watching experience, that we'll get to. And also, let's circle back to the Astros last night. Where does this win stack up on the importance scale for the Astros this year? That is coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner. from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Call third strike. Chisholm thought it was just off the plate. He has a big argument with Brian Walsh before he leaves the field. Astros hold on to win it 8-7. The Yankees haven't been happy all night long with the strike zone. Chisholm wasn't happy last night with the Jesus either. But the Astros get a much-needed win, and they are now 4 games ahead of the Mariners with 22 games to go on the season. They pick up a game on both Seattle and Texas. A big win tonight, Plummer.
We're 4 games up with 22 to go. We're getting into magic number territory now. You know, where they tell you the magic number.
I don't like magic number time.
Why?
I don't like it. I don't know why, because it always feels it always feels like the magic number is just it's just out of your reach. It just every little loss you're like, oh, the magic number isn't. I don't like it.
I love magic number time when my team is on the good end of the magic number. You know, when it's
no, but even when they're on the good end of the magic number, it's still sometimes it stays stuck at 4. Yeah. You know,
you don't win.
Lose 2 or 3 games in a row, and it's still stuck at 4.
Yeah.
By the way, that last strike that Chisholm was upset about on the TV broadcast, did it look like it was a ball?
It was marginal. It's about to pop up on the TV in studio.
Because on the play-by-play for the StatCast, it's clearly a strike.
Yeah. It was close. It was, and sometimes when it's on that high upper corner there, you know, when it's not middle, you know, it's not like in the middle part of it.
Yeah.
It's about to pop up on the TV again. I'll let you know. Bellinger just hit a 3-run homer. We hate this. So I hope this game ends well here that I'm watching on TV for the Astros right now. It's 8-7. I hope it ends 8-7. That was a big win last night, man. It's tough in a 162-game season, Seth, to go, that was the biggest win of the year. I feel like I've said that a couple times this year already. That was, considering that you were down 3-0 in that game, you're down 4-1 in that game, coming back from multiple run deficits has not exactly been your forte over the last month, or really over the course of the season. When they were winning games in June, they were kind of close, hard-fought games. There weren't a ton of blowouts in there. A lot of late inning heroics. Like this felt like what the Astros were doing in June, which was they're not doing it with a ton of like blunt force trauma. They're doing it by stringing hits together, taking advantage of mistakes. You know, the Yankees, the Astros got their 6th and 7th runs, I want to say, from a balk and a wild pitch. But you take advantage of those things, and you win a game against the team that you're bumping up against in the standings, or at least record-wise, you're bumping up against them right now. That was a good scrappy win last night, is what I'm trying to say here.
It was a good scrappy win. It was obviously, it's very, very clear what a difference Yordan Alvarez makes when he's in the lineup.
Yeah.
Not just because of his individual production, but of the binds that it puts pitchers in. The amount of stress over the course of a 7-game series, especially. I mean, it's the regular season is one thing, but over the course of a 7-game series, having to deal with Yordan 5 times a night, that just taxes a pitching staff, and you get the absolute worst out of him, and it makes everybody else around him better. So Yordan, I mean, man, the fact that they've been load managing him so carefully with an upper body injury now, with this mysterious hand injury, you will not catch me complaining about there being too many days between playoff games and the playoffs this year. Whatever the format ends up being, as little load management as they can get away with Yordan, that's one of the absolutely most vital and crucial things during this playoffs.
Yeah, yep, for sure. And he's been, since coming back from the IL, 10 for 23. He's not had a ton of extra base hits, but the base hits have been hard hit. Like last night he had a double that was an opposite field rope over the head of the outfielder, kind of into that nook out there in left field. And then his 3 singles that he had, all hard hit. They were all, and generally speaking, his hits have been, they've been triple digits.
Yeah.
They've been 100, 103, 105, 110. I'm not worried about the lack. There's been 1 home run. I'm not worried about the lack of home runs. I think as long as he's making hard contact, those are going to come, I think.
Here are his numbers. 10 for 23 in 8 games since returning from the IL. Just 2 of those are for extra bases, double and a home run.
Yep.
7, though, have left his bat at 103 miles per hour or higher. And he's also got 8 walks.
8 walks are big, too, man. To your point, like that's Pitchers are being cautious with him right now.
Right. And when they are pitching to him, he's making hard contact.
Yeah.
So I think the power is there. It's, as you had said, it's about the launch angle a little bit. But I think by the time the playoffs roll around, as long as he's healthy and available, I'm very, very optimistic.
I am too. Okay, so we just did a mini Pettycast in the previous segment, and we had a texter text in. This is a good one. This was very topical yesterday. The text, this is from 8068 on the text page. You know what's petty? NFL Red Zone is about to have full commercials as if the NFL doesn't make enough money already. And then I'm kind of chuckling. I think this is tongue-in-cheek. What happened to this country? That's what texter, that's called capitalism, which is what this country was founded upon.
So immediately, tell me where I should land on this one, on my skepticism bone, because immediately people are saying, oh yeah, big surprise, ESPN is buying a stake in the NFL, and now all of a sudden you're going to start showing, ads on the Red Zone. And a lot of people pointed out, well, that deal hasn't gone through yet. All right, but at some point the deal was agreed to.
It's agreed to,
and that maybe there were discussions about monetizing different things and everything.
Definitely.
Maybe I'm cynical or whatnot, but I have a hard time thinking that the two aren't related whatsoever.
Yeah. Now, I'm somebody, Seth, I don't get many Sundays to sit down and watch football all day because most of the time the Texans are playing, and you and I are working on those days. Now that the Texans are good again, it's happening more often because they're playing on a Monday or a Thursday or a Sunday night.
Yeah.
5 or 6 times they're in bye week. They're 5 or 6 times a year now. Sunday afternoons are open. And when I watch Red Zone because I don't have, other than the Texans, I don't have a favorite team. I'm a fantasy player. I'm a gambler. I like getting all this stuff fed to me. I love the Octo Box. I'm a big fan of that. The non-commercial part of it for me has never been the thing that I've been over the top. If anything, I'm like, I could use a commercial here to go take a bathroom break or something like that. There's people that are really angry about this. I need to wait and see how intrusive it is before I get angry with it.
Well, and I think there's a chance, too, that I think people might not realize how many times when you're watching the Red Zone channel that, like, all right, there's a team down in the Red Zone, but there's a couple of minutes that aren't, they're not big highlight type plays or anything.
Well, especially in the late window when there's only 3 games, it gets boring almost sometimes.
So I think that they can. I'm not saying, hey, trust Big Brother here; they'll take care of it. It'll be just fine. I think that they can manage it pretty well. That it's not gonna. I don't think it's gonna hurt the viewing experience as much as people think. But I'm not like a Red Zone fiend or anything where I'm on it all the time. So I don't know.
Scott Hansen, see, I love it. That's what I watch. Scott Hansen, who's the host of it, who I think has one of the best jobs in football, going around to all those games. I'm completely jealous of the job that he has. He was on, I think I saw him on McAfee. He's been on a couple other outlets. And this news, you can tell he's trying to put a good spin on it here. He's being a company guy with all this. I think the one thing they could do that would be a good PR move, one promise that they could make, they call that period, Scott Hansen calls that period from like 2:45 to shortly after 3 o'clock. He calls it the witching hour because that's when all the games are ending and there's all kinds of crazy stuff going on. If they could promise that there's no commercials from like 2:30 to 3:15 where you're getting all the fourth quarter stuff going on with no commercial interruptions, I would, if I were upset about commercials, that would soothe me to a pretty large degree right there.
Yeah.
Because that's, I think, like for me, 80% of why I'm watching Red Zone is for those 45 minutes.
Do you think they end up treating it more like a golf broadcast where you're not actually watching things in real time nearly as much? That, a lot of times it's
they already do.
3 minutes. They do.
They already do. Yeah, because sometimes touchdowns are getting scored at the same time, and they're like, let's go back.
Oh, then there you go. Okay. Then I'm not. I wouldn't. I don't know, but I don't like the. And it's not that I don't like the Red Zone. I'm not one of these people that says if you're a real fan, you watch the entire game and nothing else.
Right.
I don't do well with lots of distractions.
Yeah, it's a mode of watching. Totally.
Yeah, I don't my brain gets too scatterbrained, so I have to try to just. So I thought it was a little disingenuous of Pat McAfee to act like people shouldn't be upset about this or wouldn't be upset about it. Yeah.
I totally understand.
When he works for when he works for ESPN, the company that's buying part of the NFL.
Totally. Yeah, like I'm not upset about it. I understand people being upset about it.
Oh, I totally get it.
Yeah.
It's something that's really, really cool. I mean, you see this all the time on anything in life, especially in social media and everything. When somebody all of a sudden monetizes it, they get people that they're put out. They're angry that this influencer they love wants to make a living.
You sold out.
And that's when it's an actual person.
Yep.
A lot of times it's a kid. He's like 22 years old and he wants to make it his job. You're like, oh, you're a sellout. So yeah, when the mega corporation does it, yeah, people are going to be upset about it.
Yeah.
Understandably so.
They tout it, as a texter points out, they tout it as 7 hours of commercial-free football. LOL, that's the whole premise. It's not anymore. Now you get to, that's not the premise anymore. Are you telling me that if that's not the premise anymore, that it's all of a sudden an unwatchable product? Now
are they still going to tout it as that? No, they're not going to tout it as that.
You know who else touted that they didn't have commercials at first? The Athletic. And it turns out they needed ads. I say commercials, like advertisements. Turns out they get bought by the New York Times, and the New York Times wants to have advertisements. Do these ads and I know TV's different than the written word, but I don't find the ads on The Athletic distracting me from how very good, and The Athletic is very good, how very good the product is. I have a hard time in the medium you and I are in getting mad at an employer or a company using advertisements. We're about to tell you.
You guys are 30 seconds away from a Texas Star Grill Shop.
Get ready,
discussion.
buckle up, all right? I know you want the power ranking of the power rankings at 9 o'clock, but you're going to get a commercial or two in between.
That's true. You know what? I'm glad you said this, because in the interest of full disclosure, we should have said this at the beginning of the discussion, which is that you're about to hear a couple of pimps talk about how prostitution ain't that bad. Yeah.
Did you buy a tractor 30 minutes ago when I was talking about Shopper's John Deere? All right? Oh, that's funny. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour. Hey, first of the season, power ranking of the power rankings. The experts are all over the map on the Texans going into this season, all over the place. We'll have that for you coming up next. But Seth called it. Texas Star Grill Shop, man. That's what's going on now. I'm telling you about the Martin family.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Mixed reaction, I would say, on the text to Red Zone adding commercials for the upcoming season. I remember when YouTube was ad-free, LOL. People are still on it, so we'll be fine. And I am one of those.
It is. You know what, though? Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, you got on me about this. You and I had to watch a YouTube of something, and I pulled it up on my YouTube, and an ad pulls up, and you're like, you're one of these people that's still doing the free YouTube
I have YouTube
thing?
Premium.
Yeah.
I have YouTube Premium, and it's it's a difference, man. You know what? All right, I 100% get it. Okay, I'm on board with everybody that's really upset about this for Red Zone, because sometimes I'll click on something on my phone, and it's a YouTube link, but it doesn't go into the app, and an ad pops up, and I am the angriest person who ever lived.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is this commercial nonsense in the middle of my content?
Yeah. It's funny, too, and I, like Netflix, I pay for the premium Netflix subscription, which I guess because Monday Night Raw is on Netflix now on Monday nights, and I realized like 2 or 3 episodes into watching it, they would be looking like they're going to break, and then they would come back 1 second later, and it would still be on, and then they would act like they're coming back from a break 3 minutes later. I'm like, oh, that's right. I'm paying for. Part of why I'm paying this is I get to watch the matches through the breaks now.
The brutal thing is on some of the streaming services, if you don't pay for the ads free, it's that you can't fast forward through the ads free.
Yeah, right. That's right.
That's what MLB used to do that on the extra innings, and it would drive me insane. And actually, I don't know. Maybe it feels like maybe they still do it, but you can't fast forward. So you're like, I want to watch the 5th inning of a game. So you go back. And you're sitting there and like, I gotta sit through 3 minutes of commercials on this service that I pay for so I can watch one specific inning of the game. You bastards.
Read the fine print, Seth. I'm sure it's legal.
Yeah.
Whatever it is that they're doing, I'm sure it's legal.
They don't do it on MLB.com. I always lose track of which one I was. I went through and did a clean flush of a lot of the services that I don't use as much. So I get it. And you know what? I'm glad that texter brought that up because now I get why people that watch Red Zone a lot are probably peeved about this.
Yep. We're getting a lot of texts. We'll read some of them here, but let's see what the experts think of the Houston Texans. First time this year, we power rank the power rankings, and I've got 5 of them here. Not all the outlets are putting together preseason power rankings, so I had to go find 5 of them. We usually like to do 4
Cowards!
or 5. Yeah, we usually like to do 4 or 5 of these. So this is our first one. We start at number 5, Scott Pianowski of Yahoo, who I had to do a double take. Look, I know not everybody's on the Texans bandwagon this year. I get it. That you're skeptical about the offense. Are you telling me the way to fix an offensive line is to trade away your best offensive lineman? I understand the narrative. I understand all of that if you're not in Houston watching this team on a daily basis. But 19th in the power rankings, Seth. This Scott Pianowski character, here's what he says. Nico Collins is an uncoverable god, and C.J. Stroud is more than good enough if the Texans can cobble together some semblance of pass protection. The backfield has a lot of candidates, but perhaps no real right answer. All of these things may be true, but not even a sentence about the elite-level defense they're going to put out there, Scott.
This guy's a honk for the NFC, I'm convinced of it. He has the Lions number 1 overall, and then he has all of these NFC would-be contenders. He doesn't recognize the supremacy of the AFC at this point in their quarter. He's got he's got the Falcons 9th. He's got the Bears 12th. At the very least, he put the Chargers 18th. All right, he's not high on the Chargers either, but the team that the Texans destroyed in the playoffs last year, could you at least have the Texans 18th and then the Chargers 19th?
Well, that's a great point. I would bet that the Chargers are ahead of the Texans in at least 3, if not 4 of these power rankings that we've got here. And probably this one, Connor Orr. Number 4 is Connor Orr of SI.com, and he's got the Texans 16th. Barely in the upper half of the league. 16th. Says this, My excitement level at being absolutely proved wrong and humiliated by C.J. Stroud is high, very high. For the better part of 6 months, I've been downplaying the Texans as much as one can without supplanting the team in my predictions with the Colts. Nothing in GM Nick Caserio's recent pass has suggested poor drafting ability, yet here I am wondering if a new offense run by the great Nick Caley and 2 receivers taken in the first 3 rounds of the draft won't be impactful. Clown stuff, bro.
Clown stuff, bro. Yeah. Oh, he's calling himself a potential clown.
Yeah, he wants the Texans to be higher than 16.
He wants them to be, and he's saying he's doing that little thing, though, where how do they eliminate you on The Bachelor, Sean? What do? They give you a black rose or something?
Oh, no, you just don't get picked. Yeah,
so you just don't get a rose?
You just don't get a rose. Yeah.
So this is like the Bachelorette saying some really nice things about a guy that's not going to get
you get a
rose,
hug.
Right?
You get a hug on the way out. Yeah.
You get a hug. So this is a hug.
A hug and some kind words. Yeah.
It's not you, it's me. Okay.
Right,
whatever, Connor Orr.
It's what this is.
Now, as soon as he said that nothing in Nick Caserio's recent past has suggested poor drafting ability, I know a huge portion of our audience said, wait a second, offensive line.
Yeah.
Offensive line, you bastard, Connor Orr.
Yep.
So that's probably the thing that isn't a story outside of Houston and wouldn't be expected to be, but people's concern over Caserio's drafting of offensive linemen, that's a big one. And Ariante Ursary could offset that a little bit.
Definitely. All right, so Connor Orr, number 4 on the power ranking of the power rankings, our first one of the season. Number 3, Pete Prisco, CBSSports.com, who gives real in-depth, deep analysis on all 32 teams. Maybe one sentence for each one. Here's what he says about
He didn't do any Oh, okay, go ahead.
Here's what he says about the 15th ranked Houston Texans. 15th he's got him. So we got a 19, a 16, and now a 15. The entire season might hinge on the offensive line. That unit was bad last year, but changes were made. The question is this: is the unity any better?
The unity?
The unity.
Oh. About to get punched in the forehead with a unity ring.
How's that grab you, Seth Payne? Huh?
Oh, is the unity any better? Yes, I believe that the unity is better.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Boy, what is he? That's a word you don't.
Unity.
Just to throw out unity there without any clarification almost makes it sound like he might be talking about the reports of the near toxic environment. In the offensive line room.
I hadn't thought about that. I was just thinking of the 5 working together out on the field, but I bet that is what unity feels like.
No, he is. Yeah, he specifically says the offensive line. Yeah, I'm an idiot. When I was looking at my phone there, the blurb didn't show up, so I didn't see. So I got it pulled up.
No, but I was confusing unity with cohesion. Like cohesion is how you play. Unity is off the field stuff, I think.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So I think it's a good point. Now, granted, it's the only point that he makes, but I'm
going to grade that power ranking down because on my phone his blurbs didn't show up.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
just the power.
I thought that's why I wrote Pete is lazy underneath in the show prep.
Well,
because I thought he didn't do any write-ups for any of them. I'm looking at him like, what the hell, Pete? You can't just do a sentence or two.
His write-ups are way shorter than everybody else's that we.
Yeah, but I thought he hadn't written anything at all.
0,
so.
huh? Okay, gotcha.
Kudos to you, Pete.
Good job, Pete. Way to get a couple sentences in on each team. All right, number 2, power rankings of the power rankings. Eric Edholm, NFL.com, has the Texans 13th. And says this: in some respects, Houston flatlined last season, going from the darling team everyone loved to just another also-ran contender in the loaded AFC. What will it take to break out in 2025? Doing so will likely mean the offensive line has improved, the receivers are more reliable / explosive, and the defense has taken another step toward being one of the best units in football. That's not to say C.J. Stroud doesn't have room for improvement, too. He seemed to plateau in 2024. Having a better surrounding cast should help, and Stroud's strong showing in the 2 playoff games, and we should point that out. I thought he was good in that Chiefs game, even in a loss. I thought he made a lot of good throws in that game. He was excellent in the Charger game.
Well, and he was doing it against a really good secondary without a great group of wide receivers.
Yeah, on the road in the cold weather. That makes him feel good about his progression. I'm a tad leery of the Texans' ceiling, but I do believe they have a chance to move up this list.
You know, it's interesting that CJ does. He hasn't been saddled with that yet. Nobody has claimed that CJ just can't get it done in the playoffs or anything because he's had some really good playoff performances. Mm-hmm. So The Ravens, obviously, he didn't have a great performance in the Ravens game 2 years ago.
Yeah. But
he's performed well in the playoffs. Of all the things where people have had questions about just what his ceiling is or what have you this offseason, I haven't seen it a single time, I think, question whether he has what it takes to make it in the playoffs.
Yep.
Which is a really good sign. This is when, Justin Herbert, people are questioning, okay, you've only had a couple playoff experiences and you've been trashing both of them.
Yeah.
I don't know if Justin Herbert has the right stuff to be good in the playoffs.
I agree. Yeah, there's only a handful of first-time head coaches and first-time, rookie, first 2-year quarterbacks that have won a playoff game in their first 2 years together. And D'Amico Ryans and CJ. The list is, you can count on one hand what the list looks like. And CJ and D'Amico are one of those duos. Last one, it's begrudgingly as we do this, but he's the only one to put the Texans in the top 10, which is the criteria here in the power ranking of the power rankings. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. Seth has the Texans 10th overall on his list. Now, his analysis is even lazier than Pete Prisco's. He barely has a phrase for each team. He says this about the Texans: not having Joe Mixon will hurt unless Nick Chubb can rewind the clock to pre-2023.
Yeah, now what I would say there is he doesn't need to rewind it to pre-2023 when he had the really bad knee injury. If he can get somewhere close to where he was pre-2023, that would be awesome. Right now, I just want him to be serviceable, strong, falling forward, breaking a tackle or two, just churning out steady yardage. Anything on top of that, if and when Joe Mixon returns. We just have no idea about that. But that'll be an improvement and help compared to what we had last year.
Yeah.
So I'm not being greedy and asking him to be peak Nick Chubb. I just need him to be a guy with really good vision, really good strength that can consistently get positive yardage.
If he is 2019 Carlos Hyde, that contract is a massive victory for the Texans.
Oh yeah, that would be a good one.
Carlos Hyde wasn't a great running back, but he had his moments as the Texans. He ran for over 1,000 yards that season. If Nick Chubb is a 1,000-yard rush, I know 1,000 isn't what it used to be, especially with 17 games. If Nick Chubb gives you 1,000 yards this season, 1 year, $2.5 million. Well, it's probably more than $2.5 million with incentives, but you know what I mean. A 1 year prove-it deal for Nick Chubb, because I feel like if he rushes for 1,000 yards for you, it probably means you've run the football pretty well this year, because he ain't getting the Joe Mixon level of usage that Joe got last year. Like if Nick Chubb's getting you 1,000 yards, it's probably on like 220 carries or something like that.
It's tough. I feel bad for Nick Chubb just in this regard that I even hesitate to call it a prove-it contract, because he turns 30 years old this year.
Yeah.
He's going to be a 31-year-old running back next year. Is coming off of that major knee injury from a couple years ago. Financially, I don't know how much of a prove-it deal it can be. I think Nick Chubb, at least a big part of it is he genuinely wants to win.
Yeah.
He could have had probably a lot of athletes, I'm skeptical when they say that they could have gotten more money elsewhere. I think there probably was a lesser team out there that was going to offer him a $5 million, 1 year $5 million or something like that. And Chubb probably sees the writing on the wall and is like, hey, I just want to get back to where I was, and B, I want to do it on a good team.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, he comes into a situation where Joe Mixon was clearly the number one guy.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he knew a little bit more about Joe Mixon's injury situation when he signed the deal. But, yeah, the prove-it deal just doesn't feel like a genuine prove-it deal for a 30-year-old running back.
Yeah. Man, I'm rooting for Nick Chubb this year. He's a Texan, so I'm kind of being redundant. But, it would be really cool considering the injuries. A second major knee injury in his career. He suffered one at Georgia. And then obviously came back fine from that. But then the knee injury 2 years ago and the foot injury last year. Seems like his teammates have really taken to him. That would be really cool to see. Text message: as a red zone enjoyer, the most depressing part of the change, I'm tired of being beaten over the head with ads. It was the one sanctuary where I could have something I love, football, without there being hundreds of ads. I hate the change. It was a safe haven for those of you that don't like advertising. I will say that. 7 straight hours of something that you like. But this is the world we live in, man. We ain't going to get more salary cap space if we're not creating more revenue streams. It's how we're going to keep C.J. Stroud.
Hey, if you want, I know and that sounds like, hey, we're not going to get more inflation. That's like saying, hey, we'll have a higher salary cap. What's that mean? That means that everybody's going to spend more money, and we're just right back to where we started. It doesn't mean a damn thing. Your salary's going up 10%. How much is inflation? 10%.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Giddy up. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday.
I'm going to go back to a gold standard in salary cap. I don't want inflation anymore. I just want there to be a hard number. Create some kind of a widget where every team's got 100 widgets, and that's how much you're allowed to spend on players that year. Yeah, however it translates into money, whatever.
That's
I don't
right.
know.
That's right. All right, big win by the Astros last night. We'll circle back to that. And Joe Espada explained everything that went on in Frambergate a couple of days ago. What kind of job do we think the Astros manager did of handling this whole thing? We will discuss that coming up next.
Hey, how good a job is your builder going to do in building your custom dream?
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I feel like Forrest Gump. Ice cream, Lieutenant Dan. Ice cream, Bluebell. Seth Bluebell brought up the brand new flavor, unveiled it today. Pecan pie. Delicious.
What is it, pecan pie?
Pecan pie. Mm-hmm. Very tasty. Very tasty. It is described as a rich brown sugar ice cream with roasted pecans and pieces of flaky pie crust mixed in with a pecan pie filling. It is outstanding.
So it's different than maple pecan or whatever the normal. What's the normal pecan ice cream?
Butter pecan.
Butter pecan, that's what I'm thinking of.
Butter pecan. Yeah, it's different because it's got
actually a little pie crust in there.
Little pie crust in there, a little pecan pie filling. Very, very good. Thumbs up. I'm guessing it's in the stores maybe today where you can get. We got a ton of it up here at the station. So thumbs up to Bluebell blessing us with the pecan pie ice cream. Very, very tasty. Thank you. Here was Joe Espada yesterday. This is before the game. Yesterday, before the 8-7 win over the New York Yankees, Joe Espada explaining everything that went on with Frambergate, with the what the Astros are calling a miscommunication between Framber Valdez and catcher Cesar Salazar in the Yankee game on Tuesday night. A lot of conjecture, speculation that it was intentional, that Framber meant to throw the pitch that the catcher didn't call. A lot of people saying that. Here was Joe Espada explaining what went on when he called the two of them into his office after the game.
So yesterday I obviously met with Salazar and Valdez once I finished talking to you post-game. And I really wanted to get down to, number one was the asking him to step off. I wanted to know about the thought process, which pitch, who was calling which pitch and what. And I wanted to hear from both of them at the same time. I wanted to have a conversation face-to-face because I wanted to hear the truth about the whole entire thing that happened in that inning. I have a lot of respect for both players, and I truly believe that when we have these conversations that they're honest, and I want them to tell me the truth, and I want them to tell you guys the truth once they, talk to the media. So I don't want to get into specifics, but I do want to say that I want to put this behind us. There's a lot of speculations and stuff that is being said on media, which I don't read, but they make me, people tell me what's going on, and I don't like it. A lot of that stuff is not true, but I understand the environment and what comes with it, right? So I appreciate if we can just get past this and go back to, baseball.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Okay, listen.
What do you think?
The thing about that is that regardless of what actually happened, by virtue of him insisting on having a meeting where both parties were present and one guy couldn't say something that the other guy might object to or whatever.
And we're going to get to the bottom of this.
We're going to get to the bottom of this, which turned out to be nothing at all. We do this after every game. Usually whenever there's any kind of a miscommunication or something, we bring them into, two outfielders collide. Do you bring him into the office afterwards so you can be sure everybody's telling the truth about what they saw, what exactly happened?
Whether Yordan meant to run over Jeremy Pena last year. Yeah.
The whole thing is so damn weird. And Framber is at the center of something that's really, really weird in a year where he's looked more increasingly like the erratic version of himself. We'll never know exactly whether it was just simply not hearing it. But this whole thing, I think people have already, in this very short span of time, people are so fixated on the actual beaning or accidental cross-up or whatever it was, that they've almost forgotten that Framber ignored Salazar
two pitches ago. I was thinking the same thing.
It's like almost being left out of the conversation. That in and of itself, that alone would have merited a conversation with the manager after the game.
Yes.
So it's not just an isolated, hey, Framber threw a sinker when Salazar was asking for a curveball or thought he was asking for a curveball. It's the facial expressions afterwards. And it's the fact that Salazar tried to get him to step off the mound on a grand slam pitch the 2 pitches before.
That is the one pass I wanted to give to Joe Espada in listening to that cut at the beginning. It's like, oh, yeah, that's right. He had multiple things he needed to get to the bottom of with these two guys. Because he even said in his post-game press conference, because he didn't talk to those two guys till after he met with the media. Espada met with the media, then came back to the clubhouse and pulled those two guys into his office, was the sequence of how things went on. And if you recall, there was a cut from Espada after that game when he was asked about not the mix-up on the pitch, but the home run, the grand slam, where Framber waved off Cesar Salazar. Espada was sitting in his press conference saying, I haven't talked to anybody, but I had a couple of the coaches come up in the dugout and say something about it. I haven't seen it. I haven't had a chance to talk to the guys yet. So he had multiple things he had to hash out. I thought he came out firing in that thing. Like the first 15 or 20 seconds, I'm like, okay, we're going to get some stuff here. And then by the end, he's blaming the media. There's false reports out there. He's not specifying which false reports. Yeah, like
right.
he's mealy-mouthing by the end of it. I was so disappointed with how that thing ended. And by the end, I'm like, you might have made it worse. Because there's no clarity on anything at the end of this.
When you say something's out there and you're including social media in it, there's at any given point, somebody probably said something about how those two were responsible for the Kennedy assassination.
Yeah.
It's social media.
Yeah.
So saying there's false stuff on social media is almost like saying social media exists.
Yeah.
That's out there. So I don't know if he said social media or not, but he said
No, he said false reports.
False reports, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
I think because you can't say definitively what happened.
Yeah.
You can talk about what it looks like happened. So, I can't say definitively that Framber ignored the call and threw whichever pitch he wanted to pitch. But I know that however that whole sequence of events went, from the moment that Salazar was trying to get Framber to hold up the operation until 2 pitches later, there had been a grand slam and Salazar had been hit in the chest with a sinker when he was expecting a curve.
Right.
And there's something there.
Yeah.
Don't try to tell me that there's nothing to that. And the report from Michael Schwab that players confronted Framber in the clubhouse.
Yeah, that it was testy in there. It was contentious in the clubhouse. Yeah, no doubt. This is what I would boil it down to. Because I believe there is a scenario where asking if Framber meant to damage Cesar Salazar and asking if he was just trying to make a point or expressing anger by ignoring another pitch are two different questions. Because the answer to was he trying to do something to Salazar, the answer to that can be no, while the answer to was it intentional what he did in ignoring a pitch call, that can be yes. Those two worlds exist.
You can be in the heat of the moment and pissed off and you do something. It's like when you shove somebody. You're angry, you shove somebody. You don't mean for them to fall down the stairs and break their neck.
That's exactly right.
You're not thinking that in the moment.
That's exactly right.
Did you ask them to stand at the top of the stairs? Perhaps.
Right.
But that's all speculative, Your Honor. Yeah.
But if sounds very specific. If the question is, was there intent on Framber's part, and your stance on this is no, then I would say, okay, you tell me who's got the bigger burden of proof on them. Somebody arguing that Framber didn't intend to do that. It was truly just a mix-up, like, oh, he was looking for a curve and I threw a sinker. Oh, oops, sorry. Or was there some anger and intent with Framber? I'm gonna make a point here and throw another pitch, or I'm just angry and I'm gonna do it. You tell me who the burden of proof is on. The person that is backing Framber in this, that there was no intent, or the person that points out that Framber has been a head case for the last 6 weeks, both with baseball things and off-field things, that he's not backing up bases, that he's leading the league in pitch clock violations, that he's waving off his catcher and giving up grand slams, that numerous times in the last month, that he's questioning the positions of outfielders in games that he loses because the ball gets hit to a certain part of the outfield. commenting about how he's not getting any rest between innings because the offense is so bad. He's made those comments. Comments on the very play where he wasn't backing up home plate. He takes accountability for it while pointing out all the other things that happened on these plays that he can't control. You tell me what the more likely scenario is with a player whose recent rap sheet has all of those things on it.
Right, it's that Framber had lost his mind momentarily, or at least over the course of 4 straight sinkers. When he was Framber's in that state of mind where he would have thrown a sinker every single pitch for the rest of the night almost. Like you were just like, when you get belligerent, when a kid gets hit with detention and he's like, fine, no, give me more. Give me more.
Yeah.
10 nights of detention.
Breakfast
Fine,
Club.
give me more. Yeah.
Now, look, we're talking about a player.
You're Judd Nelson.
We're talking about a player that we've talked about having a good version and a bad version of him for 5 years now. Who showed up, good Framber or bad Framber? Like that. This is woven into the Framber experience. Now, he settled it down nice for a couple of years there, but for whatever reason, he's off the reservation now, man. Like he is doing things. If this were the real world, you'd look at this guy saying he's trying to get fired from his job. Like, or
he's definitely trying not to get invited back in free agency or something, which is very self-sabotaging because you should be putting your best foot forward. And going remember look, when you look at Correa in his final year, he was the picture of leadership and everything. He was very conspicuously so. He was going out and mound visits and pep talks and everything else. Look at what a great leader he is in his free agency year. It was brilliant. It was brilliant.
Yeah, man. It's marketing. Have y'all mentioned Arrighetti, LOL? Now, why are you putting an LOL after that? There's nothing funny about Spencer Arrighetti going on the injured list for 15 days with some sort of elbow inflammation on his throwing arm. That's not funny at all.
I've gotten so numb inside when it comes to the Astros injury report. I think I've gotten to the point where I'm like, okay, I'm like Nick Saban stepping over the injured player.
Yeah.
Just like, we got a job to do. Yep, there's going to be injuries along the way.
Yeah,
okay, cool. Talk to me in 15 days, and we'll find out about Spencer Arrighetti.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Astros back at it tonight with the Yankees. Try to win a series tonight. 6:40 first pitch for the Astros tonight. Speaking of 6:40, I believe shortly thereafter is when we officially get regular season football, baby.
Amazon, baby.
Yeah, Amazon.
I'm going to watch some football.
It's NBC tonight. NBC
it's
gets
NBC?
It's NBC.
Oh.
Yep, NBC gets
What's
the opener.
tomorrow? What's it going to be on tomorrow? Oh, tomorrow night's YouTube.
Yes.
Not YouTube TV, but just YouTube,
Brazil,
right?
in Brazil.
They're going to stream it. They're going to stream the game on YouTube. So it doesn't matter whether you have YouTube TV or not, you can watch the game on YouTube.
Yeah, and that's the Chargers and the Chiefs, right?
Yeah.
Chargers and the Chiefs in Sao Paulo.
Big thing about that they're excited about is that because the worldwide audience is going to be able to see football, American football, without any hiccups or anything compared to you don't have to pay for a streaming service or anything. Yeah. I say without any hiccups, without having to pay for it.
Yeah. That's if we learned anything about the streaming services, there might be a hiccup or two. So we'll see.
I think YouTube. Is this the first game that's been on YouTube,
I believe
the social media channel?
Yeah,
okay.
I think so.
I mean, obviously it's on YouTube TV already, but
Yeah.
this is right there on YouTube.
Yeah. So that'll be tomorrow. Tonight, Dallas at Philly. Okay, will Jerry Jones' prophecy about his Michaelis Cowboys, will it come true tonight? That will be up next.
Hey, let's talk about something that also you would like to come true, your financial future.
You through.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Question on the text page. So the next time the Chargers and Chiefs play, who gets the home game? The Chiefs. The Chargers are getting one of their home games. They'll have 8 games at SoFi, and then this would have been their 9th home game. It's going to be played in Brazil. They ain't taking a home game away from the Kansas City Chiefs.
That is the one area where there's been a little bit of creep in for conspiracy theories about the league helping teams out with the schedule, and that because you have that extra game now, it's not all completely predetermined. It still is, other than I think just the one game that they can kind of figure out who the home game, who the away game is. Yeah.
No, they. It's formulaic. It goes back and.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no.
There's one little.
Sorry,
one little hitch.
Yeah.
No, it is still. There's one little hitch, and I don't have it. I assumed that you would know it, but there's one little hitch that's actually the league has discretion on it, but it's not.
Okay, I don't know it then.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah, got it. Okay.
That's the kind of thing I throw out there, assuming that you know the actual rule, but without, no. Because Bill Simmons, like an idiot, said something about how he thought that the league was helping out one team. I don't know if it was the Chiefs or the Bills or something with their schedule, and everybody rushed in and were like, "You idiot! It's all predetermined." And there was one smart person who was like, "Well, actually, there is one little glitch, or the league has some discretion on with the international games."
Oh, the international game. Yeah, I just know that the AFC has 9 games this year. The NFC has 9 games next year.
Yeah. By and large, it's the way it's always been, except for a couple little wrinkles where the league can actually make.
Yeah, no. The point is, I do everything in my power to avoid Bill Simmons. So there you go. Yeah. All right. So the NFL season does kick off tonight, and it is in Philadelphia, and it's the Cowboys and the Eagles. Here was Jerry Jones earlier this week. The Cowboys made a big move over the weekend. They traded Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers. They no longer have Micah Parsons. In the eyes of Jerry Jones, this makes the Cowboys a better football team.
Decided that it was in the best interest of our team to take the consideration that we have. We appreciate his 4 years, but we can take that consideration and we can win in our minds more than had we gone the other route and signed. That's not a negative on Micah. That's just unique to our circumstances.
Okay. So hey, no more Micah, but no $47 million a year contract on the books either for Jerry Jones. So what do we think we see tonight, Seth, with the first game of the post-Micah Parsons era for the Dallas Cowboys?
I think they're going to get destroyed. I think that this is all just such bad juju with the Cowboys because it's everything that former players like Troy Aikman and Michael Irvin have pointed to for years as making it so difficult to really capitalize on your talent in Dallas. It's that it's a constant circus always, and that this is something that filtered over into preseason and now into the regular season, where you made a move for the long haul, basically punting on getting future draft capital for something you can't help at all. They've tried to put their spin on it and say that, oh no, he was actually unpopular in the locker room, this, that, the other. Like all of that is just it's the most extreme example of Jerry Jones making it all about him and the money more so than actually winning football games.
Yeah.
And I don't think Brian Schottenheimer, a guy who is hired to be the latest do-boy for Jerry Jones, a guy that's not going to push back or anything, is going to be the guy that's going to be able to shut out all the noise and create an environment where, we're going to go in and it's us against the world.
Yep. Jerry Jones got to do a little media tour after the trade, too. Remember, he was doing all the rounds before the trade. Yeah. He got to do the one we played. That was, I believe, at his press conference. He was on Good Morning America yesterday talking about the Micah Parsons. I guarantee you Jerry Jones looks at the aftermath of that trade and all the media he gets to do. Like, there would have been no media if they just signed Micah Parsons to an extension.
Right.
Now he gets to go around.
No. I 100% think that if somebody in the organization said to Jerry, we probably could have gotten more draft capital and a better deal if we had traded him before the draft, and then we could have also used that for now, he probably, with a straight face, would have said, yeah, but we would have missed out on 4 months of media hoopla.
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
100%.
Why would I ever do that when we could have had all this media hoopla?
Here was Jerry saying yesterday, he's all about the numbers.
We have 2 kinds of capital or currency in the NFL. One of them is draft picks, The other is the financial, because every team is limited to the same amount of resources to spend. And having said that, Micah enabled us to have 4, possibly as many as 6 players for the future. That's a good trade when you need numbers. I'll take the numbers every time.
Okay, he's just...
I'll take the numbers every time.
He's just throwing numbers around. 6, under what scenario do you find 6 players that are as impact? I mean, unless you hit on all these draft picks.
Right.
Like, for him to just go, I'll take, 6 players. I'll take the 6. Micah's one guy. I get 6 guys. They got 2 draft picks, and they got $47 million worth of cap space that they can go spend, but you've got to replace Micah Parsons.
I think he's looking at all the cap space and thinking that the amount of money you spend on that versus the average player at each, all of that you can have better depth, a more well-rounded roster.
Great.
So the problem is that he's acting like this is the way he planned for it to go all the time.
Right.
Because he was willing to spend good money to keep Micah Parsons around. It wasn't like it. Now he's been trying to act afterwards, like, yeah. After telling everybody all day long that, like, oh, no, this is all just negotiate, whatever, it's going to be just fine. Now all of a sudden it's, oh, yeah, of course this is what we're doing because it's the smart thing to do.
Yeah.
He'll never admit that he just got to the desperation moment and the panic moment where he had to trade him away at the end.
Okay, someone's saying, I'm not understanding where Jerry is getting this 4 to 6 players. Then they only get 2 picks. Okay, there's 2 things going on here. One, Jerry might think they got 4 picks for all we know.
That's a good point.
Jerry's a whack job. But let's pretend that he's not a whack job for a second. You can turn those picks into multiple players. You know, you can trade back and you can get picks and things like there's. And I think he is also factoring in, to Seth's point, the $47 million as opposed to giving it to one guy. Look, they took 23-ish.
Yeah.
Of that 47, and immediately gave it to Deron Bland, the cornerback, the next day afterwards.
Yeah.
You know,
if you've got 6 guys making an average of $8 million per year, then or so. What's his contract per year?
47.
Yeah. So if you got 6 guys making $8 million per year or so, he's saying that's money that can be allocated to those guys.
Yep.
Which is, it's him acting like that's what he was planning on doing it all the time, where you have to call BS on it.
Yeah.
Because Jerry loves his superstars, and he very rarely lets his superstars in their prime leave the building.
Mm-hmm. It's probably fortuitous for Jerry that documentary came out when it did, and it was so heavily focused on the Herschel Walker trade, because now he can use that to defend any moves he's making where he starts to stockpile things like, hey, back in the day, Herschel Walker was like the Micah Parsons of that era, and we traded him, and he built a championship team.
He did. He invoked Herschel Walker at least once. I don't know. People they're so sick of hearing him talk about the 90s now that the worst bootlicker in all of this was Peter Schrager, who was trying his hell to paint this as this is the advantage of having an owner who's the GM. He can think about the long term. Like, bro. The guy, the GM, he's the only GM in the NFL who's had a job for 30 years without going to a conference championship game.
Yeah.
Are you honestly telling me you're trying to paint this like the owner/GM scenario in Dallas is actually something to be pointed to as a positive?
Yeah.
What the hell are you talking about?
Yep. Bootlicker. I like that. Bootlicker. Peter Schrager. Bootlicker and kind of little creepy when he thought about the Texans.
Texans are this fun young team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been out on Schrager ever since then. Stay away from why are you looking at my child? Get the hell out of here. Why are you sitting by yourself at the playground? I'm looking around. I don't see your kid around here. Okay, dude, what are you doing here?
Why are you here?
Yeah.
Well,
Texans are this fun young team.
That's why.
I'm just watching this fun young team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. You do it elsewhere.
Yeah.
I have my rights. Not right here, you don't.
Nope.
Not right this moment.
Not near this
pull the
fist.
old, You see a badge on my chest?
Yeah.
You think you're going to get some Miranda rights?
No,
sir.
No. Vigilante
You're going to get
justice.
escorted out of this park. Post haste.
If you say they're a fun young team one more time.
Texans are this fun young
that's
team.
That's it, Schrager. Blammo! Boom! Oh, all right. 713-572-4610 if you want to get in. Boy, Has Framber been checked for bipolar disorder? His behavior could be related.
Well, I mean, by virtue of the sports psychologist being so helpful for him, like he clearly, had some
he was
emotional challenges when it came to being a professional baseball player. So I'm not making light of being bipolar or anything, but he had sports bipolarity. In a sports venue, yes, he had athletes bipolar. What is it? Bipolarism? I don't know. He had He had athletes bipolarity. And he was managing it well for a long time. But I don't know. Not so much lately.
If this is it for Framber, like let's say the rest of the season keeps going the way the last 6 weeks have gone, is that – and he's not going to be back. I don't think he'd be back even if it went glorious for the next month and change. I think if they win the World Series, I don't think Framber's coming back. What is his I hate doing what is his legacy. I don't like legacy talk, but like, will he be more remembered for this rough patch at the end here, or the fact that he might be the most consistent pitcher of this golden age of Astros baseball?
I think that, boy, that's a tough one, man. I always give the average sports fan more credit than they demonstrate when it comes to forgetting the great.
We're not talking about you if you're listening right now.
No, but people tend to forget the awesome times real quickly once a guy's off the team. I think that the biggest thing, and I wonder about, to not make light of this whatsoever, I wonder if maybe there's something going on in his personal life or something.
Maybe.
For him to regress this year the way it has, and maybe there's a really identifiable reason for it, and if he can figure that out, maybe there is some hope or some light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
He's dug himself out of this state of mind before. It's just for whatever reason he's having a hard time doing it this year.
Here's the thing, the biggest thing, they need him. They ain't going anywhere if they don't have the good version of Framber Valdez.
I'll tell you what, he's pitched on a really good baseball team for his entire career.
Yeah.
I don't know how many teams out there that might be willing to pay a lot for a pitcher, but maybe they're not a good team. Are they going to be interested in having him and seeing what it's like for him when things are really bad?
Would you? Would you? I
no,
wouldn't. No. That's a great point. And places where the media is a little more
New York or
rough
someplace
than
like
it
that.
is here.
Oh boy.
Yeah, like there tends to be a correlation with the salary level and the level of intensity of the media in a lot of places. So, Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Hello, fellas.
Do you guys think that there might be any correlation between the two sides of that, where you go the rough patch and depending on what's going on with his life, and the idea that, hey, man, he is out here possibly frustrated at the fact that he's not gotten a contract and he has been that consistent pitcher, at least in a lot of our estimations, over the golden age of this Astros team?
Like the Astros haven't taken care of him and signed him to an extension?
Right.
I guarantee they've offered him an extension at some point along the way. Although I forget who said, might have been Dana Brown earlier this season, or maybe even in spring training, that there hadn't been talks with Framber's side in a long time. So, man, that's a distinct possibility. They're like, hey, man, I'm grinding it out. I'm waiting for a $200 payday, and I feel like I should have gotten this already, and they're not even talking to me. Yeah, that's definitely – it's Framber. Who the hell knows?
Exactly.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
exactly.
who the hell knows? That was an entertaining toss yesterday between the drive and in the loop.
I take no responsibility for that.
You were sitting there you were that guy that was kind of poking the bear over there, I thought.
That's right.
It was good.
So you guys are, you get to get it from the back end and the front end when it comes to the toss. Like, it's just a big toss salad.
Yeah, that's where it was going.
Did you say
that?
And then you also have one with the afternoon show. So you kind of get a pulse for what's going on with all the shows on the station, other than you got to listen to the nighttime show.
I feel dirty all of a sudden. But
yes. You feel like a little bit of a whore.
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit more.
Yeah. I'm not going to lie. I get a little jealous when I hear you guys talking to the drive.
No, but Seth is right. We are in a good spot to kind of we see everyone.
Yeah.
Outside of the night show. But we see them they get here a lot.
I was only listening. Was it getting legitimately chippy in here between you and Ron?
That's fun to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I was trying to make my point because I was a little confused by where he was coming from, but yeah.
But it was the part where you declared that you were going to talk over him.
Yes.
That seemed like it had a little extra OG sauce.
That definitely changed the energy in the room.
Yeah.
I don't know if it did or not, but the reason was that's one of, we all have our little idiosyncrasies
Sure.
when it comes to stating our case or
Yeah.
whatever. And I think that's one of shows. So I said, you know what? I'll play that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it wasn't bitter.
No.
Yeah.
No, did you?
Yeah, but
played that
when you
game.
call that out, it did take it from a rousing, spirited conversation.
Yeah, I was like, ooh, okay.
place.
Okay, I'm sorry I'm not watching this on YouTube.
At least for you two. Me and Clint were just onlookers, bystanders at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
Question of the day.
What's the easiest money you ever made? And this is based on Kawhi Leonard.
Boy, we have not hit the Kawhi story today.
Yeah.
That's
planting trees for the environment.
Yeah, carbon offsets. Don't get me started on that.
If I'm not mistaken, it's a company that Steve Ballmer himself funded, right?
Correct, $50 million.
He funded. He didn't.
Yeah.
He invested.
He invested
in it, right.
$50
He
million.
created.
Yeah.
There's like a couple of Harvard grads that had that kind of came up with the idea of
Yeah.
trying to sell trees
But
for
Kawhi's
carbon
just
offsets.
sitting there going, cool.
So tell me if I get the summary right or not. For those of you who don't know the story, that Kawhi Leonard basically got shares in this company that Steve Ballmer was also an investor in, and it looks like salary cap or salary.
No. It wasn't shares. It was legit like checks for $7 million.
Checks.
As an endorser.
As an endorser, right.
Who
And it looks
endorsed
like a way to skirt the luxury tax.
Yeah, because he didn't do
money,
anything. There were no-show jobs, basically.
Yeah. Watching
It's like Brett Favre for his appearances that he got paid for in Alabama, right?
Yeah.
Or wherever he was.
Like the old school SMU, watch the automatic sprinklers come on.
Right, yeah. And so this company went bankrupt.
Yeah.
So all the documents are out there because that's all, bankruptcy is all public. And Pablo Torre, who's made a cottage industry now of getting documents either sent to him or getting tips on them or whatever, exposed this. And now Ballmer and the Clippers are in vehement denial. Mark Cuban's coming in and backing up his billionaire
And
buddy.
Pablo goes, hey, I'll talk to you.
Yeah, I'll talk to you. Yeah, come on my podcast. I got
stuff.
Cuban, I got some for you too.
Which that was how I took it. It wasn't just like, well, let's have a rousing debate. He's like, walk into this bear trap, please.
He literally said, I got a lot of questions for you to Mark Cuban.
Well,
why would you sell your team to Miriam Allison?
Yes.
I saw Brett Coleman yesterday, who's a very successful YouTuber, but also a Texans fan. He said he kind of came in out of nowhere and said, you got to wonder about some of these quarterbacks who have played at a huge discount for all these years. And
Is that a certain Thomas Edward Patrick?
Start looking into
Brady?
old TB12 there.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what's the easiest money you ever made?
Easiest money. Okay, I'll tell you. I'd have to think about it.
Not the laundry.
There's never been easy money for me, John. I put in the work. No, I'll tell you the easiest money that I've found recently. It's not a lot of money, but I've changed zero about my behavior, and I get money that shows up in my bank account every 2 weeks. I've monetized my Twitter account.
Oh, really?
I've monetized. I clicked the monetization thing. It's actually Seth pointed this out to me several months ago. It took me several months of procrastination to finally go, all right, I'm going to click this monetization button. And you need to be tweeting at a certain level and have X amount of followers and have a blue check mark and all those things. But I get, I'm getting, like every few weeks, I'm getting $50, $60
Some beer money
for you go.
And I've changed zero.
For doing
about
what
my,
you were,
I was doing it
exactly
anyways.
what you were doing before.
Yeah,
right.
Pendergast feel a little
zero
dirty
change.
now.
Yeah.
Zero change in my behavior on there.
My first. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you.
The one that, and this wasn't, I hated it. I got a job at the controller's office in college, and it was not a well-managed office, and basically they were telling me to slow down and not work. I was basically filing stuff and everything, working in the back room. And they're like, hey, Seth, you're getting stuff done too fast, and we don't want to share you with the other departments because we have to give you this many hours. It's like a student work job. And so I would just sit in this file room doing nothing, like being allowed to just read or do whatever I wanted. We didn't have smartphones or anything, but like I hated it. Because they were paying me and I wasn't doing any actual work for like 6 out of 8 hours in a day. And I hated it. I felt so guilty the entire time. It was awful.
Honestly, though, that sounds boring as hell. You getting paid for the boredom, you shouldn't feel bad about that. If you're just,
I know, but I was taking summer classes. I came, did my homework and everything, and I just felt so weird the entire time.
Yeah.
But it was almost like a no-show job.
You would not have cut it in a Power 5 conference back in the day. The guilt on your conscience of just a bag of money getting dropped on your desk. Yeah.
Bringing the Dodge Charger back to the facility.
And everything. Yeah.
I had a summer job once monitoring a drop-off bin at a dry cleaners. There were no cleaning machines. It was like the second store for this person. So it was just like a storefront, and it was those big bins, those big laundry bins.
Yeah.
So people would open the thing outside, drop their clothes in, and when that bin was full, I put another bin under it.
That's it.
8 hours a day.
8 hours a day.
I had people over, just chatting. We were listening to music. I had girls over. I literally just watching a bin get full.
How many times did you have to change it?
Maybe twice.
A day?
Yeah.
You get paid for 8 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good gig. That's a good gig. Oh, man. All right. Well, fellas, we will. By the way, you're listening to KLT, AM KLT, FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Kind of got it in under the wire there. All right, Seth, antibodies to you. Football Friday tomorrow. Let's go.
All right, let's do this. Antibodies, yes, and enjoy your time on whatever streaming service you're watching tonight.
Thank you very much.
Oh, it's on NBC. Okay,
NBC.
yeah.
But you can go to Peacock if you really want
If
to.
you want to stream and say, no, I stream all my games, you can go to Peacock. Yeah. All right, we're done. We're out of time. I mentioned the disclaimer there, FCC, so we're good there. We checked that box. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Thursday. We're over the hill, and we are barreling towards Week 1, NFL football. Don't it feel great? You are indeed in the loop on Sports Radio 610. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, and the best part of the show, back in the saddle, is Figgy Fig. What's happening, man?
What's up, fellas?
How's it going, Figgy?
It's going pretty good.
Yeah.
And hopefully it's going pretty good with you on this Thursday. Get involved with the program a number of different ways. Obviously, the text line is always available, 713-572-4610. And also appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live streams.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. A couple of notes for the day. We're still giving away a 4-pack of tickets to see the Cougs play football on the 12th versus Colorado, so keep it locked. That'll happen in the 12 o'clock hour. But in the 11 o'clock hour, we begin, as it's week 1 of the season, our weekly chat with my Nigerian brethren, the former Texans defensive lineman, Nd Kalu. So that should be fun.
The
to chop it up with him. That's right. I had forgotten about that. I had absolutely forgotten.
Salute to Hugh Douglas.
That was an angry African, right? That was what it was. Not so angry nowadays, and we'll chat with him a little later. From the 713, Figgy sobered up, right? I think. I think so.
Nah, I'm still hungover, right?
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, let's get started. Obviously, talking about the Texans, as we're geeked for this 3:25 kickoff on Sunday versus the Rams. Guy to my right will be getting you ready along with Seth Payne at 12:30, I believe, right here.
12:25.
It's actually going to be. I was wondering about that.
Don't be 5 minutes late, damn it.
12:25 on the nose.
We talked about it yesterday, and I almost said 12:25 because it's a 3:25 kickoff.
Yeah.
And I know the clocks are real rigid. But I was like, they're probably just going to do 12:30.
No, man, no.
Wow, you can't. You got to get in that extra 5 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Not my choice.
That's what she said. Anyways,
those 5 minutes back.
They will be prepared to get you prepared rather for the entirety of that game. But as we're thinking about that game, I was going through a number of nerd things, as you know I am wont to do.
Go figure.
Oh, word.
Go figure.
You know. I am who I am, and I don't apologize
No kidding.
for that. Well, actually, sometimes I apologize for it, let's be honest. But the question that I have is it possible that we see a complete opposite of what we've been speculating from this Texans offense?
Explain yourself.
All right, so us on this program, and I think larger as a Texans football watching populace, we've been looking at this Texans team like, all right, this seems like it's built to run the damn ball.
And it is.
And that is going to be the way they go about this, right? We've seen the comparisons to early career Tom Brady Patriots, where they ran the damn ball, right? The offensive line trying to get themselves right, the nastiness, all these things seem to point to an offense that runs the football. But what if I take you to the place where we look at what this team is going to have across from them with the Rams?
Right.
Seth has done a great job of pointing us to something that Nick Caserio also pointed out with Sean and Seth a couple days ago, which is Poona Ford is joining that defensive line. And he is a big run-stuffing type of person. We talked to Sarah Barshop about it yesterday, and she also talked about how that should help them. Yeah, absolutely, be a difference maker in the middle of that defense. We don't know just how well this offensive line is going to run block in these circumstances. But what I can tell you, looking at that Rams team, especially with the game plan offense that Nick Caley has talked about, that secondary is, the word that came to mind there was not one I should say on air. Not very good. I was looking at, and you guys are going to laugh at me, Aaron Schatz's FTN football almanac. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I was looking at the almanac, and he highlighted the fact that this secondary was not very good last year, and it's not like they made any real efforts to make it better. This was just not, like the corners in coverage weren't very good. By DVOA standards, they didn't have a single cornerback finishing in the top 40 in coverage. They don't have anybody to stop nobody that you got throwing out there.
Yeah.
But they do have people to maybe try and stop the run. And so path of least resistance in my mind goes, throw the football on them. Is it possible that they just lean into that, the Texans do?
I think what it's going to be kind of a litmus test of is a lot of teams, including the Texans in the past, not this regime, but Bill O'Brien was always about, we're a game plan offense, this and that. And then they ended up doing the same stuff, all the time anyway. But this team has talked a lot about being a game plan offense. So I think there's going to be a good test of that. I'm not saying they're not, they're clearly going to run the ball, and they might try to establish the run, and who knows, they might have success, and there you go. But the way they're built, especially with the question marks at the receiver position, you would suspect that this is going to be a run-first team just in general, right?
I think so.
But given what you are talking about there, to enable the ability to get rid of the ball, the ability or lack of ability to maybe run the ball, yeah, if they're a true game plan offense, they probably will throw a little more than we might suspect, And
I can give you even more that points to the idea that if you have somebody who's in tune, or if the Rams defense looks anything like it did last year, there's going to be opportunities. Does this sound like a food of a defense for you? 34% of pass attempts from the Rams last year, while they were getting pressure, so this is while they're able to generate pressure, went to open receivers, 2 to 5 yards of separation. And then that is the fourth most in the league as of last year. So even when they were managing to get pressure, so let's say that the offensive line for the Texans is so-so in their first outing. If the Rams perform like they did last year, you'll still have open receivers to throw to.
Right.
And then on top of that, nearly half of the attempts that they had that went to wide open receivers, that's what happened even when they were having pressure. Nearly half of those went to wide open receivers. Like, it just feels like when you have all this situation, and then of course you have a Nico Collins over here without any one defensive back that can guard him one up.
Yeah.
Or if you do try and throw things over there, you have the likes of these other receivers that you're beginning to develop a relationship with that should have opportunities to either get open or get the ball in space. This just feels like it is set up perfectly for C.J. Stroud to do the thing that we know he wants to do, throw the ball around the yard.
It is, except I think that actually leads to the point of Christian Kirk didn't practice yesterday.
And it's a hamstring designation.
Yeah, and it's a hamstring. Braxton Berrios didn't practice yesterday. I don't know what, part of the offense on a down-to-down basis he might have, but nevertheless. So it also leads to, yes, there might be some opportunities to throw the ball, but you're going to be throwing out there Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, guys that we have confidence in based on the preseason, but it's the preseason, man. And this is when it counts the most. What kind of success, what kind of confidence are you going to have in those guys as the game progresses?
Yeah, and I think that's an interesting place to get to. Again, you like to say it. You said it yesterday. I imagine you'll say it at least once or twice before we get to the end of this week. Friday's designation is the one that really tells you a little bit about what's happening. It's Friday's practice. So today's Thursday. We'll get a little bit more data when we get the injury report after practice today. But still, what we will find out, and whether, Christian Kirk in particular or just any wide receiver in general plays, is probably going to be what happens Friday. However, if Christian Kirk doesn't play, and, with the questions that you put up with some of these wide receivers, who stands to gain the most from this, what seems like fertile opportunity to throw the football against this Rams team? Because I feel like it's Jalen Noel.
It probably is Jalen Noel. That's the guy that I think we both agree as and a lot of people have agreed, has had the best opportunity to really develop this preseason. But beyond that,
wait, before we go beyond that, I think that it's twofold as well. Like, Christian Kirk maybe not playing is one of the obvious ones. You immediately get him in more of that slot opportunity, and he clearly has demonstrated opportunity to get separation now in training camp. Does that separation continue? Well, I would hope so against a team that has not been able to, stop wide receivers from getting separation. So this feels like a good easing into the NFL with a defense that does not seem capable of locking up dudes. Also, you mentioned Braxton Berrios. He's first on the depth chart return-wise. Jalen Noel is the next guy. So an opportunity to also get himself into the game by getting the ball in his hands by just catching it out of the sky and running.
Yeah, and the other thing for me is Xavier Hutchinson really the real deal?
That's the one.
Is he really the guy that can, because he had a few moments here and there, but he wasn't consistently, getting open last year or consistently looked at. So right now you have a defense that is susceptible, that is good, but is susceptible to the pass. And you have receivers that are really the only sure thing you have is Nico Collins. I mean, that even if you want to talk about tight ends, we're not exactly sure, how good Dalton Schultz is going to be. I mean, he, obviously he's a pass catcher first, but it's an interesting dynamic. I think what's really gonna be a tell, and I'm relatively sure, although they haven't told us, that Nick Caley is a real script guy. Just his background, his pedigree. We're going to see the script early and see where they think they might be able to do first 15, first 20, whatever it is.
You think that'll tell us kind of the way that they want to go about this game?
What they think they can exploit with this defense. And also, he's a guy that went with Sean McVay. Sean McVay's entire plan is to exploit mismatches. So I think the script and the receivers they go to and the success they have early is going to say a lot about this game.
I want to echo something you said just to highlight it even further. The second dude that I was thinking of as possibility to benefit most is Xavier Hutchinson. We saw him seemingly grow in opportunities when Brevin Jordan got hurt, unfortunately. And that seemed to, does he get those big slot opportunities or whatever? Jaden Higgins is probably the receiver in that room that is on the higher side, on, I guess, the top half of that room that I go, I'm not sure exactly what we're getting early on. And I see you, Cam, saying that you're probably going to put in a ticket for, anytime touchdown for Jaden Higgins. I like the way you're thinking. However, it seems like they trust Xavier Hutchinson in a way that maybe they have a respect and a belief in Higgins, but I don't know that you have that same trust, and we'll see it develop in week one. That could be the dude who stands to benefit a decent amount, knowing that he probably gets open while also probably having more of the respect and trust in week one from this offense.
Texter also said, Reggie, you're thinking too much right now.
I'm just a thinking ass fool. I know.
I don't think so. It makes sense. If you're in the NFL, your job is to exploit mismatches and where you think you have the advantage. But I do think we're also going to get that tell. Are they really hell-bent on running the ball, even against a defense, that is going to be so good against the run? This is going to be an intriguing game, and I want to get into this a little bit later. I think it's going to be one of the best tests just overall in terms of this defense on the other side of the ball.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Maybe I am thinking too much because on the other side, and we did mention, they added a big body in the middle. I think you could even call him, I think some scouts would use a trash can full of dirt. It's not going to be easy to move Poona forward. That's one of the benefits of him stopping the run. However, before they added him, last year the Rams ranked 29th with just a 14% stuff rate and 24th with 4.5 yards per carry allowed when it came to running backs. So running the football on this team wasn't abysmal either. So unless Poona Ford comes in and makes them an entirely different run defense, which we will see, there might still be the opportunity to run the football too. It just might be that day.
Yeah.
So it might not be that they fully shift what's happening and they're able to run the football a decent amount, still make that a focus, and then when they do go to the pass, have more success. But I just looked at that and I go, ooh, big old glaring hole, right? As you mentioned, when you make the game at its most simplest, it's about blocking and tackling. And then you go up to the next level and you go, where is the place that I should attack? Where is the mark? Where is the easy porthole in the Death Star or whatever? And I feel like you look at this Rams defense and you go, hey, defense and secondary, I'm on y'all's ass today.
But then, what do we have that can exploit that? What do we know we have? They have Nico
Collins, and we'll see.
Yeah.
So I'm interested in seeing what that continues to look like with this Texas team when they go out for week one. We're just getting going on a Monday. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. More to chop up as we gear up for Texans-Rams on Sunday. But coming up next, Astros are able to level the series versus the Yankees. So it was a wild day when it comes to that. But got to win. Do you feel like this Framber thing is just going to hang over the squad for a while? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Thirsty Thursday is back for year 3. Join a.m.
Biggie has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first.
Whoa!
God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Fig, did you realize that sounds out of context? Like we taking booger sugar on air.
That's the perk. That's why I put it like that, man.
I was like,
because
people
have no clue.
It took me a while to get there,
That
but I was
was the
like,
plan.
It could be booger sugar. It could be something else.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Take a whiff of that.
Oh God, no!
I was like, wait a minute. What movie is that? Is that Coming to America where you got the congressman in the seat? He's like, hold on. I just realized what that looks like. All right, yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with the 713-572-4610. Does it feel like this Framber thing is just going to hang over the squad for a little bit? Obviously, this was a huge conversation point around the baseball world yesterday, and obviously on these airwaves, even led to a little bit of a raised voices, is what I will say. Spirited conversation.
I honestly don't know why people are saying that.
What you mean why people were saying? I was going at it.
I meant to ask you. I totally missed it, but I did hear. I think it was your confession, right?
It was, yeah.
You had it as a confession, and you brought up Ron the Show Hughley's tweet.
Yeah.
And I was just like, uh-oh. That's the first thing That's the first thing that came to my.
Yeah, there was evidence. There was evidence that crosstalk was premeditated.
That's not what they're doing, John.
and then I added one that you can add to that later. But anyway, the tweet is out there from Sports Radio 610 of the entire conversation.
Is it? I missed that.
I just saw it noted. But here's the thing with that. That's fun to me. That's what we do.
Oh, fair enough. I don't think either of you are upset.
I wasn't.
Don't call me sensitive. Hell, your ass is sensitive.
Now that sounds upset.
No, but ultimately the larger point is just this was clearly a thing that captured our imaginations because, one, I think the place that Framber should hold on the squad, and two, just how like absurd it got just with all of just honestly the run-up that we've had with Framber, the rough patch that he's had, and then the ways that it's gotten to. But Joe Espada, obviously the manager of this baseball team, wanted to clear some things up on the way that this went yesterday. This is Joe Espada talking yesterday about the Framber Valdez, Cesar Salazar situation after giving up a homer.
So yesterday I obviously met with Salazar and Valdez once I finished talking to you post-game. And I really wanted to get down to, number one was asking him to step off. I wanted to know about the thought process, which pitch, who was calling which pitch and what. And I wanted to hear from both of them at the same time. I wanted to have a conversation face-to-face because I wanted to hear the truth about the whole entire thing that happened in that inning. I have a lot of respect for both players, and I truly believe that when we have these conversations that they're honest, and I want them to tell me the truth, and I want them to tell you guys the truth once they, talk to the media. So I don't want to get into specifics, but I do want to say that I want to put this behind us. There's a lot of speculations and stuff that is being said on the media, which I don't read, but they make me, people tell me what's going on, and I don't like it. A lot of that stuff is not true, but I understand the environment and what comes with it, right? So I appreciate if we can just get past this and go back to, baseball.
So first of all, Figgy's laughing.
No, I'm laughing. I'm thinking like, damn, this is the second head coach that had to talk to the media about some media stuff.
Yeah.
But he don't listen to it. I do love that he was like, I don't listen to it, but people have told me. Which
tell me.
I believe. Yeah. It's just funny that he was like, I just wanted to clear this up. Yeah. I want to add this interjection real quick so y'all know.
People on social media saying.
I'm not going to give
you
that
take
I don't be on there, but people are telling me.
The streets is saying. I'm not in the streets or nothing. The streets is saying.
So first of all, I appreciate and admire the way he handled it. That's the way you should do it. As A.J. Brzezinski said, and he was talking about this as well. Everybody was talking about this, which is going to lead to my second point. A.J., who's one of the most respected catchers in the history of the game, was saying this was a moment where you had to have a grown man discussion. And it sounded like Like Joe Espada did exactly that. Secondly, and this is a key thing, you can hope it goes away all you want. You can hope all you want that it's going to go away. Because of what it was and how big it was, it's not going to go away. It's just not anytime soon. Which kind of leads to yesterday. And I was telling you guys before the show, that was one of the weirdest days for the Astros in recent memory. Just weird.
I don't know if it starts here, but do you feel like it somewhat started with Cesar Salazar bringing out the lineup card?
Yes.
But also not being in the lineup?
Yes. And to me, that is them not getting past this per se. Like Joe Espada.
You think that was a nod to it? Just the seeming signal of, hey, we got Cesar's back as well.
How can you think it was anything else? I mean,
maybe he was just helping the manager out.
This is the third team catcher who was in the crosshairs of one of the more controversial, if not the most controversial thing that the Astros have faced this year. And
all right.
And Joe,
press pause. The most controversial thing that the Astros have faced this year?
Well, what else is on the list?
I mean, the glut of injuries.
That's not controversy. That's just that's just. I'm saying controversial.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Fair enough. Fair enough. You got it.
I mean, it was controversial. It still is. And you got the third team. You got the third team catcher going out there by Joe Espada's request. What else is that? But we got you, man. We understand. So there's that.
But then the baseball is what you want to get to here.
Then then the environment was real, and I really wish I would have gone to the game. But just from where I was sitting, from what we were reading, and the things we saw, that was just a weird vibe in that whole state. Even the broadcast, unless I missed it, maybe I missed the pregame. I don't know if it was discussed, but I never heard them even mention or show. They're always showing Framber with the peanuts and with Julia and Candy and all that stuff. Never was on the.
They ain't show them at all?
Not that I saw. Help me out, listeners. Not that I saw.
Yeah, 713-572-4610. Especially if you were at.
Never mentioned it?
What are we calling it? The ice box? Is that what we're doing?
Mm-hmm.
If you were at Dyken Park, let me know.
Yeah.
I'm interested in what's your interpretation of the vibe in that stadium, which also could have been kind of dicey just considering them going down. What was it, 4-0 at some point relatively early in the game? That could have also just contributed to what might have been a somewhat odd feel, but I did appreciate this is an Astros team that fought back, thanks to, in some ways, the Yankees being a little so-so defensively. But they strung some hits together. They built themselves an inning. They got themselves back into it, and then they gave themselves some insurance runs, which was necessary once you got to the pen in this one.
And those were the other very weird things about the whole day.
The fits and starts of it.
Arrighetti going on the IL.
True.
That's another thing. You got Cesar Salazar with the lineup card. You got the pregame discussion of Framber. You got I think, and again, help me out, I could be wrong, you never really even mentioned or showed Framber on the broadcast. You have ejections in the game. You have one of the worst umpired games in recent memory as well, which is saying something. And that's on both sides. That's Astros included.
Well, I mean, to be fair, though, if you are one to believe in the umpire scorecards, umpirescorecards.com, the umpire, Brian Walsh, who was behind the plate for this one, had a plus 1.4 run advantage towards the Astros in the way that he called.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe it's more against the Yankees.
Yeah.
I know the last call was definitely outside the strike zone, but hey, we'll take it.
I don't know. It felt like he caught the black a little bit.
Shoot.
Man. No, I know.
I feel like Brian Abreu did what he needed to do on that pitch.
I know. It was one of those calls. I thought it was a strike. I'm like, damn. Even the Astros broadcast was like, woo, that was, that looked like a
That's how you know you messed up when the local broadcast is like, all right, cool, we'll take it.
We'll take it. All right, bet.
So just bizarre, the whole day.
Did you make anything? Obviously, welcome back, Victor Caratini. Glad to have him back off of IL. Did you make anything of him starting at first base? Something that they resigned really largely to last year when they just didn't have an answer to first base. But they have a first baseman who ultimately actually came in after Caratini was taken out for pinch runner Joe Melton, who scored. And I think that was the tying run that he brought in, or maybe the run that took him to 3. But then Christian Walker comes in after that. So clearly somewhat available, maybe the day off or a day off of sorts. But
just keep him off the field.
Did you make anything of that? Because that one kind of caught my attention.
I really didn't, and I'm curious because I thought that was just like Yordan the day before was scheduled day off after an off day. A lot of people made a big thing about that. I didn't really make a big thing about that in the loss on Tuesday. But I didn't make a big thing of that as well. I think it was just kind of a scheduled day off. But just a very strange game altogether.
And thankfully, it was a game that was won by skin of their teeth, kind of. 8-7 was the final.
That last strike call. It was not only was the whole ball outside of the zone, but you could see air in between it too.
It all comes out in the wash, John. You know, that's the thing about 162 is eventually it all comes out in the wash.
Yeah.
So the Yankees just going to have to hold that one. Rubber match today for your Astros versus the Yankees. Excited for that one today. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to the question of the day. We talked about it a little bit. We'll maybe discuss it a little bit more. Seemed like Kawhi Leonard was getting one of those no-show jobs, kind of what we hear about in college when they're trying to pay people on the table, at least before we had NIL. Inspired by that, what's the easiest money that you've ever made? 713-572-4610. We'll discuss it next.
The Drive with
And help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, don't get quiet on me now. 713-572-4610. Always appreciate you guys getting involved with the program. What's the easiest money you've ever made? And I know you've made some easy money. I feel like everybody has.
Everybody has.
At least one day, whether it's just, pulling out your jeans out the wash. Does this count, actually, when you just find the $20 that you had not accounted for?
No. Like you were like a job.
Because, I feel like that's easy money, though, because it's like I just had thought that money was gone.
That's found money.
Okay, fair enough.
That's found money.
Okay, found money doesn't count. But what's the easiest money that you ever made? 713-572-4610. Because it sounds like there was $28 million that Kawhi Leonard made just off of the strength of being associated with the Los Angeles Clippers, who also had a decent investment in a company called Aspiration that was there to do plant trees, or at least purported to plant trees as a carbon offset. So you'll see that entities like Drake and other big who maybe have a little bit more carbon emissions, so to say, using private jets and things of that nature to make them feel better. It's just like, hey, put this money on this company and they'll just offset that for you, and then you can feel good on your conscience.
There's a couple that came to mind early on in my career, and then this past football season, which I probably shouldn't even talk about here, but I am. So early on, a couple things. I mentioned earlier there was a laundry, a dry cleaners that opened a new store, but there was no machines in it. They just
so it's just a collection.
It's just collecting, and then they come by, on Saturdays or whatever, twice a week, and pick up the clothes and go do it at the main store.
Got you.
All right, but they had those big bins, those big laundry bins, and they had a big, I guess one of those things you pull open and drop, drop box. And so they had. My job was to sit in that other store, and once the bin got full from people dropping off clothes, I had no interaction with them. I just dropped off clothes. I would move it, and put another bin under it.
You would do no sorting, no separating?
Nothing. Just 8 hours a day. I would be reading, listening to music, had friends come over, hang out.
Did you make $28 million?
Did not make $28 million.
Kawhi Leonard still got you.
Another couple real quick, and then I'm curious on yours. My very first job ever after I graduated from A&M, y'all probably don't remember this, but I know some of our listeners would. High school scores, a lot of times there was a call-in line. You'd call in, and then people would read all the scores of the high school games.
I remember that.
Yeah. So I would I contacted all the coaches in our area at the Bryan Eagle and gave them the number, but I gave them my home number.
Oh, so you did it from the house.
So Friday nights, my phone would ring, they'd give me the score, and then I'd record it on another line.
Oh, that was slick.
So I was drinking beer, eating, friends over. So I'd say, Hearn 28, Groveton 24, boom. Let's go. And then I was just sitting at home eating a hamburger and drinking beer.
That's good money if you can get it.
And then last year, probably shouldn't mention this, but I am.
You can just not mention it. Nobody, you've already given us two.
No, I want to know.
So remember.
When you get in trouble, just know that I was actually trying to look out for you right now.
I did my job. It was just extremely easy. Remember when I would go do those Saturday La Michoacana appearances?
Yeah.
During football season? I would go to different La Michoacanas and get paid for it and just meet people and have. So a lot of times I would just go to the La Michoacana and the first couple I would hang out front, shaking hands and all this other stuff. But a lot of people were just they were just grocery shopping. They didn't really care about it. It wasn't like an appearance like at Twin Peaks or something, where there's a lot of listeners. So I would just sit and have some tacos and an iced tea and watch college football on the TV in La Michoacana. And every once in a while, somebody would recognize me. I'd get up and say hello and chat. And I got 3 hours a day just sitting there eating tacos.
Hey, you did better than some other people. And I ain't talking about here in Houston, but just in my radio career, I remember people doing appearances. They'll stick out for maybe about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Then go right to the
like,
car.
I have appeared.
Yep.
I was there the whole time.
They would go right to the car.
Sometimes
and
I'd eat
you would
breakfast.
never see them again. And
Sometimes
they get paid.
I'd eat breakfast and lunch watching college football.
That's the best kind. It's the best kind. From the 409 on the text line. Got drunk at the Nugget last year and placed a bet on Saquon Barkley. Money. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good way to win.
Yeah, you didn't even know what was happening. Definitely. From the 346, when they were 10 years old, made $20 buying a guy cigarettes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, man. If you're just the gopher, that's not a bad way to go about it.
Package runner.
Yeah,
hey,
exactly.
little man.
Anyway.
Hey, take this brown bag over there to that dude over there. I give you $200.
All right.
I never did that before.
Why
by
not?
the way.
All you're doing is carrying a bag. You don't know anything.
Yeah.
I see you for the 409 sold herbal supplements in high school and college, made good money and weird friends. Brent, all right, I see Brent.
I can see that too.
Very good.
How about you?
There's a couple ones that come to mind. One of the ones that just came to mind, if we're just talking about like the hustle of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
So, in school, there's always like the candy man. I feel like everybody has like the candy kid who.
Here.
Of course you were the candy
100%, man. I was selling Kool-Aid. I was selling the red powder.
The profit margin on that wasn't big enough for me. So I was
I had the little nickel bags.
Oh, golly.
I was really a drug dealer.
I bet you, but for candy.
Yeah,
And maybe
for candy.
you had chips in there as well?
Yeah. Eventually, when I got a little older, then
When he expanded.
yeah,
That's right, yeah.
Now I left the little nickel bags and all that stuff alone. Now I'm selling bricks. I was selling bricks at one point.
Okay, all right. Statute of limitations.
Chips and soda.
I was like, I think statute of limitations.
Chips and soda. Chips and soda. My mom, and this is salute to my mom because she actually came up with that idea.
She was buying them from the
with the
Sam's Club.
Yep, get the Sam's Club, and I was just like, wow, you can buy these in bulk. I was amazed. I put them all in my locker. Man, I was hustling.
Even still, the profit margin on that was not big enough for me. Plus, I mean, those corners were already taken. So I found my niche in laser pointer pens.
Of course you did.
Because kids love laser pointer pens.
Yeah.
Why am I not surprised?
And so you could buy them for like $4 or $5, and I would sell them for like $20.
You want this T93 calculator?
Buddy, that would have more use. It was just a pen that had a laser pointer on the end, and I would buy them from the Walgreens down the street. I wasn't doing nothing special, but it was such easy money. Let's see. Let me say Crawford Spence fight. I hit them Dallas Cats for $500. Okay.
All right.
All right. So I'm guessing you had like a party, or what are we talking about? Oh, you're just talking about was this a bookie of sorts?
Yeah. Probably.
Somebody said had an older lady. I used to go to her house and cut her grass and clean her pipes every other week.
Mm-hmm.
Would go. She give me $150. I realized as I was reading that might be a euphemism. Figgy, would you like to answer this question and save me from myself?
Yeah. So a couple of ones I can think of where I was a kid again hustling, and I had some Pokemon cards.
Oh,
Good
yeah.
one.
And it was a dude that didn't have any. He was the only person in the class that didn't have any Pokemon cards. And he was like, "Man, I'll buy some from you." Man, he was like, "Here, I'll give you 20 for this one." I'm like, "All right."
Yeah.
And then he kept going, man. I felt bad too because I guess that was his hair money to get his hair braided.
Yeah.
And so he spent like, it had to be like $80 or $90. And I'm in 5th grade, by the way.
Yeah.
So I came home with a whole bunch of money. And my mom was ready to go up to the school to figure out what. I'm like, nah, mom. Like, oh, we good.
She's like, I thought we were hustling chips. Now you selling drugs?
I sold my Pokemon cards.
Yeah.
And then the other one is, I'll bring it to now. So if y'all don't know, I do a lot of social media stuff, social media content and all that stuff. And hell, if you feel like you want to try to make some extra money, you should get into it. Because I did one event. It wasn't even an event. It was just like, hey, come to this restaurant, give you all this food for free, get some good content, post a reel. $500.
Whoa.
I'm like, that right there was easier than selling Pokemon cards and chips out the locker.
And you got food.
Yes. So just imagine, go to this restaurant and eat for free.
Yeah.
And then we'll pay you to do
You're
this.
an influencer.
I'm like, that's probably the easiest money you can make, man. Didn't bust a sweat.
Yeah.
I'm surprised we didn't get as many of these as I was expecting, but Madison on the YouTube page made the note of Rockets T-Wolves made 2 bands off of a 20 single game parlay. So yeah, man, that's 20 leg, I'm guessing. That's wild.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised that, hey, my best bet that was just I walked away with money. I have a friend who I'm not gonna lie though, this was the indicator that, this gambling thing is a problem for you. But he was like, the easiest money to be made at the time, I imagine this has changed now with more focus. The WNBA used to be where he just cleaned up because the odds makers didn't know how to set the lines properly.
Yeah, I could see that.
So he would just bet like WNBA games, and he would ask me, obviously having just a little bit of insight, not like I was, and still not any level of like super knowledgeable on the W, but I could give him a little bit to help him. And I mean, he liked W as well. And he would just clean up because the lines were so odd. And then he got to the point where he's like, I'm watching this like Serbian basketball game. I'm like, okay. So can you call this number for me, Fred? I need you to just call this. No, it's good. Just call this number right here and tell him what you told me. But it was a way to clean up in a way. But yeah, keep sending those in. Won a free trip for 2 when I was 11 to New York for a week. Free hotel at the Omni. And free tickets to U.S. Open.
Did he actually? How old was he?
He said when he was 11.
So did he win the trip or the adult won the trip?
I'm hoping your parents took that for you.
Now, if he won the trip, that's badass.
Yeah.
Because I used to always try to enter those contests as a kid, thinking like, I'm trying to win a trip.
That reminded me of another one long time ago. It was our 2nd anniversary. So this was in the late 80s. And we went to St. Martin. Go ahead, Figgy. We went to St. Martin on Marriott points. St. Martin, the island.
Sound kind of bougie.
It was not windy. It was not a.
Still taking shots and shit.
But so the only thing with the Marriott points that I cashed is you had to sit through like a 2-hour thing on if you want to buy one. So
you did the timeshare joint.
Well, it wasn't. I mean, because I was there just for the vacation, But we did sit through it. They gave us $500 of chips that we could use in the casino.
There you go.
But you couldn't just cash them. You had to actually gamble with them.
Which you were going to do anyways.
Which I was going to do anyway. And I told her, I said, let's just red or black. Let's just put all 500 on red or black. I can't remember what I put. Let's say red. It hit. We had $1,000.
There you go.
That was easy money.
That was easy money.
And I'll leave you with this from the 760. Work the graveyard and do nothing. Best job for $20 an hour ever. I respect it because not a lot of people want to do that graveyard shift. Yeah. And yet and still, all these things that we've mentioned, all the things coming on the text line, we not beating the no-show job the Kawhi Leonard had. 28 mil.
28 mil.
28 mil. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, including season opens tonight, baby. What are you expecting from Cowboys, Eagles? We'll do that and more next.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And welcome to the 2025 NFL season, because tonight...
How about that? Puts a smile on your face.
We get regular season NFL football.
I'm super excited about this, man.
Yeah. Oh,
and I don't give a damn about the Cowboys or the Eagles, but I'm super hyped to watch this one.
Do you, I mean, obviously, you're going to get the reigning champion on opening night. That's the way that they typically handle this. Do you like this being a division game as well?
100%.
Yeah. These are two of the most rabid fan bases of all time, probably.
Yeah.
And this is a perfect way to kick off the season.
Hate each other.
Oh man, they hate each other. This is the perfect way to kick off the season to me.
Yeah, especially, and it's the perfect way for this matchup too, because it went the right way. You have the Cowboys in Philadelphia, and obviously Philadelphia fans rabid to the point of being dangerous, and so this will be quite an interesting
dress up as Santa Claus out there.
No, you will catch a battery to the back of the dome.
Yeah.
But this one feels like it might not be. In fact, this might be perfect for another reason. It might not be that long that you have to stick with this one. The line here is 8.5 towards the Eagles, which is a lot, right? Unless we have forgotten how to handicap these NFL games. The total is a nice 47.5. We'll do with that what you will. And one of the things that I found interesting, we know it's early on in the season. There's typically going into a game in the first game of the season, you're pretty healthy. That is the case here, except for the two notable guys that won't be playing, at least as of right now. Backup quarterback Tanner McKee, but they added another backup as well. And then Perrion Winfrey, who was a defensive tackle for the Cowboys, who ended up making the 53-man, even though he seemed like he wasn't going to make that. So, again, these don't feel like these are guys that will impact. It seems like we have a good opportunity in this game. What are you expecting from this one?
Well, as much as I'm with you, Fig, I'm with everybody who's just so excited to watch this game, and I'll probably watch every second of this just because it's the NFL season starting. But what I expect, and part of the reason I think I'm going to watch the whole thing, I'm going to be but I'm going to be loving the beatdown that the Eagles are going to put on the Cowboys. I think this is going to be just an absolute beatdown.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Yeah.
I do think the Cowboys have an opportunity to have a little bit of a bounce back, but I don't think that this is going to be a particularly good season for them at all.
I want to see what Mechie do.
Oh yeah,
Mechie.
Oh yeah,
John Mechie.
Mm-hmm. That is fair. That's always a Houston Texans tie that you have in this one. I am also very much interested in how does this two big wide receiver thing happen for the Cowboys? How does that look? Because obviously they have CeeDee Lamb, who has been there, but they paired him with George Pickens, and it's easy to forget with all of the mess that the Cowboys drum up there. But are they able to build one of those tandems in the league, even though I don't love this team and the way that it's constructed or whatever? I am interested to see if they are able to have a dynamic duo that is worth noting above what is probably a really mediocre roster at the very least.
That might be the only place where I feel, all right, let's see, I'm curious on the Cowboys. Pickens obviously has his own issues, but we'll see how it plays out in Dallas. But when you look at this, Reggie, like literally every matchup seems to favor the Eagles. That offensive line, and then obviously the defensive line of the Cowboys with no Mike. I know they brought in Kenny Clark, who we realized who he was last week.
Great run stopper. Real solid dude.
The offensive line, the Eagles' defensive secondary even, maybe a little bit, no C.J. Gardner-Johnson, but that's why that might be the only place. The run game, the Eagles' skill position players versus the Cowboys, the sort of off the field stuff that the Cowboys have had, and how are they feeling? It just seems like every single matchup favors the Eagles here.
Yeah, I would not be surprised. And also, I see you on the text line saying that the thing they're looking forward to, they're expecting rather, is a lot of shots to a disgusted Jerry Jones. The Eagles are taking that belt to ass.
Yeah. It'll be fun watching it.
That will be fun. That one gets started at 7:20 on NBC and Peacock, so you will be able to see this pretty easily. An interesting piece of kind of drama that is added on underneath this, if you decide to view it as such, I'll ask you how you feel about it. Apparently, the Eagles were one of those teams that tried to push for a Micah Parsons trade. It makes sense. Howie Roseman always looking for talented players, no matter where they may be. Apparently, the contract that was being discussed would have been $120 million fully guaranteed at signing, $136 million total. I'm guessing that would have been over 3 years, which would have been $45 million per year, a little bit less than that $47 million per year that Micah Parsons ultimately got with the Packers over 4 years. Clearly, this was not going to happen for the situation of being in division, which is why that didn't happen. However, if this was not an in-division trade, you think this is the one that Micah Parsons and Mulligata take?
Oh, for sure.
I
With the
think
Eagles?
so. It's home. That's home for him.
And he's from there.
Yeah.
And it's the Eagles. And I've always said, with very few exceptions, if you're afraid to trade within your division, then you either don't have the confidence in yourself to build a team based off, hooked around that trade, or add to your team with that trade. It's kind of a defeatist attitude, but this is one of the exceptions.
Yeah, they hate each other, man.
No, I'm saying because of Micah.
Oh, yeah.
Because,
Okay, I got you.
There are very few exceptions where I think you should always make every team available, to discuss a trade, unless it's something like this, because that would have been a bleep show.
I kind of think just in this division period, man, I feel like all of these GMs feel the type of way to trade somebody like that to somebody in that division. So I ain't see it regardless.
Yeah, so football is back in earnest. Regular season tonight, 7:20. And a few things as we're getting into football, just a reminder, as football fans headed into the NFL season, some of the changes that you'll be looking forward to. Just, again, to remind you, with the dynamic kickoff, there's a few modifications. The big one, obviously, being that the dead ball spot after a touchback is the 35 now rather than the 30. Remember that. Now also, any team can declare an onside kick at any point in the game as opposed to it simply being in the fourth quarter, which was last year. I don't know how much that even came up for anybody to think about because the mechanism of declaring an onside kick really takes a lot of the teeth out of it still.
Sure, the surprise.
But at least now teams are capable of doing that at any point in the game. So that is a change. And then a reminder that overtime rules are now in the regular season just like they are in the postseason. Both teams will have an opportunity at the football regardless of the first possession. So even if you score a touchdown on the first drive, your opponent will have an opportunity to answer.
Love that too. I think it's fair.
I'm not fond of it.
Really?
I'm like, look, man, what the overtime period in the regular season, the purpose of it is to get this game over with. That is what it's here for. I get that, hey, man, we want to have guys have the ball on, but yeah, that's fine. Y'all had 60 game minutes to decide between yourselves who was the winner. Y'all couldn't figure it out. We're going to do this thing real quick to get the answer and then move on to the next game that is already in progress.
The reason I like it is the excitement level as a fan. Because let's say Texans-Rams goes into overtime, all right? Rams get the ball first, boom, 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 they score. And you're saying it would end there. What I'm saying is what makes it interesting is now the Texans have 4 downs. 4 downs on every time they get the ball. They're going to be obviously, even if they don't, they're going to have to try to score a touchdown. So I think that the excitement level is going to be fun.
Probably. Yeah. I mean, I think if you're invested in that game, you're going to enjoy it. I just think personally, in the regular season, let's get this game over with, move on to the next one. Obviously, in the postseason, it has to be the way that it is, which is give both teams an opportunity. These are usually island games. We're tapped in with them regardless. But my decision and my thoughts don't matter here. What we are getting is the fullness of the overtimes. So that was just a thing to note as we go into football. And remember, the Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. As we continue around the NFL, I did want to hit you with this because come Sunday, we're going to be tacked in the red zone. Now, of course, the Texans will take our attention in that afternoon window or what have you. But at that noon window, if you're tapped in the red zone, expect some commercials. Scott Hansen, who is the host of Red Zone, confirmed, I believe he was on with Pat McAfee, that, yes, they are going to have commercials in Red Zone, as we saw kind of they put their toe in the water, dipped their toe in the water last year. No, that's where we are going to be. Apparently, they're going to be they're going to try and relatively space them out, and you'll have like picture-in-picture where the audio will go to the commercial. However, you still see your Red Zone screen. we're just opening up Pandora's box, and we'll eventually end up in the place where we just have the full thing.
I'm surprised it took this long, to be honest.
Well, I am
because
too.
something like this usually don't be commercial free. There's no such thing as commercial free when it comes to stuff like this.
Well, I don't like it. I don't think anybody really does. And I do appreciate the picture or the box, during the commercial. But we're going to the place where they're going to have full-blown commercials, I'm sure. But at the same time, I mean, how can you not understand? This is the most prime real estate.
Yeah.
Maybe that the NFL network has.
Yeah, and they could probably just put a check right there and sign it. Sign whatever you get whatever you want.
Yeah.
I'm sure the advertisers are willing to pay anything to put their brand on
outside
that.
of games, this is it, right? This is the most prime real estate?
It really does feel like, in fact, let me ask this as a question without saying definitively. I think you know how I feel about this, however. Is this the best way to watch football on a Sunday if you are interested in the majority of the league as opposed to just one team?
First thing I did when I saw the Texans were playing at 325, I was like, red zone, baby. I mean, you guys know I am glued to the red zone. Absolutely glued.
No, I like it a lot too because I'm a person that like to flick around and see what other teams are doing, and red zone helps me prevent that. Unless it's a game I really want to zero in on, but it helped me just go around the league a lot easier.
No, for sure. I'm right there with you. I caught that. I used to be the guy who was like, no, I just want to watch this game intently. No. I got a taste of that thing, and it was because I was at a friend's house where he had two TVs up. He had the game on one TV, like one of the games locally on one TV, and then Red Zone on the other. And I was like, oh, this is beautiful. So I can lock in on this TV, but then also catch up with anything and everything of note that's happening in the league. That was the premise, right? Having that, they still have that, but the commercials interspersed are going to take you a little bit out of that, which kind of sucks, but I feel like that's the capitalism that we live under, man.
Yeah, like I said, it's prime. It's the most prime real estate it had to happen.
As the NFL continues to get more and more money being extracted out of all these things, that they were gonna come for the 7 hours of commercial-free football.
How many people you think is, I'm canceling my subscription to this?
They're saying it, but they're not doing it.
Yeah, ain't nobody going nowhere, man.
This sounds like an exaggeration. I sincerely think that it's going to be 1% or less.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that football has been so big in the sports watchers' lives, and if that's part of your routine, I think that it's going to be hard for you to drop that. Because what's the alternative if you want to see what else is happening? You going to pay for Sunday ticket? Because that's even more.
Yeah.
Right? I think that we're just kind of...
Yeah, even with the little commercials they might have, that's still better than watching a regular game.
Somebody said NFL Network during games is pretty good. Feel Red Zone with commercials is going to be the same thing. That's interesting because I had not considered that. NFL Network basically is doing, in essence, kind of like SportsCenter, but constantly through the games.
It's kind of, it feels like a talk show kind of, where they at the desk and then they just kind of check in on certain games and stuff like that. It's it's not bad.
Real quick before we go around the NFL, apparently the average ticket price in the NFL in 2025 has decreased slightly.
Hey, how about that? It's a bargain.
I didn't say all that. But apparently the average ticket price dropped slightly from what was $289 last year to $279 this year. Now, the thing about that, though, is prices are not inherently static through the entirety of the season, so only God knows if those prices do jump up. But I did want to play a little bit of guessing game, as you know I like to throw out here from time to time. What do you think is the most pricey on average ticket, or at least for a team, to watch a team play?
I still think it's going to be the New Yorks and the LAs.
I'm going to say the Raiders.
The Raiders are top 5. You are the closest of this. No Raiders or LAs in the top 5.
No New Yorks?
No New Yorks or LAs in the top 5 here. In fact, no New Yorks or LAs in the top 10 here.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah. I wonder if that has anything to do with them just being a bad football team over the past couple years.
I just thought the markets,
No, I agree.
So who is it?
The highest ticket on average to watch a team, probably not surprising, Super Bowl champion, Philadelphia Eagles. Apparently, average price is $475.
Good Lord.
And they be having that stadium packed.
Good Lord.
It gets weirder. Second, Detroit Lions, $454 on average.
All right.
This one makes a little sense. The Green Bay Packers, $418.
Yeah.
Legendary Stadium in Lambeau.
Yeah.
And then fourth is the Las Vegas Raiders, And that's just destination, I imagine. If you're an NFL fan and you have the weekend in Vegas, let's go take in the game.
Everything in there just expensive, man. Where I'm like, man, this team ain't even all that.
Boy, Detroit vaulted quickly.
Yeah, who do y'all think y'all are?
That happened fast.
They probably did. They were like, hey, we're actually good at football. Hey, let's make some money off this right now before it stops.
Did you see that thing on the beer prices in the NFL?
I didn't.
I saw it day before yesterday, and I was frankly very surprised that, highest, let's play the same game with you now. Highest beer prices in the NFL.
Okay.
Per beer, obviously.
I'm guessing that Vegas also shows up here high.
Yeah.
Vegas is second.
Okay. Yeah, so Las Vegas is second.
Let's say the LA's, Rams.
Rams and Chargers are fourth.
Okay.
Fourth.
SoFi's pretty expensive. All right, I'm trying to think. This is tough. I don't think it's the Midwest. Is it any possibility it's Seattle?
I'm going to say D.C.
That's a
because
good one.
D.C. is pretty
Commanders.
pricey.
D.C. is number one.
Ooh.
Number one.
Well done, Fig.
Vegas is number two. Tampa Bay is three at $14.25 per beer.
Oof.
I mentioned L.A., both L.A.'s and the 49ers are fourth at $14 a beer. Then the New York's $13 a beer. You know who's next? The Houston Texans. That surprised me. They have the sixth highest priced beer in the NFL.
That did surprise me as well, especially with like the tailgating culture. I feel like the places with big tailgating culture, they're like, hey, we can't be charging too crazy for beers because they're just going to drink it all in the parking lot.
But I didn't think they would be that high.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, and I know that people who have their tickets would be like, it don't feel like that. Texans 17th when it comes to average ticket price for to go to the game, $252.
That seems about right.
Yeah.
Cheapest beer? Cleveland and Cincinnati.
Hey,
it better be cheap.
$7 a beer, baby.
Hey, it better be cheap if I'm watching that crap on the field.
$7 a beer.
At least I could drink.
We know we're asking you to do a lot, so just come on in here. We got you covered in here. All right, there you go. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Coming up next, let's talk to our guy. It's a Thursday. We're heading into a football game in the season. And so let's talk to a dude that we love talking to, my Nigerian brethren, former Texans defensive lineman, Nd Kalu. We'll do that next.
p.m. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get into the regular season flow of things, what we did last year. I loved. Let's keep it going. On a Thursday, we turn to the phone lines and talk to my Nigerian brethren. He is a former Texans defensive lineman. You might have saw him on the preseason broadcast in his very nice, well-tailored suit. His name is Nduku Dike Kalu. You can call him ND Kalu. You know I had to do it off the jump. My brother, how are you?
What's going on, fellas? It's been too long. It's good to be back with the crew.
Man, it just feels like football when I hear that deep voice. It sure does. And by the way, you're my brother, too.
Oh, so you're my SA brother from another mother. You know that.
That's right.
And for those listening, SA, I mean San Antonio, not S-A-E-S-E. You know, even though he is my SA.
I'm glad you brought up what we're talking about being brethren, obviously, in our Nigerian heritage, because something I realized recently, someone called me like the thesaurus, which I was like, fair, because sometimes I use big words like really and truly unintentionally, and I was making a joke about it recently. Do you find yourself in that issue, in that place? I know you've done a lot of media, so you might have kind of worked it out, where you're just like, damn, why did I just say traverse? Did I just say that? Like, do you find yourself in that place still?
Not really, more so because, you know, it's funny, when I first got in the biz, Hugh Douglas, who played DN with me, Eagles, he said, you know what, don't overcomplicate things with the words you use. So I just always watered it down, Reggie, and just in my day-to-day vernacular, you wouldn't know that I was educated at all. So if anything, I'm struggling to sound like I do have a degree when I'm on air.
Oh, we definitely know Hugh Douglas. He's the one that gave you the all-time greatest nickname.
Angry African.
Yeah. All right, so let's start with the game at hand here. Our listeners are obviously interested in with the Texans and the Rams, and you're a pass rusher, you're a defensive guy, and there's a quarterback on the other side with a bad back taking epidurals, but he's a Hall of Famer. I mean, does anything change? How do you approach this?
No, if you're a player, you don't think about anything that you've read or heard regarding Matthew Stafford's back. You expect to have the, like you said, the future Hall of Famer on the field. Look, even though we haven't seen Rams preseason, even though we probably haven't been keeping up with them, you know who has? Sean McVay and the rest of that coaching staff and the trainers. If he's on the field, then they deemed him available. He showed them during the weeks leading up to this game that he was healthy and ready to go. So, yeah, if you as a player, now as a fan, you think about it, but if you as a player think, ooh, maybe Matthew Stafford's only going to be 80%, you're truly setting yourself up for failure.
Now, ND, actually in that space, because as a player, you've seen some stuff, like, from the fan perspective, you hear epidural. That's been a word that's been going around a lot. You know, obviously Matt Stafford, Micah Parsons, and it causes it to perk up. Is that actually like a big deal? Because I think I saw Rob Gronkowski seeming to kind of play it down. Have you seen that a lot, like the idea of taking the epidural, and are we just making too much of it because of what it sounds like?
It's funny you asked this question, and I always try not to make these little sessions about me, but my son plays D-tackle at Baylor, and he just had an epidural shot in his back. And as a former player, when I heard that, I was like, hell no, y'all ain't sticking that in my baby. I drove to Waco ASAP, and then the trainer, the doctor was like, man, this isn't a big deal. Like, this is what happens. This is part of football nowadays. They showed me the MRI. He got the epidural. They told him to rest for like 2 days. And 8 hours later, he was like, man, Dad, I feel like I'm ready to go. So, and he, went, started his first game. They got their ass beat, but he played pretty well, in my opinion. So it's funny you asked that, Reggie, because up until I experienced it with someone that I love more than myself, and I felt like he was okay with it, now it is something that's common. But when we played, first of all, when we heard epidural, we thought somebody was fixing to have a baby. So we just thought about women getting shot up before they spit out their baby. But now it is a norm, and guys are smarter now, so they're not going to cover up pain that they feel like is going to have too much of a bad negative impact when their playing days are over.
Now, we talked about Stafford, but the calling card for this team to me is going to be the defense. New addition, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and what he might bring for this squad. He's a former Eagle. You're a former Eagle. I'm sure you're quite familiar with him. What are you thinking?
I just love the way he's going to fit into the culture with this defense. Now, he's a little bit different. You know, he's a guy that off the field, he has more of a personality. But when you talk about what he does on the field, the aggressive nature, the way he plays, then you add that to what I believe is already one of the most fierce defenses as far as their mindset, the way they practice, the way they approach the game with Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, Tim Settle, Jalen Petrie. When you add that piece, it's going to be very exciting. Now, I'm curious to see how healthy he is. I am curious to see if you're getting a guy that could fly around like we saw with the Eagles when you insert him in this defense. But with or without him, this defense is going to be fun to watch, and it's going to be special. Just speaking of, I mean, you have two defenses, not to give too much credit to the Rams, but with what they have with their front seven, that's going to be a great test for this offensive line that the Houston Texans are kind of shuffling around right now.
We're talking to former defensive end for the Texans and other teams in the NFL, ND Kalu, right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And, I mean, in addition to all of those other accolades that I can throw up for you, you're on the pre and post, or you're on the call for preseason games on TV, and so you got a good look at some like obviously British Brooks and Jakob Johnson in kind of fullback type stuff. First and foremost, were you a little surprised about the way that the roster was handled, particularly as it comes to fullback? And then what are your thoughts going in to week one? Do you feel comfortable with the idea of maybe British Brooks doing fullback things, or do you maybe anticipate a call-up from the practice squad to get Jakob Johnson in that space?
No, I'm absolutely comfortable with British Brooks. But to answer your first question, I'm never surprised. In the NFL, during the preseason, when you follow the preseason like y'all have, you get to see how talented these guys are. Like, that's why I hate when radio hosts or pundits or whoever, when they down talk someone on a 53-man roster, because so many great players, great athletes can't even make the 53-man roster. So I'm very rarely surprised with who makes the team. And with British Brooks, I was telling John Harris that when I just look at British Brooks, if you told me he was a starting running back in the NFL, with his size, his ability, his explosiveness, I'll be like, yeah, I could see that. So, no, I'm not surprised that they figured out a way to retain him with his big body type and his willingness to hit. Running back is the most physical position, but they're just so used to absorbing the hit. There were two plays on kickoff where I don't know if y'all noticed it during the preseason where British Brook ran down and blasted somebody. So he had those qualities that you want to see in a fullback, where you have a disregard for your body and your mindset, your CTE. You know you're going to have CTE in about 20 years, but you're like, you know what, screw it, I'm living for the moment. So he plays with that same fullback mindset. So and he's very athletic. So I love the idea of them possibly using him as a fullback in this offense.
I'm really curious what your thoughts are with C.J. Stroud taking more control of the offense, how that might play out, how long it'll be till he really feels comfortable, and what the Rams might do against that.
There are some guys you just say, you know what, do what I call and don't change it. Then you have other guys who are guys that really have the advantage because of their mental capacity, and that's C.J. Stroud. I mean, y'all have all talked to him. Y'all have all interviewed him as a freshman. As a rookie, this was a guy that sounded like a seasoned vet. If you hear him talk about the game, he's a historian. He'll talk about guys that played from before my era, and he knows about them. So I love the idea of giving him more control. And the greatest play caller is just that, and I'm not minimizing it. But there's something about that gut feeling when you're actually in the game, when you're actually under center, when someone's not showing blitz from the weak side B gap, but you know he's going to come in there just because of what you're feeling and seeing. I want that guy to make those last second changes before the snap. So I love that. The fact, if it's true, or the idea that, hey, he has the keys to go ahead and call something off or to change a play at the line.
We're talking to ND Kalu right here. And ND, when we're talking to you, I always want to lean on your experience as a player, because I'm always fascinated by the differences between what we see and think we're seeing from the outside and what the experience actually is from the inside. Is there anything that maybe the outside world does not recognize or doesn't get to see or doesn't understand about the first game of the NFL season from the player side?
That's a great question. That the outside world is, not that it doesn't matter, but you're still kind of feeling your way through. Like you've had now preseason is so much shorter, and the stars or starters, they don't play as much as they did just 15, 20 years ago. So I would say maybe that you're still feeling your way through. And even though it matters, you always tell your team, if you're a coach or you're a leader of the team, you don't get too high or too low. Look at the team that the Texans are fixing to play, the Rams. Last year, they started 1-4 in the first 5 games, and they end up going to the second round of the playoffs, losing to the eventual Super Bowl champions by less than a touchdown. So I would say that's a pretty good year. And after 5 games, they were sitting at 1-4. So you don't want to see that with your team, but I don't think you could put too much stock into the first game. If the Texans win, that's great. If they lose, it's not time to start talking about is the coach on the hot seat or any ridiculous take like that, because the first game I feel like is especially with the reduction in preseason games, is really just trying to kind of fill yourself out.
I appreciate that perspective and that kind of even balance, but I need you to say it with your chest. What are you looking for? What do you think is going to happen in this one on Sunday?
Oh, Texas to dominate and win. I want them to dominate. Man, when I saw that defense, and I have to be cautiously optimistic, it wasn't what I saw in preseason. It wasn't what I saw in the preseason games. It wasn't what I saw last year. When I went out to a practice, Reggie and John, this summer, the way they were so disruptive, the way that Will Anderson and it was mainly Will Anderson, the intensity that they practice with, and I'm like, man, I love that. During the preseason games, Will Anderson was done for the day, and he's on the sideline working his starts, working his get off, and he wasn't doing it. There's some superstars, I won't say any names. They wait for the camera to be on them, and then they do certain things, so you can say, oh, look at this guy, he really loves the game. But it felt genuine, and I don't even think he knew that the camera was on him. And it might not, now that I'm thinking, talk about being worried about the wrong thing. I don't think the camera was on him. I think it was just us in the booth looking at him like, man, look at this crazy psycho. Like, he's over here working his get off on the sideline, when his day is over. So that's the type of mindset I want to see when they take on the Rams. And I'm expecting a lower scoring game than most people, but I want to see the Texans, get that first victory.
Andy, love your insight. Excited that it's football season and we get a chance to talk with you every Thursday, my man. You have a blessed one, brother.
All right, y'all too. Y'all keep up the great work.
All right, there it is, Andy Kalu, who joined us.
It's good to have
join us damn near every Thursday, unless he's got something going on. He is a busy man, but we always appreciate him giving us some of his time and lending us some of his
shaker,
expertise.
man.
100,000 and million percent. But yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I agree, Chris. ND, one of the best in the business, always joining us here in the loop. All right, Yep. And he said the whole thing, so he's still good with it. He's not very angry when he talks on air with us, which we appreciate. All right, coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including there's an update on what uniforms you can expect from the Texans, and I got some bad news if you thought you were going to circumvent all that red zone stuff that we were talking about. I'll tell you why next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing.
#1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Yeah, let's get into What's Poppin' in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Adam Schefter on the ESPN talking about C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You're damn right he's expected to play. That's right. Get it right. I don't know why I'm yelling at the TV. I apologize. I guess I'm just
usually yelling at somebody specifically.
No,
Get it right.
Well, Adam Schefter.
Adam Schefter.
Yeah.
I'm just excited, and you want to know why I'm excited? One, it's a Thirsty Thursday heading into a football weekend, which means that the fellas of the drive will be out in the city, in the general area. So go out, especially if you're in the Cypress area, pop out to see the fellas at the Buffalo Wild Wings off of 290 out there in Cypress. That's where the drive will be broadcasted from 2 to 6. And if you get out there, awesome. Make sure you keep it locked because at 2:10, they'll be talking to your rookie left tackle, Ariante Urser.
Yeah, how about that?
So, yeah, there's that. Those are a couple of things that you want to make note of that's coming up just in the next few hours right here on Sports Radio 610. Get out to the Buffalo Wild Wings on 290 out there in Cypress, and you'll hear from Ariante Ursery. Another thing that is popping is we got an idea of what the first uniforms that we will see from your Houston Texans for the 2025 season. Let me know if you like this. It is deep steel blue, obviously the helmet, deep steel blue jersey, deep steel blue pants, deep steel blue socks.
Oh, hell yeah.
They're going with the full blue out.
The blue out.
Yeah, they're cripping in L.A., man.
All right.
I didn't even think of that.
Actually,
they're already doing the
That's
crip walk.
good. That's very
They're
good.
out there doing the crip walk.
Who's most likely
Rest
to
in
break?
peace to Nipsey Hussle.
Who's most likely? You're not wrong either. Who's most likely to break that out?
That might have been CJ idea. We got to do it for Nipsey, y'all.
Oh, Lord.
That is not as far-fetched as it might sound hitting your ear immediately. He might have, because that was the whole idea of the
Seattle Mariners. Which I never saw that before, man. And I'm kind of tapped in a little bit with Nipsey.
It could be that blue. It's a different blue though. And the thing that I know about LA,
it's blue. It's a lot of blue.
But it's not the same. It's a deep blue,
right?
Yeah,
it's not that royal blue,
right? One thing I know about LA, apparently, there's a lot of stuff that you can't wear. Because it is tied to some group, some social club or other. I'll say it that way.
I'd be afraid to dress if I was young and in LA. Like, is this good? Is this accepted?
That's why they be out there in them singlets.
Yeah.
They be out there in them tank tops because this is not mistakable, right? But no, that would be interesting if that was that. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of was hoping to see them in the white,
all white,
because if they're the opponents, I shouldn't care. I just think the Rams, that blue and gold under the California sun, I understand it's filtered through the roof, is just one of the most gorgeous things.
Yeah, I think they saving that for Monday night.
Yeah. No, look, there's no such thing as a bad all white uniform in the NFL. Really, in college football too, they just look sharp. But I like this. I like this look.
Yeah. I think they're doing it Monday night, right? I think it's
here.
Yeah, I want to say it's white.
I'll have to
Liberty
check.
white.
That'll be cool, though.
I want to say
that would be cool on a Monday night TV. All that. We'll get there, but as of Sunday, where you have game one, expect deep steel blue to reign supreme on your Houston Texans.
Now I'm thinking about that the whole time.
That's not a bad. It's not a bad point.
Yeah.
You are making good points. Some other things that are popping. Astros got a 8-7 victory last night. Unfortunately, they did have a loss. And Spencer Getty, he goes on the IL with an elbow issue.
Elbow inflammation.
That's right. I was just leaving the room. That was just me teeing up. Go ahead and do what you're gonna do.
Elbow inflammation.
We see you in 2027.
Yeah. It'd be like Luis Garcia. See you in 2 years, buddy.
You done? You good?
I'm done.
You got it out? Okay, I just wanted to make sure that went up. Obviously, Victor Caratini returned from IL, and they optioned Chaz McCormick to AAA. Appreciate your service and
Who's
your
going to pitch?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah.
We hit all the. I think we hit all the jokes. Are there any other
points?
Any other?
Chaz, come on down. Oh, what? I think he got sent down.
Yeah,
he did. But yeah, so those are what's happening. But of course, the Astros did get that victory. Some timely offense with a really strong. Which inning was that again? Was that the
eighth
inning? Was one of those for sure. And they needed it. They needed all the runs that they got. Literally could not take any more. So they get the rubber match of this one tonight, 6:40 p.m. Interestingly enough, It's Christian Javier on the bump today, and it's going to be very important because he remains one of those guys that you need, especially with Eric Getty going to the IL.
And somehow, extend their lead. Somehow, some way.
That is true. Both the Mariners and Rangers have a bad one yesterday.
It's crazy that they're still holding people off here the way they've been up and down and mostly down lately.
You know what that means? God just loves the Astros.
God loves the Astros.
That's all that is.
He really does.
He's just looking out. All right, so we were talking a little bit about Red Zone, and I've seen people like, "Oh, I'll watch it, but I'm not paying for it." The commercials are really frustrating, folks. I have some bad news for you. If you were planning on circumventing paying for Red Zone or paying for whatever sporting event that you like to watch, one of the most utilized tools in doing that circumventing is Out the Game. Stream East. Are you familiar with this?
Familiar? I've never tapped in. I don't know if you guys have or not.
Sure.
Well, you have, right?
I cannot tell a lie. I can neither confirm nor deny that I've utilized the services of Stream East in the past. But I will not be in the future, at least not in the near future, because Stream East, which is the world's largest illegal sports streaming platform, if you did not know, it's been shut down. There was a sting that was done after a year-long investigation. Obviously, anti-piracy was the goal and the aim, and the network of 80 unauthorized domains ultimately was taken down this week. And so, they
waited till football season.
Oh yeah,
they knew. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the NFL themselves paid for this.
I was just going to say the same thing.
100%.
Okay, so listen. We want you to shut them down, but can you wait till like the first week of September?
Yeah,
so they can
because they're gonna freak out
up.
and they all gonna sign up.
It's like how Fox and ESPN get their deals lined up right for the start of college football season.
Yep.
I'm like, we're gonna add this pressure, but apparently the network generated 1.6 billion combined visits over the past year, because it wasn't just like NFL, NBA, baseball games, soccer internationally, boxing, which I might be possibly familiar with.
Yeah.
All of those shut down. So, if you were using kind of illegal means to get to you, I'm sure there's still other things that are out there, but it seems like
I can't imagine.
This isn't the first, because I remember Crack Streams, we talked about this earlier in the year. I think that U.S. is getting real dogged on cracking down these anti-piracies. We're really in a bad place, and I understand I'm talking about illegal piracy, so I get it. But we're in a bad place as we're constantly seeing more and more streaming, more and more necessary that you have to pay for in order to watch your sports, and there's less and less recourse now.
Oh, for sure. And I actually need to get in on this whole thing of like, I don't even know sometimes what I'm paying for. Like that's how widespread it is. I know some of the ones I absolutely get, but you start clicking on stuff and like, okay, that's $13 a month. I never use it, forget about it, and I'm still paying $13 a month. It's everywhere. It's everywhere.
Yeah, the thing is, I think what's getting me was how much they going up on the price on the brick
every year.
I'm like, dang, I was looking at, I think I got HBO Max, and I'm like $16.99 a month.
Yeah, and they just keep upping the prices too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the part that get me where I think I had sat down at one point. I'm like,
I need to do that.
Unsubscribe, unless it's something I really gotta see. Then I will maybe pay for a month or something like that. But half the time I ain't even watching all of these.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, we don't have time rather to get into it. But I believe Charles Barkley was on, I think, the Ringer podcast or something, and he was mentioning talking specifically about the NBA, but this goes larger. Is just, man, you're really harming your customer base by having you're just taking the money and having a million different outlets. And we're saying why it's just so expensive to watch sports. And yes, I see you, an illegal stream snob from 832. Stream East is trash, never works right. I get it, and I know there's going to be more on the internet, but I think that this highlights, one, I think a committed effort to try and knock these down, but two, I think it's just an interesting way to tap into the idea of watching sports. Not nearly as easy as it once was. So salute to you out there getting the games that you want to watch.
And even if you don't go to games, pretty damn expensive.
Yeah, that is true. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, D'Amico Ryans talked yesterday, and let's be honest, he sounded pretty exasperated talking about his offensive line. So let's talk about his defense a little bit. Could this be the perfect test for the defense coming up this weekend? We'll do that next.
Thirsty Thursday is back. 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Thursday is going well. Gearing up for Texans Week 1 opener, I guess, in a way, on the road versus the Los Angeles Rams. And D'Amico Ryans, after their Wednesday practice yesterday, obviously addressed the media. We always appreciate him doing that. And let's be honest. I'm going to be entirely honest. He sounded a little exasperated.
Oh, for sure.
One of the early questions that he was asked is this one here, if you can give it to me, Figgy. This is cut 1. He was asked about his confidence level. In what? His offensive line. What's your confidence level in your offensive line heading into Week 1, D'Amico?
Yeah, for our offensive line, we'll see. There's been questions all offseason about our offensive line. Everybody wants to know who's going out there, who is this guy, this position, that position. It's just a lot of talk that quite frankly, I'm tired of talking about it. Like, it's time to go play, and let's see how our 5 matches up against a really great defensive line. And that's what we'll see on Sunday. Let's see how it all plays out.
All right, if you don't believe me, because, I mean, it did sound like he said specifically.
Easy. Yeah.
He do this all the time, though, man. He did that. Remember with the quarterback situation when CJ was a rookie?
Yeah.
Like, y'all never asked me about the starting linebacker. Like, come on, man.
Just as further evidence, D'Amico, is this Texans offense buying into a swarm mentality? How about that?
For their offense and their swarm mentality, it's showing up a lot more. I've seen it throughout training camp some days. Kim, I really want to see it in the games. And now it's time to let's see what it's all about. Collectively as a team, can we go out and swarm? And that's just playing together, playing tough, playing physical, playing fast. And that's all 3 phases. And I'm excited to see that on Sunday.
Yeah, he's like, let's get to ball. Hypotheticals is cool. I'm ready to get to ball. And real quick before we move on here, I did want to ask you, though, and I might be projecting here. I want to acknowledge that on the front side. I do wonder how much of that is just, I'm tired of talking about this. I do wonder how much of that is actually, I am actually curious to find out what my offensive line, will they bring that nastiness? Will they bring that to the field? Will my offense bring the entirety of that swarm mentality to the field, even though I've seen some evidences of it early? Because, again, there's question marks. Running back. And I know they've talked about the confidence that they have. But running back, offensive line, you were highlighting, hey, what you have from your wide receivers early on. What can you guarantee that they bring? There are some question marks that you just have to see on the field.
I got to believe that it's not so much curious because he's there every day. He's he made the calls on who's going to be the starters. He and others. I think it's more like anxiousness because you think you did it right. You made these decisions, and he's just anxious to see it in play. But I think in the back of his mind, there's always going to be like, all right, is this going to work? We know what we got. We think we know what we have. Is this going to work? And they're going to face, obviously a pretty good defensive front 7, to be honest.
But we hear you, D'Amico.
Yeah.
We do.
Let's move on.
Let's talk about something else.
How about that? We're doing it.
Y'all ain't asked me about the defense.
We're not.
I'm glad
you asked that.
I think he's getting a little offended that we keep focused on the offense. He like, yo, this is a defensive squad right here, man. Don't sleep.
Yeah. I wonder why we would focus on the offense. I wonder why.
Oh, no, he knows why, but go ahead.
I know he knows why. Yeah. I'm just, I guess, making light of it. But no, we hear you, D'Amico. There's been a lot of talk about the offense. Let's talk about this defense. You're viewing this as the perfect test, possibly?
I do. I think you always want to have, like a preseason, an easier type first game. Just kind of get everybody, especially if you have a new unit like on offense. But we're not talking about offense right now. You kind of want to, gradually get into the season and have a good, easy first win. But once you don't, once you have a good squad that you're facing, a playoff team that has a good a Hall of Fame quarterback, then you're kind of good with it, because I think the test aspect of it is going to be great for this defense. We think this defense is going to be next level, top 3, top 5, maybe even better than that. But let's look at what the offense is that they're facing. They're facing a Hall of Fame quarterback, and you're going to have to set aside what about his back. We know about his back, but as they were, ND was talking about, you get Andy Kalu joined us earlier. You get it, Matthew Stafford on the other side of the ball. You just have to assume that's Matthew Stafford. So they're facing a Hall of Fame quarterback. They're facing a 1,000-yard rusher. They're facing what I'm saying is 2,000-yard receivers, even though Puka Nacua technically had 990, but that was just in 11 games. So Hall of Fame quarterback, 1,000-yard rusher, 2,000-yard receivers, and a master play caller. an acknowledged master play caller. This is going to be the perfect test for just how good this defense is going to be.
First and foremost, just in the ways that you were talking about starting a season, you pushed your kids in the deep end when you were teaching them to swim, didn't you?
I did not. We did the lessons thing.
Really?
Yeah,
y'all started
You just throw them in there?
My dad threw me in the deep end.
See, I knew it was somewhere in there. He was like, you'd rather just throw in the deep end, right?
What age did you start your kids swimming?
Real young, like 4 and 5. They're all well, you know Jacob, but they're all good swimmers. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering if the teacher just kind of like the viral videos. And
no, they did the
throwing the
lessons
baby.
thing.
Don't worry about him. That's him learning.
Here you go.
No, he's fine. Don't worry about him. He's good.
Not only did my dad throw me in the deep end, he threw me in a river.
Oh, that's even worse.
I was in a river.
That might explain some things.
Yeah, you could have got washed up and never seen again.
Exactly. I mean, they were in the water, but they threw me in a river.
No, but I have a little pushback to this being the perfect test. I think that there's some things about this Rams team that can be a little bit inflated in our imagination, that if you look at least what they did last year and how this might be coming up this year, that might not quite track. So I think you mentioned Matt Stafford and, the actual him being a Hall of Fame passer. I'm not even going to talk about the injury per se, although obviously the injury factors in. One of the things for him is that he still was top 10 in a number of metrics last year. However, you're seeing a decrease in his average depth of target. He has fewer highlight throws, and he has more turnover-worthy plays. That last one being a big one when it comes to this team. Actually, both the last two that I mentioned, because the idea of highlight-worthy plays, if we were going to talk about one of the things that we could look at this Texans defense and we go, hey, this is a weakness that sometimes happens, which is the big plays that were happening sometimes by the likes of like even Will Levis and stuff, just chucking the ball up there. If Matt Stafford is less likely of doing that, not saying that he's not capable of doing that, because that would be asinine, but he's doing that a little bit less, and he's putting up more turnover-worthy plays. Those feel like those play very much into the defense, into the defense's hands that you have here with this Texans team. Not trying to take away from Matt Stafford, who up here, between the ears, absolutely has this game pretty locked up at this point. But I think it's also worth acknowledging he's not at the top of that hill. He's on the backside of it. And last year, obviously outside of injuries, he was solid. But that's likely not going to be the level that he's at again this year.
I really appreciate your nerdiness.
There's more of it coming. I just want you to understand this.
I do appreciate your nerdiness because I dabble in the advanced analytics.
I didn't even give you which analytics it was.
But you go into the deep end, so to speak. But let's think about what you just mentioned. Depth of throws, highlight-worthy plays, and turnover-worthy plays.
Those feel pretty.
Come on,
useful
man.
Here. If he's not throwing the ball downfield, he's not testing your defense.
But Matthew Stafford with a rocket, and his accuracy is incredible. Of course, he's going to have turnover-worthy plays because he can shoot that ball into places that other quarterbacks cannot do.
It's a relative conversation. Yeah, he's going to have turnover-worthy plays. Every quarterback that takes chances is going to have turnover-worthy plays. That's a little bit of tongue twister. The idea is that there's been an uptick in it. He's having more of these as he continues. And I'm saying all of this to point to he is declining. Now, I'm not saying that
still top 10
was last year.
Right.
Is he going to remain top 10? Is there going to be more of a slide here? And are you facing more of a top 12 quarterback? That's a difference. And I think that also, not saying that won't be some level of test, but I don't know if that's a perfect test against a defense that we know lines up nicely with some of these things that we are seeing in some level of decline in him.
Well, as much as I appreciate your numbers, what I feel with Matthew Stafford is the ability to exploit a matchup with Sean McVay. Help as well.
Agreed.
To be the ability to have the type of arm and accuracy that it might be by the data points, a turnover-worthy play, but he is a guy that can be the exception to that because he is so accurate and so good.
Not against Sting. Not against Bullock.
Look.
And that's the thing that I'm only trying to point out. This was a better offense when they were mostly healthy last year. I think that some of their stats, the Rams, speaking of it, some of their stats were kind of skewed because of the injuries that they had time to time. But there were times where they had their good players where they were so-so. Like, this was a team that was, even if you look at kind of the projections, they're still in a so-so place where any team in that NFC West feels like they can win that thing. So I'm just trying to temper some of this. As much as he is a very, very good quarterback, he is one that has experience. I also think that This is very gettable, and I don't know that this is going to be one of those where you go, oh man, they're absolutely going to really take it to the Texans. I could easily see us getting to about 6:00 Sunday and be like, damn, they didn't look like they served up much of a chance against the Texans.
On that, we can agree, and that's why I said I feel this is going to be the perfect test, because it's not just going to be look at the Texans beating up on a bad team. No, that is Matthew Stafford. That is Kyron Williams. That is Puka. That is Devontae Adams. Who was it? One of the Texans called him, I think it was C.J. Gardner-Johnson, called him the best route runner in the NFL.
Oh, you're not going to get me to fight on that with Devontae Adams. I'm very fond of him. I could point to numbers as to why he's more interesting in this offense than Cooper Kupp was, at least last year, because Cooper Kupp and Devontae Adams. That's kind of my point.
Yeah. That's my whole point. With all those dudes on the other end, no matter somewhat of a drop off, according to some analytics or not, this is why I think we're going to come out of Sunday afternoon's game thinking, boy, they are that good, or what maybe they're good, but they still got a little ways to go or whatever. I think that we're going to come out of the game, boy, they really are that good because they're getting that good a test.
I don't know that this game is actually going to impact my feeling on this Texans defense as much. And that's ultimately what I'm trying to get to by pointing to some of this. Because even Devontae Adams, right? I think he represents for the Los Angeles Rams something that they haven't had in quite a while, which is a really good X receiver, right? That guy that you can line up in one-on-one coverage and go get something done. Now, we know both because we've kind of heard conversations about it. I think Nick Cassera even talked about the idea of them moving him around. And because we saw Devontae Adams versus the Jets, or when we played the Jets last year up there in the Meadowlands, we saw that was not really fun, especially when they get to moving him around, finding him in the slot, getting advantageous matchups. But having him as that X receiver is something that he brings compared to, what was it, like DeMarcus Robinson that they had doing that last year? Yeah, that's not going to threaten you in the same way. But again, I then juxtapose that with what do the Texans have just inherently matched up against that? Oh, if you're the X receiver, welcome to Derek Stingley world.
Exactly. But again, that's my point. You're going to see just how good they are. It is a real test. If it wasn't Devontae Adams that he was facing, we might say, okay, well, he had a really good game. Let's see what happens when he faces, the next level receiver. You're facing the next level receiver. I think this is a perfect test for him.
Yeah. I think that this will be. Now, I could see you on the perfect test if we're going. This actually serves as probably a nice middle ground between layup start of the season and absolutely just rough, rugged start to the season.
So you don't think that the Rams offense is really a big time threat in the NFL, a top tier offense?
Not as much this year. No.
That's crazy.
I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but also you're talking about an offensive line where they had a lot of up and down, and they've had some turnover there. We talked about Alvarez Jackson coming back. He's coming back off of the blood clots. I know that they feel comfortable about him doing that. We talked to Sarah Barshop about that yesterday, and he's come back from clots before. But I don't know at what level, especially with him not having as much actual on-field work. I think that they're not really poised to get after this Texans defense as much as, and to be fair, I guess I should give them this credit. There's not a lot of teams that are really well poised to get after this Texans defense, at least on paper. But looking at this, I feel really good, and maybe this is ultimately what's impacting my look at it. I feel really, really good about the way that this Texans team lines up against that Rams offense, and so yeah, I'm not worried. As much as crazy as that sounds.
I feel really good about how this Texans defense lines up against anyone. I think they're going to be a monster. And I'm really glad, now that it's obviously I don't have much say in it, but I think it's really, really good that they're facing an offense of this caliber. I mean, there are going to be better offenses that they face this year, but I don't know how many when it comes to the weapons. You can talk about the offensive line, and I don't necessarily disagree, but the weapons they have, 2,000-yard receivers, 1,000-yard rusher, and Hall of Fame quarterback. And no matter what other numbers might tell you, that's the most recent thing. That's last year. I think it's going to be a good test.
Yeah, but I mean, last year against which teams are we talking about? And I could point to the idea that also another thing that you go, all right, how does this line up against the Texans? The Rams were 25th on third downs. Like, this is first and second down, fine. You get to third down, and this is one of those things that I go, hey, what is this test for the defense? Again, last year is not this year. things change. I understand. I acknowledge. But if it's anywhere close, unless they have just a radical change from what they were last year, they still do not pose the types of threats to a Texans defense that I would be really concerned about.
That's nuts to me.
I know it sounds nuts.
That's nuts to me.
It does sound nuts.
Yeah.
Somebody said Reggie is smoking that Nigerian bud. I know it sounds crazy, but that's why I get where you're coming from. I know on the surface it looks like that. I still feel like this is such.
You think they're going to run them?
Yeah, dog.
All right.
Yeah, dog. Like I feel crazy saying that, but I do feel like that.
What do you feel more confident in, the Rams offense against the Texans defense, or the Rams defense against the O-line, the Texans O-line?
I think that I would go Rams defense versus Texas offensive line. That's the one that I feel more confident in.
I think it's a good question.
That's the one I'm kind of a little nervous about.
No, I think that's a really good question.
Oh, you mean like from the Texans side? Yeah, no, I feel more confident about the Texans defense.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous for the Rams defense going against that O-line for the first game like that. Now, I don't think they're going to be bad or anything like that, but just week one against that defense, I'm a little worried about the O-line more than I'm worried about the Rams offense.
D'Amico hates you right now. You ended up talking about the O-line.
I
We
know,
weren't going to
man.
do it.
Talk about
we
something
weren't
else.
going to do it.
And I'm here,
Immediate people.
D'Amico, if you're listening, because I know that you do from time to time, even though I don't know that at all. I'm just saying things. I'm the one here standing up for how your defense is not in the lurch here against the Rams.
Again, I think we both agree on the defense. The competition, though, that you and I'm not putting words in your mouth, but it seems like you're like, they're going to run them. It's not that good.
They cool. They got a little offense.
I mean, we
over
all
there.
hope you're right.
They got a little offense over there. It's cool.
We all hope you're right.
I am really setting myself up to be laughed out of this room on Monday.
That's one of those.
That is one of the fun things.
That's one of those where a lot of times when someone comes up with a whatever take or an outrageous take, I'll just look at them and I'll say, "That's Matthew Stafford. That's Matthew Stafford right there."
You know what? Smelling salts. Smelling salts. Smelling salts if I'm wrong. Smelling salts if you watch Sunday and you're like, damn, Reggie was so
well,
off.
then we have to define what running them is.
Yeah.
Keep them on under 17 points? 20 points?
We'll figure this out. We'll figure this out. And I'm not evading this, but I want to give us time to think about this because I think it's more qualitative, but we got to be able to have something that we judge it off.
Come in. Yep, kept them under 25 points.
But
that's the thing. You wouldn't be happy. You wouldn't be happy if they kept them under 25 and it was like, but it looked different. It was just a couple of turnovers. So that's what I'm trying to say. We got to find.
Or they scored those 25 points in the first half. And then they mail it in the second half.
I'm not on drugs, guys. Somebody said hook a brother up. I have no connects. There are no some connects. All right, you're in the loop.
Hook a brother up.
Right here.
I'm interested in that Nigerian book.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on a Thursday. Coming up next, it's about that time for us to give our lunchtime confessions, and we will do that next.
I'm looking at my Underdog app right now, man.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, got to mention this first, and I guess it's something of a confession. Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios both not practicing again today.
Uh-oh.
So the confession being...
Is it Friday?
It's not Friday.
Okay.
But it's the two big padded practices. The two big padded practices are Wednesday and Thursday. So tomorrow's the biggest day now. But I guess that's the mini confession before confession. Starting to get a little worried about some of those skill position players. But Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios both not practicing. All right.
These are my confessions.
I guess I got to bring this to the class. So my granddaughter inadvertently said something that might be a little racially insensitive the other day.
Lord have mercy.
Why you
wonder where she learned it from?
Yeah,
hey, wait a minute.
Yeah.
That's what everybody always say. I had to learn it from somewhere.
I always love the palpable sense of fear that you can get from like a parent or a dog owner when their child or dog does something that might have a whiff of.
This was so
I don't
funny.
like black people or something like that, right? Like when that dog's, I swear the dog loves black people. I don't know what's happening right now. It's like, you don't have to convince me.
The dog is cool with everybody but the one black person that's in the house.
So with that said, her family, specifically my son and daughter-in-law, they have a lot of black friends that are coming around all the time.
Yeah, see, that's it right there. You see it? Did you see it happen?
That's how I go. That's how I go.
They got all kinds of black friends that are coming around all the time. So I sent you guys the
I want you to understand, you did this to yourself.
I know. It's called Confessions. So I took her to, a lot of times we'll just take her. She's almost 3 years old now.
She look about 10, but
God,
she's so tall.
She's so tall. So we took her, to Katz's Deli, which we like. Just her and Grandma and Grandpa. And there's a fella sitting at the bar that had his hair up, like Figgy likes to wear. And we're just eating.
Did he have locks?
Yeah, it was tied up.
It probably was braids.
No. It was tied up like Figgy likes to wear. And we're just sitting there eating, and she goes, Hawpaw's friend. She calls me Hawpaw. She goes, Hawpaw's friend. And I looked over there, and I went, oh, she's talking about Figgy. She's talking about because you wear your hair up like that. So I sent you guys the picture.
I got to go over there and see her now, man. I didn't even think she knew who the hell I was.
That's the most impressive. She remembered exactly who you were. Man, but she goes, Hawpaw's friend, and I just started laughing out loud. Because he actually had a beard, too, which you do not. And for a minute, you thought she was talking about you, but you really haven't been spending a lot of time.
No. And so, I saw the picture, and I was like, if somebody wanted to be like, hey, that looked kind of like Reggie, I'd be like, I can kind of see where you're coming from there. But I was like, unless she's been out here on the YouTube just looking at the, I feel like that would have been an odd one to go for.
Oh, that was fun. I had tears in my eyes. I was laughing so hard.
No,
all
right.
Friend?
I'll ask Figgy because it's always interesting to get the person for whom is being talked about. In looking at the picture, did you get where Natalie might have been coming from here?
No, I get it coming from her place.
Yeah.
Her place. If it was Lopez, like, man, this look like Figgy, I would have been like, come on, man. Yeah. No, I get it. I'm impressed she even remembered me.
Yeah.
So she definitely get a pass.
Oh, that was funny.
Did I tell you about the times a kid said something wild to me when I was at KFC in Kentucky?
Mm-hmm.
We walked in.
You went to the original. You went to the home of KFC.
Yep. I was in Kentucky. He said, hey, let's go to KFC.
That's right.
And there was a little white boy running around. And look, this is where I'm going with it. He looked up and said, Mom, there's some black people in here. Wow. Man, me and my wife, eyes got big. And she was just like, Timmy, get over here now. She was mad.
I bet she was.
He was like, Mom, there goes some black people. I'm like, oh, man, let's get our stuff and get out of here. Let's skedaddle.
Kids do a great job at embarrassing you, won't
God,
they?
that was, I just couldn't stop laughing.
These are my confessions.
We were talking a little bit earlier about Stream East and the way that a Sting brought that very well-known illegal streaming site down, and I've had a little bit of a I don't know, holier than thou perspective
Mm-hmm.
on the illegal streaming.
Mhm.
You know, and I
can say it.
I have been, especially with you two.
You can say it.
Not that I think that you two do anything in particular wrong, but after I've seen, and again, I know there's other ones out there, whatever. The ways that these things keep going, where the prices keep being more expensive on these streaming things, and the less than legal means of watching things are becoming less and less available. I'm getting real close.
There he goes.
I'm getting real close.
There he goes.
Come on to the dark side.
I'm getting real close.
What are you saying?
Like this morning I had that thought where I was like, how much is a Fire Stick nowadays, you know?
And see, I get where he's coming from, and I appreciate Reggie that he's the type of person that want to support and say, hey, you know what? You know, I support a good service.
Yeah.
But I'm with you, man. It's getting ridiculous, man.
It's everything.
Just these prices, like all of these streaming services, damn near starting at $15.99 now.
I canceled the service last night.
Did you really?
Last night.
Man, it's crazy, man, because I remember these services was like $5.99, $6.99.
And you're thinking, that's value.
You could do that.
Yeah.
But I can't spend no $15.99 on 5 or 6 different streaming services. That's,
It's
man.
too much. I don't even want to
Especially if I'm not even using it consistently like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing that, just real quick, the subscriptions, like to websites, I can't tell you how many I have on that either. I gotta spend a day just eliminating some.
And maybe this is a mini confession. Part of the reason why I canceled that first subscription, I started another one for stats this year.
Of course you did.
You say, I don't need this one because I'm about to get this one.
Hey, but I can give you better stats.
Yeah.
To say absurd things like the Texans defense is going to absolutely mollywop the Rams offense on
What was
Sunday.
that?
Yeah.
Interception likelihood or something
Now,
like
I'm thinking about that baseball one he had. What's that? Surplus or plus?
SW
plus
something.
That +1 stat, the one that got me, man.
These are my confessions.
All right, I got to confess, man. I feel like I'm really getting old now because I see some of my former classmates are gearing up for high school reunion.
Oh, yeah? How many?
Yeah, how many what?
Years.
Oh, it's going up on 20 years.
Ooh, baby.
So I would have been class of 07 if I graduated. So that's I hang on to that class. And they did like a alumni for my whole school, like an alumni weekend a couple weeks ago. And I got a little FOMO, man.
Oh, yeah.
I got a little FOMO.
can see that.
Because I wasn't there.
Yeah.
And I seen it last minute, and I was just like, damn, should I try to find a flight to go up there just to see everybody? But in the same breath, I don't really talk to nobody from high school.
But you still have a lot of friends from then. I mean, you would have friends.
But I haven't talked to
old
them.
friends is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I haven't talked to them from like 20 years ago. And most of the people I was seeing in these pictures and videos and stuff, I'm like, I ain't really talked to y'all during high school. So I wonder if it's going to be the same or is it going to be a, hey, how you been?
Yeah.
Is it going to be a little awkward?
Yeah.
But that kind of made me feel old because I used to laugh at people whenever they used to be trying to set up a 20-year high school reunion.
20 hits.
But now 20, I'm just like, damn, we the people now.
Yeah.
I was just looking at the whole weekend.
Yeah.
They're like, we going to go to this bar for the pregame.
Yeah.
Saturday, it's the picnic.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, man, I'd have got to that age now where I'm like, ooh, the picnic look good. I would not be sitting here thinking about no damn picnic. I'll be trying to go to a club or something.
Yeah. Hey,
now it's like, man, let's go to the picnic. Hopefully there's some food out there.
Yeah.
But I done got to that age. And plus, this is another mini confession, too, me feeling old. So remember a couple weeks ago, Jesse's Burgers was up here?
Yeah.
And
Great burger, by the way.
Yeah, it's a good burger. Check them out. I was sitting there talking to him. He was like, hey, I just want to say it's a pleasure meeting you, man. I actually grew up listening to you guys with my dad. I was just like, grew up listening. Yeah. I'm like, wait, what?
I get that all the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
I'm like, brother, how old are you?
Oh, yeah.
I thought you was about my age. And that kind of hit me, too, because I'm like, damn, you grew up listening to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then I had to do the math a little bit. Like, I had been on the show since 2018. So that's coming up on a good 10 years.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm feeling for obvious reasons, I get that all the time. And if you want to feel younger, I could tell you what my reunion number was this year if you wanted. But anyway, no.
What's weird about reunions though is that I think in the modern age with like Facebook and Instagram, it feels like you pretty much can pretty easily keep up with most of the people from high school, which is the big reason why you would get to the 10 or the 15-year reunion.
And see, that's how I was feeling because I was just like doing no reunion. But then as it got closer and I saw certain people flying in to Cleveland and all this other stuff and old teachers, I'm like, damn, I kind of wish I would have knew about this early on. I could have maybe showed up.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So we basically have, even though it's unofficial, we have the Super Bowl halftime entertainment lined up, don't we?
Do we?
What's your source for that, man?
Roger Goodell.
What'd he say?
You got this, Figgy?
Yeah, I got it.
Let's hear it.
Is Taylor Swift invited to play the Super Bowl this year, the halftime show?
We would always love to have Taylor play. She is a special talent, and obviously she would be welcome at any time.
Is it in the works?
I can't tell you anything about that.
Is it a maybe?
It's a maybe.
Okay.
We'll take a maybe. It's a maybe.
Okay.
At what point can we expect the decision to be announced?
I'm waiting on my friend Jay-Z to be able to help me with that one. It's in his hands. I'm waiting for the smoke to come out. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. But you're a Swiftie. Team
I'm
Swiftie.
definitely a Swiftie.
Of course you are.
Come on, man. I can't say, and it's a maybe. At this point, you cannot not have her. Right?
Wait, that's a little far. You can not have her.
I mean, it could work out where it's not, something falls through. But
what I got from that is they are very super open to this.
Yes,
it's up to her.
Yeah, that's
if she wanted to do it.
It could basically fall through.
Yeah,
but it's obvious where
right
they
there.
Go.
They're like, hell yes. But it's pretty much up to the artist if she want to do it or not.
Yeah,
I've just been surprised at the level of artists that feels like they've still been able to get with the way that the Super Bowl ain't paid, and people can find their niche now in a way that's pretty easy.
But it's not paid directly. We all know that when you're on the Super Bowl halftime, your record sales, your streams, downloads.
See, it used to be an honor to do that.
Yeah.
But now it's saying because I seen something recently saying Cardi B turned it down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
like, Cardi B is a little different because she just doesn't want to tour. Like she doesn't really feel like touring in general.
But
anyway.
like I said, the Super Bowl was an honor, man. It was like a privilege at some point to do the halftime show at the biggest stage of the year in American sports.
And
you got somebody like that that's just like, I turned it down.
It is weird, but again, I get why they don't get paid because they get a lot of money ultimately.
It's a bigger prize towards the end.
Yeah.
Just like the Super Bowl.
Just
don't worry about it. You got to put all these things up for the NFL, but it'll come back in revenue.
Yeah, we pay you under the table.
Economic impact.
Yeah, the economic impact will be great. Don't even worry about it. All right, those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. The testimonials already rolling in from the 8 through 2. Wow, please no Taylor Swift at the Super Bowl. My goodness, people are excited. People love it.
Hey, them numbers gonna do just well without you watching.
Those numbers are gonna do incredible, and that might be the excitement. Is just imagine the different demographics that come to the table.
Mm-hmm.
All right, coming up next, it's that time on a Thursday where we do a little buy or sell. Are you buying what these various folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610. We'll do it next.
pricing after $20 in monthly bill credits plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, appreciate you rocking with us here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Your dedication on the radio will be rewarded here in this segment as we'll be giving away a 4-pack of tickets, courtesy of the University of Houston, to see those Cougs take on the Colorado Buffaloes on the 12th. That'll happen in this segment. But what will also happen in this segment is a little bit of buy or sell. Are you buying what these people in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610. John Lopez, the floor is yours.
Let's get to it. Let's get to the big news of the week. Got a couple of them that are related to that. Framber Valdez said he got, quote, crossed up on the pitch that hit Cesar Salazar.
Well, explain to the people in the back. Crossed up,
like basically
not for Figgy though. He knows.
Yeah, people out there don't know.
The term is used like, I thought you said blah blah blah, and I threw blah blah blah. Basically crossed up. He was expecting I think in this case it was a changeup is what was called, and he threw a sinker, which is kind of a fastball. And he said it was just a simple mistake. He got crossed up. Rather than maybe,
and that was for the home run, or
that was for after the home. Actually, he threw his own pitch on the home run too, but the one that hit him.
And I think that's why I'm going to sell this. Now, I know there was a big conversation yesterday about the intent of it, but I do think that I'm not going to cross up. I think I go even if I'm going to heed what some of Ron's points on the idea of why would he hit his own dude? I do think that he was intentionally going on his own, and I think even in that way. The idea of, I just didn't hear you right. No. You just decided I want to throw a sinker, and in this instance, your catcher was not prepared for it for whatever reason, whether that was intent or whatever. But you clearly just did not want to throw what he was throwing, which I think is the bigger issue that we've gotten caught up in the intentionality of it, and whether it's a jerk move or whatever. I think the real jerk part of this is, hey, man, you going off script in a situation where it's a team sport. As much as there are individual battles between pitcher and batter, it's a team sport, and you're not going on the game plan with your teammates. I think that's the part. But, yes, I think I'm not buying that. I'm selling that it was just a crossed-up moment.
Yeah, I'm selling it too, man. And honestly, I ain't trying to bring that conversation back up because y'all probably had it all, but I don't think he did it on purpose. I feel like he threw that pitch out of frustration a little bit. And it's kind of like if you run into your room and your mom following you, just slam the door. You wasn't trying to hit your mom, but you was trying to.
Oh, I think there's a lot to that.
You try to.
I mean, the guy could have swung at the pitch.
Yeah.
I don't think, and this is where I was saying yesterday, I don't think he said, I'm going to hit him.
Yeah,
I'm going to angrily throw this pitch out of frustration.
That's what it was. It's kind of like if you throw something at a wall, like you wasn't trying to hit nobody, but you was just trying to fire off that glass.
But it's still irrational and rogue and not right.
I think it kind of caught him off guard, Cesar off guard a little bit where he didn't catch it.
All right, I'm selling too. This is an interesting one to me. Nick Sirianni said that he did not know tonight was banner night in Philadelphia, quote, on to 2025.
Sell, man. That is pathetic. He's doing this.
He didn't know it was banner night.
Yeah, no, I mean, you got to sell that because, come on, dog.
It's every year.
You ain't got to be this much of a meathead.
It's every year.
And there's, I mean,
the Super Bowl champion has banner night.
There's clearly people that are, that's their jobs to at least make it known to him at some point. But I think the bigger portion of this that I find interesting is the type of leader that he is and is, obviously attempting to be, is that, just, hey, we're doing the work, that's done, we've turned the page, which, I mean, he is kind of really aligned with his quarterback because remember how Jalen Hurts didn't even put his ring on because he was I put that behind me. I'm like, dog, it's still the offseason. You can wear the ring, damn it. But there is quite an alignment in the way they go about it. And as much as I think that could be, I'm going to be honest, borderline, if not actually psychopathic to do it that way, it seems to work for people when they have that kind of maniacal way of viewing this. So shout out to them in the ways that works for them. But yeah, no,
you knew.
You know it, dog.
But
you knew.
Yeah, but see, if that was the case, he could at least just say, yeah, that's super exciting, but we focus on this season.
Nah, we taking it all the way. I didn't even know. They got rings? Oh, I didn't know we could get rings. That's crazy.
If I was a real jerk, I'd be like, y'all ain't getting y'all rings tonight.
Yeah.
I do it when I feel like it.
Oh, brother.
What,
Yes.
so the Eagles
Like, y'all want to act like that? Yeah, I do it when I feel like it.
Yeah.
Since y'all don't care, why would I give y'all some rings?
Didn't know it was bad or not. I'm selling as well. Are you buying or selling this? The great Johnny Manziel is talking about what happened. What?
What portion of his life are we talking about with Johnny Manziel?
Well, you know what part.
The great. He just talking about the A&M days.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Because look,
damn sure ain't the Cleveland
No,
days.
it isn't the Cleveland days.
Yeah.
It isn't the off field.
Yeah, maybe high school or something. I don't know what he's doing in high school.
Johnny Manziel said this about Alabama after their loss to Florida State. The fear aspect of what Alabama is completely gone. Ain't nobody scared of them boys. Not Vandy, not Kentucky, not nobody.
I think he's right. I'm buying
Vandy and Kentucky had me thinking.
I'm buying this.
Yes.
I kind of agree with it, man.
I mean, shout out to Tommy Castellanos. We mentioned this, him talking a month or two ago about how they don't have Nick Saban to save them. There is something to be said for like the long shadow that was cast by Nick Saban and the dogged way that he worked, the ways in which he was never happy. In fact, I think the only times that I saw Nick Saban happy was when they did something wrong because it was an opportunity to go and coach it out of it, right? Like, that is an ethos that comes from the coach. I know Alabama as a program has that feel for the program, but that's somewhat because as a state, as a fan base, as a booster class, they hold such a high standard that if you don't live up to the standard, we'll get you out here and keep that standard up with somebody else. Just Kalen DeBoer hasn't quite gotten to that end of that rope yet. He's getting close.
Yeah.
And so, but people recognize, hey, this is not the same team. And it's evident. We could see this on the field where these dudes don't look as prepared as normal. And if you're a football team watching tape, seeing these things, those things pop out. And you go away from, like, as soon as you get that first look behind the curtain, to use the Wizard of Oz, something from your time period, John Lopez.
The 30s?
The entire illusion. Yeah, absolutely. You were alive during the Dust Bowl, right?
I remember when they made that movie.
I was an extra.
That's right.
I was on the set.
No, but once the illusion is broken, then that doesn't have any hold on us. And I very much think that that's where you are, which is probably the biggest indictment of Kalen.
I'm buying. Figgy?
I think I buy anything from Johnny Manziel, but I'm buying this, man. It just seemed like nobody. And I realized this too with Nick Saban on the sideline. It was always that fear that he will get over on you somehow.
And the best way to test this is like pick your team. In your case, Ohio State. Well, they're not afraid of anybody. Like A&M.
They're afraid of Ryan Day. So they're afraid of
A&M, K-State, even a middling, team from the whatever. ACC,
Damn, why are you talking about Georgia Tech like that?
Okay, Georgia Tech. We'll use Georgia Tech. If they go into Alabama, are they afraid? I don't think they are.
No, I think they are.
I think they going in feeling like they could get got.
Right.
Yeah.
They will recognize that they are outmatched talent-wise.
Yeah.
But I don't think they're
not afraid.
And that's because what you were alluding to. Nick Saban seemed to be a dude who just has answers, and if he does not immediately, he will find the answers. Speaking of Johnny Manziel, that was one of those instances. It used to be, you can get Nick Saban with these quick, fat, shifty quarterbacks, a la Johnny lighting them up. And then they were like, well, that's going to end. Yeah. That's going to end right now because that's how Nick Saban worked.
And we're going to get one.
I don't feel that with Kalen DeBoer.
All right, a couple more for you guys here. Angels outfielder Joe Adell, quote, "There should be no out-of-town metal scoreboard anywhere on the baseball field. It's the big leagues. That bleep is ridiculous." Of course, his buddy busted open his face on the Astros metal scoreboard.
I mean, I said this when it came. I actually kind of agree. I think that, and my thought process, and I've been looking at that wall a little bit more, and they do have like padding on the base of it. Obviously, though,
it's metal.
Right about head level, you will see, the out of town scoreboard, that manual scoreboard with the I guess panels that they have there that is visible, that you can hit if you have your arm up, and it just feels like, hey, let's raise that padding up higher because again, this is a playing surface. The primary reason or purpose for this area is to be a playing surface. So all of this should probably gear towards the protection. I love it as a character detail having the out of town scoreboard, but not at the cost of the capabilities of what the guys that are on the field. Yeah,
I'm buying it too, man. Just keep everybody safe. And I know we kind of had discussion when they put the net up in the foul territory, and I think people was a little upset about that. And I think it worked out just fine.
Yeah.
So let's keep everybody safe. We don't need none of that type of stuff. They're not out there in helmets and different little stuff like that. We don't need a metal board to hurt somebody like this.
And if they were in helmets, would that be the worst thing in the world? Like, this feels reminiscent of, and this you legitimately were alive for. I'm not making jokes here. Do you recall when seatbelts were first mandated across the nation?
They used to throw me in the back of the station wagon and just bouncing around back there. But you
remember the reaction that people had. People were like, "Absolutely not! Like, how dare you
make me wear a seatbelt?"
It's so commonplace now.
Yeah.
I think you err on the side of protection.
And then
ultimately we'll all be all right.
Just on your waist.
Yes.
Slamming your head into the steering wheel.
I remember growing up with that one. We had an old ass car. It just had the seatbelt just around. That was it.
Or just the bench seat up front where you could just slide right through.
No airbags.
No, oh God, no. Oh God,
that was a luxury if you had an airbag.
All right, maybe one more here.
Sure.
Let me pick a good one. This is how about a little Tua Tagovailoa and his relationship with Tyreek Hill, who, by the way, was not named a captain.
Why would that happen? By the way, his response to that was, "I don't need to be a captain, just doing the things that I do on the field." I'm like, true, but also, I don't think I want to hear that from you, dog.
Yes, exactly. Well, anyway, at the end of the last year, he famously said, "I'm out," and kind of criticized Tua. Tua said this yesterday, I believe.
Yeah.
The relationship is good. That conversation is over now.
I'm buying it.
Are you?
Yeah. This you have to put those things to bed before you go into a season. I mean, in any locker room, we talking about 53 plus dudes that have to be in. What office place, what business place have you found a place where you get 50 people in the same room and all of them love each other?
None.
But you find a way to get this together. We all pull in the same direction. As you head into a new season, I have a strong feeling that your quarterback and probably your best wide receiver have had conversations to be like, hey, no matter what our feelings are, we in the same boat because we're trying to get to the same direction. 100%.
I'm kind of selling it. I don't think the relationship is good. I think he just said that to kind of move forward, but I don't think the relationship is good. I think they just going to try to move on as much as they can, but I think that ship has sailed.
I am with you, Figgy, on this one. I get what Reggie's saying. You got to work, but sometimes you work with people that you don't like.
Yeah.
And that happens everywhere as well. I mean, the relationship is good. He said the relationship is good. That conversation is over. I don't buy that.
I heard the parenthetical in there right before relationship was work.
Yeah.
In my head, I hear the work relationship was good, which, sure. Yeah. I can see that.
Yeah.
All right, that's a little buy or sell. No buying or selling with this. Caller number 7 right now wins a 4-pack of tickets to see the University of Houston Cougar football team take on the Colorado Buffaloes. I almost had that backwards. On the 12th. And you will get that by just calling 713-572-4610. One more time, 713-572-4610. Caller number 7 right now will win that 4-pack of tickets. Appreciate you rocking with us in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, NFL is back. It's a good day to be on the record. Let's get on the record. Who do we think are the division winners? Who are the playoff teams, the 6 playoff teams that will change? Let's get all our predictions out next.
All right, let's get you that new roof now. Actually, gave my daughter this information just yesterday.
Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Thirsty Thursday is going pretty well. If you want it to go a little bit better, here in about an hour, the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron, get going at the Buffalo Wild Wings off of 290 in Cypress. Look, week one of the season, you get into the flow of things. These fellas will be out on a Thursday and a Friday out in the Houston area, broadcasting live. So go out and see the fellas. You know you want to. Starting today, Buffalo Wild Wings.
You want to.
You know you do.
You know you
get you
want
some Buffalo Wild Wings, get you some fries, a nice drink, and enjoy your Thursday with the fellas of the drive. And of course, the programming note worth noting as well. 2:10 p.m. You want to be by your radio or your YouTube or your Twitch or your Odyssey app or your iHeart. There's a lot of places. But Ariante Ursary, left tackle for your Houston Texans, will be on with the fellas. So that's something that you want to see. All right. Also, what we want to see, football, NFL football. Begins tonight, 7:20 p.m. NBC or Peacock is where you'll see the Cowboys and the Eagles get into it. And so this is the last possible opportunity that we could have to go ahead and get it on wax. 713-572-4610. What are your predictions for the season? And I think it's easiest to start with division winners. Who do we think will win these divisions in the National Football League in the 2025 season, Lopez?
So we always talk about it. You were mentioning it during the break about there's going to be inevitably every year there are going to be some either worst to first or some big surprises that win the divisions.
Yeah, on average, I believe it's 6 new playoff teams every year. So of the what is it, 14 that go in, there's going to be six that don't make it from the last year and 6 that do make it that hadn't made it the previous year.
Yeah.
I imagine that'll work itself out. But I think it's easy to start with the division winners because obviously you immediately get your playoff spot there.
Well, I said that to say this. One of those divisions where that's not going to be the case is the AFC East. I think it's going to be the Buffalo Bills, and I can't imagine Jets, Patriots, Dolphins doing much of anything to challenge that.
Yeah, without question.
Yeah.
Like the Bills you have a Josh Allen that seems like he's at the height of his powers. Really seems to be, obviously handling the offense incredibly well. But then on top of that, you have a Jets team that honestly just lost Elijah Vera Tucker, a huge part of that offense, and a team that just generally was not planning, I don't think, to be in a real contending spot. The Patriots are on the upward trajectory, but they're just now putting pieces around what is a Drake May that we believe to be something interesting. I don't know how high up they should be. And that Dolphins team, they feel like they are at the end of their rope.
They are falling.
They absolutely are. So the Bills are far and away the best team there. Is there another division that you look at around the NFL that has that same kind of dynamic where you go, that is the champion, I'm not worried about it, and let's move this thing along?
Here, AFC South. So we'll jump ahead to the AFC South. Texans are going to win the division. I'm not even sure who might finish second. I think it could be maybe not the Colts, but either the Jaguars or Titans could pop up and do it. So I think it's going to be that convincing for the Texans.
It's funny that you say that because it seems like if there are teams that people throw out there as possibly being able to do that, it is the Colts, right? Like people seem to believe in the way that team is constructed outside of just the quarterback issues.
Well, that's not a little thing.
No, it is not. But I think I can easily hear. Well, easily is a lot, but I can hear the arguments that are made that, hey, Daniel Jones capable of running the football, and if you can have him run the football decently, obviously alongside a healthy Jonathan Taylor, you can do some things with a decent defense and an offense that has a structure. Because, hell, Shane Steichen, as much as, we can give him hell, he did a damn good job scheming up an offense with Gardner freaking Minshew.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So just knowing what you have as opposed to the up and down nature of an Anthony Richardson might allow them to have stability with a higher floor, maybe a lower ceiling, but that floor is really the bigger side of what they're dealing with. All that, I'm saying all these words to still 100% go with the Houston Texans. And what's weird is, I was thinking about this in the shower. I don't know why I mentioned that, but it was where I was at. I might be locking in a 10-7 here. And I feel
for the Texans.
Yeah. I know that it's going to be a relatively tough schedule. I think the offense is still in a place where running the ball, how confident are we in their capability of doing that consistently? Passing the ball, how confident are we in that? There's still a lot of questions, and it's a lot to ask to go from where they were last year to just be incredible. So it might be something that's a little bit more managed, 10 wins still feels like, well, one, easily good enough to win this division, but then also I think it's a place where I'd be comfortable with. I wouldn't be too upset, although I'm sure there'd be some things that it made me feel a little sometimes.
Depends on what it looks like.
Sure,
always. Who they beat and what it looks like. I do agree with you. I would say 11. Just because
I want to.
I do. Maybe that's why. And here's the other thing about I want to. AFC West, I want to pick someone other than the Chiefs. I am not going to pick someone other than the Chiefs. I think the Broncos are right there. I think the Chargers could make a case. This is one of those where you got to prove it, man. You got to prove it that you can win that division.
Are you in with us on all the ones that we've said thus far?
Yeah, I'm with y'all. That's why I ain't really chiming in. I agree with y'all so far. But the AFC West, how scary would it be if the Chiefs ended up being the wild card team?
Oh, for sure.
That would be scary as ever, man.
Yeah. But are you with me? I mean, are you going to pick someone other than the Chiefs?
I want to.
Yeah.
But you're right. I'm not in a place where I can bet on the Chargers. And what we saw last year with the Chargers is a roster that's pretty talented, but not talented enough. And it was like, this is fine. They get over on just being I liken it to like the New York Knicks. Y'all just play real hard. Are you better than anybody?
Yeah.
Maybe not, but you just play real hard. Although I guess the New York Knicks now actually have some talent.
Yeah.
But for the longest time, I was like, damn, they play real hard. Are they going to win the second round? No. But they play real hard.
Nah, I'm just kind of curious with Justin Herbert. What can he do in the playoffs?
Yeah.
Because he had a bad
we know
playoff
what he's
game
done.
here. Yeah, he had a bad playoff game here.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, I think as much as I think also the Broncos, people might be getting over their skis there. So it's easy to go with the institutional knowledge of Steve Spagnuolo on the one side, on the defense side, and he might be the lesser of the experience because you look over and you go Andy Reid on the other side. All the talented players that they have as leaders that have been there, done that. There's obviously some weaknesses in there that might be more exploitable this year, but I think all the things that they have going for them absolutely puts them into place. All right, so we need to pick up the pace. I think we have the West, the AFC West with the Chiefs. We got the Texans in the South. And then we have the Bills in the East. Who do you have in the North?
Bengals.
Wow.
Yeah. This is where
you are real bold.
I might disagree with this.
I vehemently disagree because, look.
Ravens are the best team acknowledged in the NFL.
Yes.
I am believing in Joe Burrow more this year than ever.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that thought. I'm not taking it as far as getting better than a Ravens team that I could easily see winning 13 games. Yeah, no, sorry, dog. That's the Ravens.
But every year it happens. Someone unexpected.
Sure.
Yeah.
That is fair. I don't know if the AFC divisions.
Who are your wild card teams in the AFC?
That is where we get really interesting, right? Because last year, actually, you know what? Can we save the wild cards? Can we get through the divisions? Because I think that might help us. Because again, there's 6 across the league. I do wonder if the NFC might have more of the wild cards that are the new teams that jump into the playoffs. So, how do you feel about the NFC? Is there one division in the NFC where you go, I feel confident about this team winning their division?
I'm going to have to go with the Lions, even though I think it might be closing the gap a little bit
with the Packers on their tail.
Yeah,
that is. You know what? For the sake of being different, I will go with the Green Bay Packers. I love what Matt LaFleur does offensively with that team. That's a receiving core that's young and talented. I think this, as in general, was a pretty young team last year. They have some drops, but another year older with some opportunity to be better at that. I think that Dontavian Wicks and Christian Watson, all those cats, will have a better opportunity. I know that Jordan Love's up and down, but that's built into the system, and that defense has an opportunity to be even better under Jeff Hafley. I think that they have some big opportunities to maybe sneak in there and steal that. So I'm going with Green Bay as my NFC North champion. If I was going with the one that I feel confident about, I actually think it's in the NFC South. I think you go ahead and lock me in on Tampa Bay, even though I feel a lot better about the Falcons this year. I feel a little bit better about the Carolina Panthers this year, but I still think the Bucs have constantly put together a good enough roster. And I guess I'm probably depending on too much on their ability to just keep hiring a new offensive coordinator after that guy gets stolen and to keep the thing rolling. But I'm believing in Baker Mayfield in a way that I really haven't since college.
Yeah, I'm with you on the Buccaneers. Obviously, NFC West is going to be very, very interesting. I will go with the Rams in the NFC West. 49ers seem interesting to me. NFC East, Eagles are going to be hard to beat, even though the Commanders are right there.
So you went Eagles as well?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that feels very much like it. The Commanders are interesting, but I feel like they might be over-indexing on what they have here. So right now, like, it's looking pretty similar. In the West?
In the West, for Rams.
Oh, you went Rams?
Yeah.
I'm going Niners.
Yeah, I think it's the Niners are going to make it interesting.
Which I think that is the first of my new teams that did not make it last year. I think now we have to find 6 of them within the wild card. And it looks like we have all teams that made it last year, so we are not being imaginative enough. Where are we looking at? Like, what is a wild card team that you feel the most confident about, AFC or NFC?
Oh, that would have to be Broncos in the AFC. I think they're really, really good. I mean, I know there's some other contenders like the Commanders, so I would have to say Commanders and Broncos.
Okay, so that's interesting because I mean, the Broncos feel like that's probably a good call. And for me, I need to find those teams that had not been that need to be in there.
And since I picked the Bengals, I'm going to have to say Ravens, I guess.
Yeah, you should probably, that's right. You should probably put them in there. I think that's wild. And for me, I think that is where, because you have the Bengals in here, and the Bengals didn't make playoffs last year, so that's one of your new teams. I will also put the Bengals in as one of my wild card teams. So in the AFC, we both have one more spot for a wild card, and we only have on that side one new team. So of the teams that didn't make the playoffs last year in the AFC, whether we're talking about the Colts, the Dolphins, the Jets, the Jags, the Pats, the Raiders, the Browns, the Titans, is there one that you feel like is the most likely to jump up in this place?
Of the teams that didn't make it?
Of the teams that did not make the playoffs in the AFC.
Oh, boy. I don't know if they're going to have enough wins, but I think there's going to be a big improvement. Whew.
Were you thinking the Patriots? Is that where you're looking?
I was going to say Patriots.
That's a 4-win team last year.
Yeah,
you need to get like 5 more wins probably to get yourself in that conversation.
Mike Vrabel, man.
And you got Vrabel, you got Drake May, obviously.
You have a repentant Stephon Diggs. Did you see him talking to the media yesterday?
You know what? Bleep it. I'm going to say the Patriots. I'm going to say the Patriots.
That's spicy.
Yeah.
That is spicy. I think that's probably... Actually, I might be spicier.
And that's who are you going to say?
Well, it's not spicier because win total, but we were talking about the trajectory being down for this team. How about the Dolphins?
Yeah.
I was kind of thinking the Dolphins too.
Still down, but maybe something to prove. I'm losing confidence fast in that squad, man.
You're not.
I can see them sneaking in somehow.
I'm losing confidence fast in them.
All right, AFC on the, or rather, NFC? Wild cards on the NFC. You have
Commanders,
Washington in there.
Commanders, Niners, and Packers.
Oh, so you're like, we're not getting new teams.
Yeah, not on the NFC side. Not on the NFC side.
Raiders with Pete Carroll is a good shout from the 8-2. They also have a big way to go when it comes to year over year, because that's also a 4-win team. But I see you 8-3-2. I like what the Raiders have with Pete Carroll, but that might be a 2-year proposition than a 1-year one.
All right, AFC and NFC championship game.
Well, before we get there, I want to put some wild cards in here.
Okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Can I be a little spicy and go ahead and throw in the Chicago Bears?
That's a trendy pick. That's a good pick. Yeah.
That one's trendy. I still think the Commanders are probably there. And yes, Sean Pendergast, he was repentant in that audio. At least that's what it sounded like. And then why not get even spicier? Well, that's not spicy. Again, not spicier, but it feels like it with their history. Can you give me the Atlanta Falcons?
I like the Atlanta Falcons. I almost put them in there too. Yeah.
Now, of course, I'm just trying to meet my requisite 6 new teams because you have to have them. But I like those teams as the ones that are most likely to maybe do a little something and play better this year. All right, you said champions teams, the teams that you feel like are
AFC and NFC championship game. Where do you want to start? AFC?
I mean, sure.
Yeah, I am going to say.
Are you going to do the thing?
Hold on. I'm going to say.
Cut to the chase, damn it!
Buffalo Bills and the Houston Texans.
Hey!
3 o'clock on Saturday?
Buffalo and Houston.
That's right. That's exactly where it's
3 o'clock on Saturday.
No, I'm talking about AFC championship game.
Even still, they're going to move they're going to move the game then.
And it's going to stink when Houston takes a 35-3 lead against Buffalo.
Oh, man.
Why are you like this?
I was not expecting that.
Let's see. Oh, that's a good point from the 713. If you are inclined to look for the new teams in the playoffs, the Titans, if they were able to make it, would be the 3rd straight year a top quarterback taken makes it in his first year. That's an interesting call. I don't like the Titans that much. Give me the Baltimore Ravens and the Houston Texans there.
How about that?
Give me that.
How about that?
Give me that. Now, I might be bugging because they might have to meet up earlier on, but I'm hoping that the way that
we don't know how it's going to play out.
Yeah, I hope that it lines up in such a way
3
where
o'clock on a Saturday.
All right. You're not wrong. NFC?
Philadelphia Eagles and Detroit Lions.
Give me the Philadelphia Eagles and the Green Bay Packers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then, so you have who do you have winning your Super Bowl?
Oh boy. Winning the Super Bowl. I'm going to go ahead and say the Philadelphia Eagles are going to repeat.
Over.
Ooh. You know what? I've gone this far. Let's just go all the way. Houston Texans.
I love it. I love it. Go ahead and
like
pander. It's delicious. I love it. I'm going to do the thing that nobody wants to hear. Give me the Baltimore Ravens over the Eagles in the Super Bowl. And I move quickly away from that as we turn to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. You know what time it is. Fig, what you got for us?
Yeah, man. It's football time. Football kickoff tonight. And I found the poll that still says football is king here. But how much is it king?
Ooh.
I'll let you know. And plus, 713-572-4610. What's your favorite theme song, NFL theme song that just gets you hyped?
Oh, okay, yeah. Go ahead and give us your NFL hype song. We'll do that next.
All right, let's do Texas Star Grill Shop. Let's do it right now. Texas Star Grill Shop is going to
Sunday at 7 a.m.
That read was just exhausting. You're sucking the life out of me with that, man.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there.
I'm smiling so big.
Why?
I missed this.
Yes.
I ain't miss all this, man.
I did.
But happy Thursdays, football season. Thursday night football kickoff tonight. Mm-hmm. And you can actually hear it on this station.
You're darn right.
Salute the Westwood One for the coverage of the Eagles and the Cowboys, or some like to say the Cowgirls. But that's not me. But real quick, side note, I got some Bluebell ice cream, man.
Look at you.
And
oh, yeah, it is still over there. I need to go get another cup.
I actually got, they just dropped a new flavor today called Classic, and this is where I need your help with. Is it pecan or pecan?
Pecan.
Why is it pecan?
Because you're in Texas.
Okay, so this is a Texas thing.
Yeah.
Okay,
pecan.
So we got Classic.
Who says pecan?
People. I've heard it. I've heard it all the same.
Yeah.
I just like pecan because it feels like there's a little bit of a lilt to it.
Yeah.
Pecan, you know?
It's like Target.
Yes.
Yeah.
Instead of Target.
Pecan. Bunch of rubes.
I don't think I've heard anybody called a rube in forever. Oh, my gosh.
But Bluebell Ice Cream dropped a new flavor today. You can pick it up in any store. It's called Classic Pecan Pie.
Okay.
It's actually pretty good, man. They got like a brown sugary flavor to it, and then they got the pieces of the pie. So like some of the crust.
They got crust and pecans?
Yep.
Well,
really good, man. It's pretty good. So I advise y'all to pick it up, man.
Hear that, Lopez? Advice?
I'm sure it's good.
Advice to pick it up.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure it's good.
We can move on quickly to some football. I'm sure people probably say, "Hey, let's talk about some football."
Football.
Yeah. So football kickoff tonight, and it's been a poll. I want to read this poll to you guys. So I guess they did a poll on all the sports and what the percentage is of what people like the most. And coming in at 48% is still the NFL. Of
Yeah,
course.
baby.
NFL and college. They put college in here too.
Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if they separated that out. But this, okay, can you help me out with the methodology? I'm interested because 48% is
all
sports. And this is America's favorite sport.
All
so
demographics.
everybody that's voting are sports fans.
Yes, I'm guessing.
I'm surprised that it's only 48.
I don't know if it's all sports fans. You said America, right?
Yeah.
Which would indicate to me that the sample size is just like a political poll.
Okay.
Everybody. Like everybody.
It's probably everybody,
Yeah.
but I'm going to go through this list real quick. So number one is football. They come in at 48%. Number two is baseball. And they come in at 29%.
Makes sense.
Number three, and which is kind of tied with baseball, is 29, but they got a lot of comments about how people hate basketball.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah, basketball.
So you either love it or hate it.
So,
basketball is the same size as baseball, according to this, but people have stronger
It was more
opinions.
people saying I hate basketball more than I hate baseball.
Right.
I would love to see the social sciences on the reasoning behind those. Like that would very much fascinate me.
Yeah, and then number four is hockey. They come in with 12%.
Damn, that's quite a drop.
Soccer is also at 12%, and I guess they got more haters than hockey.
Yeah.
So a lot of people probably hate soccer as well.
Because we had active jokes about it for the longest time. I think there's some level of unlearning that's happening, or some people just
force a habit.
Yeah. Salute to you, Lopez. Number 6 is golf.
Out of baby.
You in that 11%.
How's Cameron Smith been doing?
Actually okay on the European tour.
Okay, what's
You don't know
okay?
I think he won one event in the last month. Yeah.
Okay, I guess
I'm gonna
that
double
is
check
okay.
and see if you were right.
Double check that.
Is he better?
It might
than
be
the,
more. It might be less 6 weeks, but
Is he playing better than the real Cam Smith?
Well, that's actually a good question.
246. That might be tough.
Well, Cam Smith been out here really showing that defense, athleticism, covering ground. So
Yeah.
We're still the real Cam Smith in Houston.
The question never was who was better. It was who's more popular across the country and the world.
Okay, whatever you say.
I said what I said.
Yeah.
Number 8, salute to me. Tennis come in at 9%.
Look at you.
Yeah, so I'm
US
at
Open
9%.
has been really fun.
Yeah, I've been holding down a little bit of that 9%. And number 10, salute to Sean Pendergast, wrestling.
Wow.
8%.
They put this on the sports list, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Love you, Sean. Love you, buddy. It's called a joke.
All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Let me get to this real quick because I think the one thing I love about football season is hearing the theme songs for various different networks.
Mm-hmm.
And so I want y'all to text in at 713-572-4610. Let me know.
We're talking about the network.
Yeah, which theme song gets you excited the most? Just hearing it. And I got them right here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to play them all, and it's just going to play. Which one is the one that's like, ooh,
I'll tell
that's
you.
the one that got me excited.
All right, I'll tell you. Go ahead.
This is CBS, NFL on CBS.
That's right.
This is NFL on Fox.
Where's Slim Thug? I'm expecting him right here.
NFL on NBC.
Sunday Night Football.
Yep. Monday Night Football. And last but not least, Thursday Night Football.
You know what? As new as the Thursday Night Football on Prime is, I feel like it's surprisingly holds its own. It holds its own.
I was going to make this confession. I kind of like it a lot, man.
It holds its own because usually the newer ones that people bring through, you're like, this is not it.
No, I like it a lot, man.
It holds its own.
The one that kind of get me though is the NFL on Fox.
Mm-hmm. It's a classic.
That kind of perked me up a little bit. All of them perked me up, but
Monday Night Football, always and forever.
That's the one for me.
Always and forever.
That's the answer, but the very, very close to, in fact, it's a 1B, is NFL on Fox, but that's because of the samples that it has, including the Slim Thug track. Like that immediately, that's where I go, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm hyped for 2 reasons now.
Monday Night Football just makes you sit up in your chair a little bit, like, oh,
yeah,
not only a game, a big game, And the other thing,
Sunday Night Football has that same feel too.
Well, I know, but Monday Night Football traditionally is just there, and that song is awesome. But the funny thing is, well, it's not funny. It's not a coincidence either. You got to have trumpets, man. You got to have horns. If you want a good football theme, you need some horns on it. That's what Amazon did. They're like, all right, what works? What works?
So if you had
play the Amazon wall, like this is relatively new, but some executive was saying, we need horns, man. Yeah.
This one really get me excited too, man. I don't know why, but I feel like they knocked it out the park with this one, man.
You know what one of the tough things is? Because somebody said the CBS one has them hyped for that noon Texans playoff game Saturday. I was interested to see how many people would say CBS because for the longest time the AFC was so associated with CBS, so you would see a lot of your Texans games on CBS. But CBS just always felt so like stuffy to me compared to Fox. And
now the old, if you want to get into the generational stuff, the old CBS,
I didn't even want to go down that road.
Yeah, the old
man.
CBS is top notch.
So if you had to rank them right now, how would you rank them in order?
I'd go Monday Night Football by far one. You say 1B.
By far.
Yeah, by far. I put Fox 2, but it's not close to me. Monday Night Football just gets you going, and then I guess probably CBS, huh? Something about the NBC.
Wow, you do not love the NBC one.
Something about the NBC seems like it's a copycat.
Really?
Like they just tried to mash together like different versions of.
No, it ain't.
Yeah, that's the other one. That's CBS. Like they tried to mash together stuff.
I feel like you're doing a lot here. I like this one. I realize that I get a little bit of There's a little bit of negative association for me hearing that because, one, I know my Sunday is undone and I got to get ready for Monday. I got to get ready for work. So that's I think those feelings are tied up for years and years of, damn, all right, we got Monday coming when I hear that. And then also,
I'd rather hear Carrie Underwood.
I tie that with Carrie Underwood. You say you'd rather hear it. I have a hot take that I know is not going to be very liked, which is I really dislike the Carrie Underwood.
I love it.
And
maybe that's part of the reason I rank him fourth, because I think Carrie Underwood is better. Trump
It reeks of trying too hard. It reeks of trying too hard. Carrie waiting all day for Sunday night.
Yeah.
Oh, they're trying too hard.
That is a very hot take.
Trying way too hard.
That is a hot take. Because first of all, you hear that first, so it kind of that to me is the intro. You know.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why the NBC one is that's not that high.
832. I feel like you're liking this for the wrong reason. Waiting all day for a Sunday night with long-legged Carrie Underwood. All right. It's not about the football, man.
All right, it's the mixtape in the Luke Sports Radio 610. We talked about the beer prices that was going around. How about the glizzy prices? Reggie like a good glizzy,
Who
right?
doesn't?
Hey, yo.
Who doesn't?
Come on. Now, how you going to put me out here like that?
Can we just say hot
You
dogs?
don't like hot dogs?
Can we just say hot dogs?
What's wrong with glizzy?
I don't know.
You know the connotation that's happening here. You're not wrong, but hey.
Yeah. How much for that glizzy?
Don't say that. Don't do that.
Hey, you want to try glizzy, Reggie? But anywho, they released the prices of the hot dogs in all the NFL stadiums. And I'm trying to see where the Texans are. They're kind of low on the list a little bit. They're a little bit affordable. So the one that's the pricey is the Buffalo Bills. They paying $11.25 for a glizzy.
For a dog. $11.25 for a dog.
That's followed by the Raiders, who are you'll be spending $10.26.
That makes sense in Vegas, man.
Yeah.
Why are they treating the people of upstate New York like that?
Yeah, man.
Why the Pagulas doing that?
That's more than New York City, which people call the real New York. That's more than that. You in New York City, you paying $8.50,
and those are New York dogs, which you know are better.
Yeah. And if you're curious, the Houston Texans are tied with the Philadelphia Eagles with $6.56
at 17th in the NFL. So it's fair. You spend a lot on a beer, but less on a hot dog.
Yep. And I think the Browns keeping up with the theme. They're the second lowest for a glizzy at $3.41.
Dude, you can go to a Browns game and get a beer and a hot dog.
Hey, you could take
$10.
You could take
for $10.
Dude, you could take a girl on a date there.
What are the Bengals? Because this also makes, for some reason, this made me think of. Did you guys ever see the story about the Bengals having a yard sale with some of their TVs that they had in their suites?
Oh yeah,
like literally, that's how broke of an organization they are. You know what the theme is. That they were like, hey, we're switching out the TVs in the suites, but we got to make sure that we get some of this money back. So let's sell them to the people.
They are actually kind of high on.
I bet they are.
They're $7.45,
but they're cheap on the beer. Cleveland, like I said, literally, I just looked it up. $3.41 for a hot dog, so just over $10. $7.15 for a beer. So give me $10 and get a hot dog and a beer.
Yeah, that's like, damn, baby, you want another beer?
But then you do have to watch the Browns.
Yeah. At that point, who give a damn?
Just pay attention to Myles Garrett.
Yeah, once we finish these hot dogs, you ready to go?
Let's go.
I'm ready to go. I'm full. I'm ready to go.
Got me a beer. Got me a dog.
All right, there you go. A little Figgy's mixtape right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Very football focused as the NFL season starts tonight, 7:20. You can hear that right here on Sports Radio 610, courtesy of Westwood One, at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something that is mixtape worthy, all my people are coming through from 346. I turned down Sunday Night Football as soon as Underwood opens her mouth. Yes,
that's one person.
Yes,
that's one person.
Yeah, but they're also right, and I'm proud of you for being right. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Nick Casario was on Texans All Access yesterday. He said something interesting, and I want to play with you before we get to hand things off to the fellas of the drive out at the Buffalo Wild Wings off of 290 in Cypress. We'll do all that next.
Thirsty Thursday.
openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Appreciate you rocking with us here on a Thursday. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Fig, you did something, man. People are hyped for football, bro.
Man, no, just listening to the theme songs from different networks, it's kind of like, ooh,
never fails.
Here we go.
Yeah, but it seems like consensus, man. Everybody's in on that Monday Night Football as one of the best, if not the best.
It's legendary, man.
But yeah, apparently I am going to have to go fist fight some people behind Carrie Underwood. I didn't realize that y'all was on that like that. But
I know that was a hot take like that.
Oh, I knew it was a hot take. I knew that people liked Carrie Underwood. I didn't know that they were going to challenge me for her honor.
Well, but in all honesty, obviously, I mean, let's state the obvious here. She's hot. She's got great legs. All that.
Yeah,
That's not it for me.
Yeah, I'm not paying attention to that, but I'm just actually listening to the music.
Yeah, to me, it just makes it like, okay,
I'm not looking
it's
at.
happening.
I'm not looking at the hot chick.
They
on
got
the
her
TV.
front and center, man. Come on now.
I'm not looking at the hot chick on the TV. I'm here for the music.
I am looking at the hot chick on TV, but
he said no. I'll say it with my chest.
I am doing that because it's hard to avoid, and again, she's got great legs. But to me, the thing with the theme of and her singing it is it's the football thing. It's more of a big game about to happen than the actual theme song.
I mean, waiting all day for a Sunday night, and then they go into the dun 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 dun,
and that's not as good. Yeah, it's more about the waiting all day for Sunday night.
You're about to go to work tomorrow.
See, you're just angry. You're just angry.
That's right. Why do I have to go to work on Monday?
Is it fair to say that's last on the list for you?
No, I actually do like it. It's just I know that.
You gotta go to work the next day.
That's tied up.
You know, this is the last song played in the club.
I don't want to wait. Exactly, right? It's closing time, right? It's all of that. We're just sick of it. And I done just watched 60 Minutes because I left my TV on CBS from the last game. So I'm in my feelings just generally.
Like,
closing time.
I don't have to go home, but I can't stay here.
Yeah.
Somebody say you're lying your asses off if you're not watching her legs. Hey, man.
I didn't lie. I said I am watching.
Well, he's talking to me.
Probably talking to me. I'm focused on the music.
Yeah. On the football.
Yeah, the lyrics.
I like this song. All right, let's talk about football now. Nick Caserio was on Texans All Access. Always make sure you check out these fellas. It's that time of year where you're getting a lot of additional insight as well from that. But he was asked about his thoughts on this running back room with Mixon out for at least 4 weeks. We were talking about earlier, like what the balance might, or what kind of the primary attack might be offensively with this team going in against the Rams. And I was kind of interested. This is Caserio's thoughts on the running back room without Mixon for the first 4 weeks.
Yeah, we think it's a pretty versatile room. They've all played, other than Woody, have all played good football at different points of their career. They've all helped their respective teams, when they've been called upon. So we're going to need everybody, not only in that room, but throughout the team as well. But I feel like we have pretty good depth. They're all kind of different in terms of what they bring to the table. Nick is his own entity. DP has the things that he brings to the table. Dare probably has the most comprehensive role because he has a role offensively and in a kicking game as well. And then Woody has a pretty good skill set, so how we're actually able to incorporate that within the offense, we'll kind of have to see how it unfolds.
This is interesting.
Right?
It really is interesting.
I mean, because again, Nick Caserio, I think you have hypothesized, not just you, a lot of people have hypothesized how impactful Caserio's voice is with the offense, and I don't know that we're ever going to have a good idea. But just hearing the way that he almost goes through the depth chart, so I think that the order is interesting. But the things that he says about each player almost seems to give us a little bit of a window into the way that they kind of think about using these guys.
I agree, and I think what he said about Damian was just kind of like, he does what he does. It's like, okay, he does what he does. He went into a little more specifics with the others. I think they just really, really want Damian to succeed because they like him so much, but they just still are unsure or what it's going to be,
Well, but he mentioned him second, and I think that this continues to just be a we believe in what Damian brings. I just at some point I almost wonder, what does Damian bring? Because
what does he bring?
We haven't seen it. We haven't seen it in a little bit. Not saying that. I mean, obviously I say that somewhat facetiously. We know that he can be explosive. He can hit the hole hard, but it's just we haven't seen it. Now, of course, we've talked about it, the system and all those things. But I don't want to harp on that. The thing that I found interesting is Dare was the third mention, and he mentioned Dare being so critical because of what he brings. That reads to me, or at least it hits my ear as he remains the third down back. And the Woody Marks experience that I'm trying to, in my mind, maybe he takes an opportunity to do more. Nick Caserio specifically says what he like his skill set he has is interesting, and we'll have to figure out how we find it. He remains on the outside looking in, which understandable as a rookie, but I thought he might get some more love after the training camp he had.
Understandable as a rookie. I do think, and just projecting like everybody can right now, has to right now, I do think you're going to see a lot of Woody marks. But in this first game, these first couple of games, you can't play 4 running backs in the backfield.
Not at once.
You can't.
You got to rotate them.
And even if you rotate 4, that's a lot that you're taking away from someone else.
Well, yeah, but I think that if you could merge all these dudes down into one running back, you get something really interesting. But you can't.
You can't.
I do wonder. Do you think this is going to be a little bit of a tell for this offense when they decide to utilize some of these guys? Because you can almost do the thing where, all right, these guys are first and second down backs. This is your third down back. But in some ways, that's something that I don't know that I love that you have to do. And maybe I'm just being spoiled from having the opportunity to have an every down back like Joe Mixon. But without him, this feels like you might have a little bit more tells offensively, which I don't necessarily know that you need anything that a defense can get an advantage on this offense right now.
I could see that. I could see where you get Nick Chubb on first and second down and Dare on third down. And then let's say for
a Dameon Pierce spell,
and then for
2 or 3,
and then after 2 or 3 series, it's Dameon Pierce and Dare. Simply because, again, you're taking away from Nick Chubb, but you kind of need to regulate and monitor his reps right now anyway at the start of the season.
I think that feels like the way that it operates. And I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. Again, I'm picking nits. I feel pretty good, all things considered, even though I will again continue to pick nits with kind of the way that this has been managed all the way around, but I'm still like, I think that there's some questions here. Oh, what's happening there, buddy?
I just got some audio on my phone.
That's right.
You had me looking over. I thought it was me.
Somebody said Dare is nice, but I don't think he must be the third down back every time.
Well, he is. He is.
As right. I mean, just
I think Woody Mart's got to take that job.
I agree with you.
I would hope so at some point, and that's not any shade to Dare, who, mind you, again, is a captain voted on by the team. And according to D'Amico, that was not a offense, defense, and special teams. That was just who are the 5 that you guys like, and they voted for him. So that role is clearly there, both with his views or the way people view him in the locker room, but the way the organization views him. But yeah, can you run me back that portion of this where Nick Caserio specifically starts talking about the 4 running backs? Because I just want to hear. Again, I want us to hear the way he characterizes these guys.
Yeah, we think it's a pretty versatile room. They've all played, other than Woody, have all played good football at different points of their career. They've all helped their respective teams, when they've been called upon. So we're going to need everybody, not only in that room, but throughout the team as well. But I feel like we have pretty good depth. They're all kind of different in terms of what they bring to the table. Nick is his own entity. DP has the things that he brings to the table. Dare probably has the most comprehensive role because he has a role offensively and in a kicking game as well. And then Woody has a pretty good skill set. So how we're actually able to incorporate that within the offense, we'll kind of have to see how it unfolds.
I mean, I just feel more confident than ever that, and this is what we wanted to be different. We wanted to be able to have a back in the backfield that you don't know if they're going to run or pass. But if you get a third down, Dare Gumbawale, I know with exceptions here and there, he might run the ball.
He can.
It's by and large going to be a pass. And that was the case last year.
Well, we'll see what it looks like. Again, we got 4 weeks at the very least to get a feel for how the Texans are able, especially under the direction of Nick Haley, almost did the thing, how they're able to utilize these running backs, and if that tell becomes noticeable or if they're able to do this incredibly smoothly. Appreciate you guys rocking with this, and always appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for giving us the opportunity to cross-talk with the fellas. This time, across the city of Houston as we take you out to Cypress. Off of 290, it's the Buffalo Wild Wings where Clint Stoerner and Ron the Show Hughley are. Fellas, what's popping, man?
What's good, guys? It's the first of many. As the football season is back, it starts tonight, and it starts with us here on Thursday here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Shout out to our good friends at Bud Light and Buffalo Wild Wings. We got things we're going to hook folks up with throughout the day. We got an autographed football from the Pro Bowler himself, Daniil Hunter. Also some Bud Light swag you can win a little bit later on. And it's going to be a good time. So come on out as we are live here right off 290 here in Cypress. Going to have a good time from 2 to 6 today, fellas.
And you're going to get Ursary on.
Yeah, that's true.
That's right. Ariante Ursary, hopefully here in the first segment. We'll play that one by ear. But, the big fella, Kansas City kid himself, he's going to be with us as well. So, man, it'll be a good time.
What's the Kansas City bonding that you're planning on trying to do once you get him on the phone?
I don't know, man. I just play it by ear, man. You just got to get a feel of it.
There's actually another one from Kansas City. Is that where Noel's from?
Jalen Knowles from there. Yeah. Coming out, man.
Kansas City putting them out now.
Yeah, we lost Khalil Davis. That's all right though. But no, man, it's going to be a good time today, fellas. Good time.
Excellent.
Good time.
I mean, it sounds like it's going to be good. Great to get you guys back amongst the people. It's always a good sign that football season is here and we're here to have fun. I got to ask you, our question of the day was inspired by the Kawhi Leonard, the no-show job basically thing that happened that was broken by Pablo Torre. That inspired our question, which was, what's the easiest money that you ever made? And I feel like you fine gentlemen with the eccentric backgrounds that you come with probably have a great answer to this.
Easiest money you ever made.
I
got a couple.
I've been doing it for about 47 years, boys. To be honest with you,
it's all easy.
Good gosh, there ain't nothing better than that old third stringer now. That is some real coin for very little. But
wait, can I ask you something here, Clint? Because I always had a hypothesis that with a backup quarterback, the most important thing is being liked. Am I far off here?
No, it depends on what your skill set is. If when you're limited with a low ceiling like I am, then you better be liked. That better be strong. You better be tough as hell. Folks better like you. And heck, no matter if you necessarily think they can win with you, but they better be able to have a drink with you and enjoy it and do a little hunting out in them streets a little bit kind of thing. So yeah, I think
always combine there, can't you?
Yeah, that's it. No question, man. Like real men do. I think if you're Ryan Mallett and you're 6'5", 6'6", and you can throw it better than anybody on the field, and you just can't seem to connect the dots to be an everyday starter, then they keep you around because you're a talented dude. Mm-hmm. You don't have to be real likable if you can play like that. But yeah, I think it is a valuable asset to have as a backup quarterback. I think it's a valuable asset to have as any quarterback, really, if you can balance that with the ability to also get in that ass when you need to. I'm with you, Reg.
I'm curious what show's easiest money.
Oh, this is going to be a good one. I'm sorry.
Yeah, my best friend's mom, she used to run these focus groups, and they would.
I've heard this one.
I got myself on that list, and they pay you about $250 to just come in and try products for about an hour. And I did the Pizza Hut joint where they tried to put all the stuff in the box. We did the trying of that. I did a Bud Light one. They wouldn't let me leave for a couple of hours after it. I've done some Hallmark card ones. I was racking up $200 a pop just in there eating and drinking.
eating
for an hour. I didn't think it was real. I didn't think it was real. Yeah, they had me at the Hallmark. They had a Hallmark set up and said, all right, go get me the birthday card you would get for your father. Go.
Oh, and wow.
I just walked, and I said, all right, man, I'm looking a little bit, walk, bam, pick it up. And they write their charting stuff down. I'm like, that's it. All right.
And you just grabbed one.
I looked a little bit. I gave it a little bit, but I just grabbed it. I'm telling you, John, I probably did 50 to 100 of them. Just banging them out. I know they said, like, damn, how he keep getting on this list? All right. Shout out to Miss Anderson. Holding it down, baby.
You just made the list.
That is good money. I witnessed that.
I still get emailed from time to time. I got a lotion one that they wanted me to come and put forth.
I bet Ron responded with, "Hey, if I'm in town, I'm there."
Yeah, I tell you, man, I almost thought I'd get a flight.
Book that thing. Book that thing around Thanksgiving or Christmas. I'll be there.
Hey, I'm in there trying to hey, Courtney, man, fill this out. Let me get you on here, man. Let's see if we can make 400 real quick.
Oh, man, that's hilarious. 400. Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
two apiece, baby. Yeah, that's together, baby. Shoot, that's two apiece.
We'll talk here in a second. Don't worry about that.
Reg wants to know how he can get in on some of these.
I'm telling you, man.
You're going to get on that bus.
I can use a little extra change.
It was when we didn't have the same last name. We'd act like we didn't know each other. There you go.
I like what we're doing here. All right, fellas. Off to the races you go. Excited for your first of the Buffalo Wild Wings Thirsty Thursdays. Have a great one. We will talk to you tomorrow. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, live from the Buffalo Wild Wings on 290 in Cypress, The Drive is live.
Oh, yes, The Drive is live, and we are live here in Cypress. Look at I see Tyler. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, Tyler is going with the classic Astros with the dome right there in the joint right there. You can see it. It's a classic one right there.
I got it. Doesn't get logo doesn't get the run it deserves. That is one of my favorite. Tyler almost purchased. Is that the one with I can't see? Is that the one with the dome in the background behind the Astros?
Right
yeah. I almost bought a lid with that logo on it about a month ago over at Academy Sports and Outdoors. That does not get the run that it deserves. That is a solid. Oh, it's solid. Got the dome. Got the what is that little asteroids running around the dome with the name Astros in it. Says a lot with very little. I think it's a great logo.
That feels like he may be going to the game today. That feels like a decision that he may go see this finale against the Yankees in that bad.
The old rubber match?
Yeah, we'll see if he just may. You know, he's got that maroon money. He'll just go whenever he wants to.
You ain't never lied.
Well, you talk about maroon money. You made a little more of it last night with that Yordan Alvarez performance, didn't you?
I saw it too, boy.
I mean, he had about 40.
It's easy, man.
I mean, he had about 8 bases last night, didn't he? Damn.
Man, I looked up quick. I said, damn, 2 for 2.
Them hands are looking just fine.
Struck that one in there. No, it was a big-time night for you all. Best bets as well for Clinton and Tyler. Y'all got a little cash on there as well. But come on out again. We're out here in Cypress. I already see a friendly face for you, Clint. I mean, I would assume he's got that pig's hat on.
So you got that. You see that lid? You see that lid?
I assume we got a Razorback in the
see that lid?
Where these people come from out here, just show up.
Don't worry about where they come from, baby. Just have a good time.
But again, if you make your way out here, it's going to be a good time. You're going to potentially not walk away empty-handed. Bud Light specials here at Buffalo Wild Wings. You can get $4 talls. $4 talls, and to let you know, on NFL game days, you can get $10 50-ounce beer towers for you and your friends during the season on game days, and a lot to do here at Buffalo Wild Wings. 4 o'clock, you get a chance to win some Bud Light swag and a Daniil Hunter signed helmet at the 5 o'clock hour. All you got to do if you're in the building, you want a chance to win, fill your name out, sign up and put your name in our raffle box, and you will have a chance to win and walk away with some prizes. So a lot going on here as the season is here, and we will be out at Buffalo Wild Wings each and every Thursday. That's right, and you should join us. Again, we're in Cypress off 290. Come hang out with us. And right off the bat, Clint, there is some news when we look at the practice report, especially the injury report. We're in that season now, Clinton, Tyler, where the injury report is something you got to keep your eye on, and it's been reported today. Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios both, again, did not practice today, both with hamstring issues. And Christian Kirk, between him and C.J. Gardner-Johnson, those were your 2 biggest additions in the offseason, and you had him there specifically to play that slot position. And another guy that you think is the next most natural slot guy that may be ready with NFL experience is Braxton Berrios, not to mention I would think also your kick and your punt returner. They are potentially, I would say their ability to play is up in the air right now. As you know, Wednesday, Thursdays, those 2 big padded practices are days that most coaches want their players to be able to play if they're going to play in the game coming up that weekend. First, Clint, how concerned are you that they may not be available based off them not practicing again today?
Well, look, I'm concerned. I mean, it's week 1, first of all, and it is the heavy practice day where you get a lot done. It's a longer practice day. It's a more physical practice day. It is, situationally, you kind of spread your situational football out throughout the week, and I don't know what it is the Texans do on Wednesdays and Thursdays, but whatever it may be, that situational football, just the mental reps is really, really important. And so, yeah, this is a big deal. It's a big deal to miss practice. It's a big deal to the fact that it's a hamstring, which we've talked about how finicky those things are with pro athletes, especially guys that do as much running as wide receivers do and are as twitchy as Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios actually are. This could be a problem. And if you've got to play on Sunday without those two guys, as you mentioned, I think if you look at the wide receiver position and across the board, if you look at the wide receiver position, I would say that the top two guys on this team that see the game through the quarterback lens more so than any other pass catcher, it's Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios. I'd probably throw Dalton Schultz in that mix, being a tight end and having so much experience in there.
Yeah.
But those two guys are critical, man, to the quarterback being able to protect himself, to the offensive line, be given a little bit of grace when the protection doesn't hold up perfect. Those guys are the quick answers. So, yeah, missing practice on a Thursday is big, a concern. And then, if you got to play without one of those guys, it's a hit. If you got to play without both of them, I think it's a problem.
Cornbread texting in, hey, we're good. We got Noel. No, we got Noel anyway. Get healthy and rest up Christian Kirk.
Ooh, that's a confident approach.
And we were talking about this before the show, fellas. And, again, just to let you know, a little programming note, Tyler, I think if I'm wrong, let me know. I think maybe around 2:30 we may hear from Ariante Ursary, the rookie left tackle, the guy who I think you could argue has been the surprise of camp, or at least the talk of camp, how he has taken the job from a guy who they planned and they brought in to pay $12 million. He went in and took that job. So we'll speak with him coming up here, hopefully around 2:30-ish. But we were talking before the show, and you talked about it. Said that's a lot on the plate, on the road, against a playoff-level team, a team that has, I would say they probably think NFC championship game aspirations. The L.A. Rams at home on the road, his first game potentially being the slot guy. Because I'm trying to think what you would have to put Hutch in there. I don't know what are the other options. Justin Watson.
It wouldn't surprise me if it weren't Hutch. I think Hutch probably being a veteran, being a little bit longer in the tooth, having obvious chemistry with C.J. Stroud. So I would think probably Hutch. But to your point, I think Jalen Noel is a guy that future, if you're looking at the future play here, is a guy that's going to play inside the formation for the Texans and has that skill set to be that player. It's just the inexperienced rookie aspect of it with Jalen Noel that, man, look, he's been a guy to me in training camp that has proved to be mature beyond his years. I think from the rookie class, him and Ariante Ursary are two guys that are clearly mature beyond their years. And I've liked what I've seen from those guys. I think you throw Jalen Noel out there because you take Christian Kirk and you take Braxton Berrios out of the mix.
He's the slot and the returner.
Yeah, it's not just about the slot. It's not just about the returner. It's both of them together. And then on top of that, as we've talked multiple times, the biggest issue with the Texans is fixing the protection problems, right? Part of that is C.J. Stroud getting the ball out of his hands, and I believe that a big part of that is going to be Christian Kirk and even Braxton Berrios. So now if those two can't play, which, look, we may be getting ahead of ourselves a little bit just flushing this thing out, but the reality is if those two don't play, then Jalen Noel, it isn't about just being able to play those positions in a punt return facet or a slot receiver, but it's also, hey, man, you're an important part of fixing the Texans' biggest problem from last year. So that may be a little bit of a heavy load for a rookie. Hopefully we don't find out this week. Hopefully those guys can play and everything will be fine.
Yeah, but again, as you've been in the NFL, I've covered it. You miss Wednesday and Thursday practice on the Sunday game. I would say in my time covering the NFL, two different teams, more times than not that player didn't play. Not to say it didn't happen, because multiple times last year, I remember Dalton Schultz missed a Wednesday and Thursday and played. I think Joe Mixon did it. So I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I would say more times than not, if they don't hit that week, they usually err on the side of caution. So hopefully not, though.
Yeah, I think in this instance it's more about the hamstring issue. Like if you can't practice on the most important practice day because the hamstring's too tender or you're scared you're going to pull it, how how much recovery time do we really have between Thursday practice and a Sunday 325 kick? And so whether he's on the field to begin or not is one thing, but being able to last a game if you can't practice on Thursday, lasting a game on Sunday may be a long shot. So we'll see. I mean, again, hopefully this is all for none, and they're going to be fine, particularly Christian Kirk. But really, either would be a little bit of a hit. So hopefully they'll both be back, and it's all for none.
All right, I'm looking up on the screen here, and the Astros huge W last night. It was looking more like the previous game, where it seems like they weren't scoring many runs, and then they finally start rolling, where they ultimately scored 8 runs to win 8-7. A little shaky there in the ninth inning. We'll get to that, but I think clearly yesterday. The impact of the guy that they have not had, the guy who missed 100-plus games this year, the impact of not having Yordan Alvarez, we saw it and how important it was yesterday. We all knew how important he was, and really shows even more, Clint, how wild it is that they've been able to maintain being in first place. It says a lot about the staff and the team. But, Clint, yesterday they just flat don't win that game without Yordan Alvarez. We talked about it. Tyler made money. He goes 4 for 5. He comes up with huge hits and extra base hits. Gets a double yesterday and drives in a huge run. And he was fantastic as usual. And he has been really, really good since he's been off the IL. 435, 563, 609 is his slash numbers, Clint. But we saw the importance of their best player and how different the Astros look when he's there.
Yeah, I think two things. Obviously, we talk about the production. I mean, that speaks for itself clearly. Just look at the box score. But, I mean, as you watched that game last night, you saw the Yankees across the board get real tight damn near every time Yordan Alvarez stepped to the plate. When the Astros tightened that ball game up, and I believe it was a 4-3 ball game, and Alvarez is up and ended up singling in Melton to tie it up. We sat there and watched the manager.
I don't think Chaz would have made it.
Would have made what? Made it home?
I don't think Chaz would have made it home, Tyler. That's why Melton's on this roster.
Yeah,
that's
it. Yeah, that's it. The speed, right? But yeah, I mean, you just saw. It's when you got Yordan Alvarez in the middle of this lineup, and things get a little bit shaky. The opposing manager, the opposing pitcher, obviously, and whoever's in the bullpen that doesn't want to take the bump with Yordan Alvarez at the plate. Like, they all feel it. It's all very real. You saw it unfold last night, and on multiple occasions, to be honest with you, with Yordan at the and ultimately you saw the wheels come off in the 8th inning, and the Astros went up 8-4. I think it was a 4-run inning. Walking runs
balk.
in. I mean,
the
balk. Yeah, I mean, the wheels just ended up coming off. And I'm not saying Yordan Alvarez is the reason that happened across the board. But I think if you watch that game, you saw some cats tighten up every single time the big fella stepped in the box. And that just changes.
And when you have Pena getting on base 3 times in front of him, and there's runners on base, and we saw, again, they scored 8 runs, and if you look at the box score, you're like, damn, Altuve didn't even really get to take advantage of Alvarez and Pena directly in front of him, getting on base 7 times in front of him. He got 1 RBI with that sac fly, but he went 0 for 4. And you look at that, I would take my chances on Altuve having that many opportunities with guys on base over that he won't go 0 for 4 like that in important games.
Well, you're talking about another layer of the Yordan Alvarez thing. Is it takes the pressure completely off of your other superstar who is I guess there's multiple now, but definitely Jose Altuve, is he doesn't have to carry all the weight. You got another guy that can move runners and can produce. Yeah, so I mean, there's layers to this thing. When that guy's in the lineup, it's a different animal, right? When that guy's in the lineup, and then you got to deal with Clutch Correa, right?
Altuve and Correa coming behind those two with that many guys on base. I will continue to take my chances.
0 for 3, teams down. Correa doubles in the gap to start this thing off, and the next thing you know, they bust it wide open. And so I don't know, man. If Correa can be clutch, if Pena's year that he's having is real and he keeps rolling, Altuve's going to do his thing. I think Christian Walker and the others are going to contribute from time to time. With Yordan in the middle of this thing, the need for those other guys to consistently just have career years is a thing of the past.
Yeah. All right, as we continue live here, our first Thirsty Thursday here. We are at Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 here in Cypress. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Bring yourself on out here. $4 Bud Lights here, and they've got all the food and all the wings and everything you need right here at Buffalo Wild Wings. So come on out and hang out with the drive. And you got a chance to win some things. If you haven't done so yet, sign your name, put it in our raffle box. You got a chance to win an autographed football from the Pro Bowler, Daniil Hunter, and you got a chance to win a little Bud Light swag as well coming up in the 4 and 5 o'clock hour. We hope soon to hear from the guy who has really, really been a huge bright spot at Texans training camp. That's the rookie Ariante Ursa. We look forward to speak to him coming up next.
All right, y'all. I love a good dip, man. Whether you're talking about dipping chips in it or wings or veggies, it doesn't matter, man.
It's 7 a.m. It's a Thirsty Thursday playoff edition with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off Park Row in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm excited, baby. Welcome back. Football is starting today. Real football, not just... no, listen, I shouldn't say this, but no shade, man. I'm glad, like, we're getting to football where, there's not a lot of, Graham Mertz and not a lot of Davis Mills rolling through here, baby, and some of them other guys that are selling insurance today.
Well,
we got some ball out here, baby.
Hey, look, being that I was one of those guys, man, I can appreciate where you're at.
I'm just saying, man. I know it. I'm just saying, baby. Just saying.
Hey, being that I wore those shoes, man, I know exactly what you mean.
I'm just saying, baby. Exactly. We're getting close to seeing some C.J. Stroud for 4 quarters.
We're
getting close to seeing some Will Anderson for 4 quarters. And that starts tonight where the Eagles, the champs, they will host the Dallas Cowboys. So we'll get to see Dak, Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, all that crew. By the way,
not Micah, though.
Not Micah. No, Micah's getting epidural like my wife had when she had her kids, but he's getting an epidural in the back apparently to see if he can get going on Sunday as the Packers get going with him. But by the way, Saquon, number 1 on NFL Top 100 last year. As the number 1 player on NFL Top 100. Yeah, good for him.
I mean, I think it's a little aggressive for a running back. But
you think it's aggressive?
Well, yeah. I mean, but I like it.
He had a hell of a year.
Look, I'm a hell of a year.
The backwards hurdle did it.
Well, no question. I mean, you got to have highlights, and he had that. But I mean,
Josh too. By the way,
he pushed that. He pushed that team over the top, and got the Super Bowl taken care of. I think clearly he's a game changer. He's not just a running back that's a product of a system. He's clearly a game changer. So yeah, I like that. I think it's well deserved, man. After what he went through in New York, and I think it's well deserved. I like him, man.
Yeah, good for him. We'll get we'll definitely talk about that game, and I'm sure later on T Mill's best bets will have something included for that one. He needs something. All right, Ariante Ursuru, we look forward to the Texans left tackle joining us as he will get his first regular season game coming up on Sunday in LA.
By the way, has that been announced? Starting left tackle?
I mean, come on, man.
I doubt they're putting him on the radio with us if he ain't starting.
I'm about to say, well, no, hell, I don't know about that.
I don't think they trust you that much.
I don't know. Yeah, they damn sure don't trust me that much. But no, man, he's the damn left tackle. I mean, everybody has said it. I know we can't report it, but everybody said. I think I may ask him that. I may ask him right straight up. Hey, man, are you the left tackle?
Yeah.
Are you the starting left tackle?
I don't know if I trust Omar's depth chart. Hey, man, let's know what's going on here.
Yeah, but no, man. He came in, and as you're right, it appears he is going to be the starting left tackle. He came in, and I don't think this is hey, man, we just got to put him there because we ain't got no other option. He's come in and became the best option. This is the 6th tackle that was taken in the draft in the 2nd round, and he came in and took that spot. That surprised you, especially when they went out and got Cam Robinson? Did that surprise you that he took over and he's starting week 1 on the left side?
I think it surprises you anytime you hit on a draft pick in such a need position like that. I think that is a surprise because it's such the odds are so low, right? But it doesn't surprise me that he's a guy that is wired the right way. DeMeco Ryans, I mean, we don't talk enough about this. I mean, not that DeMeco doesn't get stroked enough. We do. Ooh. We love DeMeco, right? But at the end of the day, like DeMeco's ability and Nick's ability to a certain extent to identify these guys in these top rounds that can come in and they're plug-and-play starters. And not only that, they're wired the right way. And in this case with Ariante Ursery, he's wired the right way in a position room that they're trying to rebuild and remold, and they want somebody to take over with a whole different mentality and personality. I mean, he is just a perfect fit. And so tip the cap to the guy that they found in the draft, identified that they wanted, went out and got him, and he is proven to be every bit, if not more, of the guy that they thought he was. I mean, here's the thing with D'Amico and Nick. I don't think that they thought that they were drafting their starting left tackle this year. Yep. I think they saw a guy that was awfully talented, that was mature and developed and could play immediately. And then when he gets here, you find out, no, this is a guy that if we play our cards right, can be the leader of our offensive line room for the next 4+ years. And he's got the mentality. He's the level dog that you want. Obviously, he's a pro. And so they stumbled into something that's even better than they thought. And now it's one of those of like the question became, do you mess it up? Do you take the $12 million man and plug him back in because that was the original plan, and then you kind of stunt the growth, if you will, of your draft pick, or do you say, hey, we're going to ride this rookie and let him take over this offensive line room, and we're willing to deal with whatever struggles a rookie has in the league, because the bigger picture, the longer term play here is this is what we want our offensive line room to look like. It seems like that's the direction they're going with Ariante Ursery. Yeah. And look, the proof that we've seen so far is it makes perfect sense.
No, it does. He is, and that's the way you like it, right? Like, if you look at the other side of the field, it feels like that Titus Howard is the right tackle because of lack of performance of the other options. Like to me, it feels like they wanted to have him as a right guard.
Oh, I think that's very clear. They wanted Blake Fisher.
Blake
or
Fisher,
Ariante Ursery,
or something to work out to where they wanted it, and he's over there, I think, because of necessity. I think they are pleasantly surprised and excited that Ariante Ursery has taken the left tackle job, but just to kind of show the differences of how they arrived at their bookend tackles right now, and I think that's a big difference, which I think should give Texans fans more confidence in Ursery that this isn't he's just the best of the rest. It was him and Blake Fisher, and that's why they had to go there. No, it was him taking the gig over somebody they had planned to pay $12 million guaranteed money.
Yeah, look, it would be really easy to look at Blake Fisher struggling and Cam Robinson's injuries and say, yeah, well, the rookie's out there, but I don't know. I just don't choose to look at it that way. I don't think there was anybody keeping Ariante Ursery off of the field his rookie year, whether it be at right tackle or left tackle. He's not playing left field. Everybody else in Houston has played left field, but not Ariante Ursery.
I don't know. Hell, he might be able to with that short porch.
Hey, beware that!
I bet he's got an
beware
arm.
That metal wall out there, boy. That 300-pound sucker hits that thing.
He'll run through it. Yeah.
But yeah, look, I mean, he was going to be on the field at right tackle or left tackle any way you slice it. And the reality of it is, because of injury, they found out, hey, man, he's going to play the premium position, that left tackle spot. Now, what do we do at the right tackle? And that is push Titus Howard back out there. I'm excited to watch. I'm as excited to watch Titus Howard at right tackle as I am Ariante Ursery at left tackle, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I told you I was not a huge fan of Titus moving to guard. I've said that. I believe I was at a Buffalo Wild Wings 2 seasons ago where I said they cannot put him over there anymore.
Been talking about it for a minute, ain't we?
And now then we had to change course because it was so bad last year that he had to. And now it's good that he got back over there. Now we just got to hope that the inside is in a good spot.
Yeah, look, you're deep at tackle, man. Tackle should not be a problem. As I've said before, you've got several guys that can play it, and if Nick Caley can't protect your tackles with helping with chips and running backs and tight ends, then Nick Caley's out of his league as the offensive coordinator. That's not a problem. The key here is your interior offensive line, guys that you feel like their forte is run blocking. can they pass protect in critical situations, or can they run it well enough to where you stay out of having to protect for an extended period of time? So we'll see if those interior guys can hold up. In particular, as I said about a month ago, I think Ed Ingram is the key. If Ed Ingram can play a really good right guard, then this offensive line has a chance to be an average NFL, middle-of-the-pack NFL offensive line, and I think that puts the Texans immediately into a Super Bowl sleeper.
Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Ariante Ursary, he's getting close. We'll talk to the young rookie coming up next.
All right, check it out. If you got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property now, you need to
policies are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
It's a Thirsty Thursday playoff edition with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off Park Row in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, as we are live. Thirsty Thursdays.
Not in Katy, though.
Did I say Katie?
I think the big
no,
boys.
Voice guy did, man.
Damn it, man. He gets on my nerves. No, I'm just playing.
Yeah, not in Katy.
We are not in Katy. We are in Cypress, right off 290. I got my guy Clint Stoerner in the building. We got a good time being here, just like my guy here in that throwback Astros jersey. He just signed up, put his name in that raffle box. And you can do so, too. Coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, you got a chance to win some Bud Light swag. And then in the 5 o'clock hour, look at Shay, boy. Shay. Get
it up there so they can see it, bro.
Shay could have been one of the guys on the game show right there, the way he's pointing to that right there. And then also autographed football, Daniil Hunter right there as well. All you got to do is put your name in our raffle box. You'll have a chance to win. I got a little nervous. Ariate rejoining us soon. I got a little nervous, Clint. I got some fun draws on. They're a little long, and the shorts I got on a little tight, so they're coming up at the same time.
Hey, what's Courtney got planned for tonight?
I got some colorful joints right there, Tyler.
Tyler,
you love these draws.
My boy
right
got
here.
some draws hanging out the bottom of his shorts. They got pink and blue and green.
Yeah, it is.
Hughley has came in the game.
Hey, what you going home? What are you going?
Fun draws, baby.
What are you going home to do tonight, Chief?
Because my fun draws.
Damn, you prepared early. You better be careful. Don't soil them things before you get home.
You know what happened?
Ron?
Yeah, I usually like to save these. You know, we've been
you ought to.
We've been putting them floors in.
Yeah.
And we just got that washer and dryer in. I'm a little low. hey, I looked in there in that drawer. I got the jock strap they gave me for my vasectomy, and then I
Why? Like, why is that in your drawer?
I just say, well, you don't get rid of that.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
Absolutely, you do.
The cup is in the bottom too. But
That's one of the first things you get rid of.
I got that, and then it was these, and I said, damn, I gotta go with these.
Hey, I told you when we bought this, we bought this house that we're in right before we got married, kind of deal. She lived in it, I lived in the other one, kind of deal, being, that just out of respect. And then, I started kind of moving my stuff in. I moved my stuff in. She come out of that master closet and she had an old jock in her hand. She said, "What are you? Why are you keeping this?" I said, "Mama, you've been here 2 months. That ain't mine. What the hell? Who the hell you had over here? I ain't had a jock like." I said, Now it was the old.
Stop! That was yours, Clint.
It was no. I swear to God, it wasn't. It was the old strap that goes on it, like I used to wear, like when the jock straps. It wasn't the girdle kind of thing. The old one strap around each butt cheek.
Yeah, that's what I got in there.
So it was around my age. It was around my
That's the
era.
vasectomy one.
But I was like, Mama, where'd you? That ain't mine. I don't know who the hell. I know you like older men clearly, but what the hell are you been doing?
Get the hell out of here.
I think I got to the bottom of it. Now she may be pulling one over on me, but I think old buddy that lived there before, it wasn't. We bought it from a gentleman that's got about 10 years on me. So I'm going to assume he either played a little ball in his past, or he got that old vasectomy and left it there. At least that's what I'm telling myself. I'm telling myself my bride didn't have some kind of.
No, man, it ain't.
If she's got some kind of jockstrap fetish, she ain't brought it to my attention in a long time.
Look, hey, I am certain to spend a little time with Lo that she ain't cheating on you with somebody that's wearing a jockstrap over there to the crib.
Hey, them old jockstraps too, man. The crazy thing was, them old jockstraps back in the day, they turned yellow quick, didn't they? I mean, them things, you pull them out of the pack, man. Them things are crispy white, and you're like, yeah, look at this. I mean, you wear it to practice 2 days, and that son buck was yellow as all nasty as hell.
Yeah, man.
Got them good old days, though, boy.
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, yeah, man, got my fun draws on, so we're going to have.
That's how we got there, right? Ron got his old neon draws on over here.
Several colors.
Courtney, you better, buckle up, baby. It's Thursday night, Thirsty Thursday, and Ron's coming home tipsy.
I think I broke these out. This is only the second time I broke these out.
I'm drunk, I guess.
You know, I did. You know, I took these to Turks.
Oh man! See, I'm really dropping the ball here, man. Is that a?
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
I got to be better than my wife, I guess, man. I don't have a special pair of drawers.
You don't have a special pair of fun drawers?
No.
Tyler, we know Tyler does. Tyler and his wife used to have the shared pair of drawers.
Oh yeah, I mean they got themed underwear that match. I mean, hell, that's
those
a
have been
different level.
retired for a while.
Well, that's bull. You and Megan need to get back and get you some matching drawers.
I found some underwear that I like, and I'm sticking with.
He couldn't let draws come out, could he? He said I got some underwear.
He said it. He walked around. He started it. And then he said,
hell with it. I'm gonna stick with underwear.
Pair of thieves, baby. Pair of thieves.
Man,
these days, that's what these are I got on right now.
Oh, yeah. You're winning.
I got some pair of thieves on right now.
I'm gonna have to talk to my wife when I get home.
You ain't got a good special one like some red ones or some.
No, I don't.
Like, here we go.
You can rattle off every color. I ain't got it. I don't. I mean, it's just they're all pretty common.
Oh, man, I know everybody's got them some special draws that they're rolling in. By the way, somebody texted in, Courtney better pack a lunch.
Yeah,
you better get going. No, hey, some other news. I saw this. I don't mean to laugh at you, Tyler, but there is nobody, Clint, that I believe in the world that I can read. I can hear their voice via message, like text or tweet, than Tyler Milner. When Tyler put out that tweet about Spencer Getty having to go to the IL, like I could hear Tyler saying it, like I could hear it, and then because it does these things, like it is so crazy. We should not be floored or surprised by any injury that comes to the Astros, but they get me every time. Like if you missed it, Spencer Getty, he hits the IL and. When you hear what it is, it's like we'll see how long that is. That's the old left elbow or the right elbow inflammation. Have we seen Brandon Walter yet? Because he's the last person that went down with that old. He had the left elbow inflammation, but he is going to the IL, and his manager said he felt it. He felt it when he was throwing his bullpen session yesterday, and so Joe Espada. Went ahead and they took him in and placed him on the IL, but it's really disappointing because he really was, at least his last start was turning the corner, right? He went 6+ innings and had a quality start in that start. He had 8 strikeouts, and he walked a few, but he had 8 strikeouts and was missing bats. And you're like, all right, there you go. Let's see if Spencer's ready to turn the corner. And now. When you think and hear, left or right elbow inflammation, hell, it's September, right? Like, that's going to take some time. The playoffs start in October. And so you wonder if this may just be a complete lost season for Spencer Getty. And it's tough because not only was he coming along, the Astros desperately needed him to come along and pitchers to get going. And it's just a tough, yet again, an injury hits the Astros to a piece that they need.
Look, I mean, I just lean back. Into, man, it's not about the probability or, one guy over the other. The Astros, counting Lance McCullers, which is out of the mix now, but you had 4 guys that are coming back, and Spencer Getty, Christian Javier, Luis Garcia, and Lance McCullers. We just need one to work out, man. We just need one to work out. And
what is going on?
Obviously, this past weekend was huge for all 3 of those guys, Spencer Getty, Christian Javier, and Luis Garcia. So, this is unfortunate, but thankfully, as an Astros fan, it comes on the heel of 2 other guys having a really good weekend. So, hopefully we can keep one of those 3 healthy and off of the IL for the playoffs.
I didn't want to bring this up. Tyler, did you see this? Did you also see your boy Jake Myers, who had him a 2-for-3 game?
Saw it, yeah.
Are you talking about the 2 for 3, or is there something else I'm missing?
Yeah, he went 2 for 3,
Okay.
and he had a double. Then he had to get pulled from the
Fouled
game
the ball off his
because he
leg.
fouled a foot off his a ball off his leg, and he went down.
I didn't see that.
I mean, yeah, he's hit. Here, I'll retweet it for you, Tyler, if you want to watch it and see it yourself.
Man.
I mean, he looks like he was in significant pain, and he came on out of the game.
Yeah, I saw him having a productive night with the bat. I didn't see him get hurt.
Thinking he's going to get
Damn
close,
it.
and
Big J.
man, it is the damnedest thing.
Big Jake got to be like, hey man. I mean, Big Jake is like, who would Jake be? Is like a Nico Collins.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Like no, not Nico or Collins. I'm just talking about.
Like, hold on, Jake. I know Jake's having a good year.
Well, hear me out, fellas.
All right, let's hear it out. Let's hear it.
Like the guy that comes in and you really don't know how good he is, and he's the organization is dysfunctional, and you kind of have a hard time finding your way, and you struggle, and then all of a sudden, boy,
Nico has got him on fire, baby.
And Nico is one of the top in the league, and Jake Myers has finally hit stride and had a chance to be one of the top center fielders in the league with that bronze glove you keep giving him.
That's right.
And hitting 300 and was with a little bit of speed on the base pass. I mean, he had a chance to have one of those, hey, hello, I'm here, them kind of Nico Collins arrival type seasons, and now he done fouled a damn ball off his foot.
After going 2 for 3 with a double. I just want you all to help me since we can't say it.
I screwed it up.
713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Chaz McCormick was sitting in that dugout over there when that happened. What do you think the first thing and the thought went through his head when he saw Jake go down?
I could go for some pudding.
713-572-4610. If you're Chaz McCormick, if you've been through everything that Chaz has been through, what do you think the first thought was in his mind when he saw Jake go down?
Good for them. Good for them. Sorry, SOBs. Hell, that's what Dana Brown deserves. That's what Joe Espada deserves.
I think he just went Marv Albert. Yes! Maybe
It's not ideal.
He's just got to be frustrated over there. I just picture him over there with a big-ass coat with his hood on and just staring in just complete disgust of where his situation is. All right, coming up, as we get you prepared for the Texans and the Rams coming up week 1, a big 3 o'clock hour. Hopefully we'll hear from the rookie Ariante Ursery, and we'll hear Clint's thoughts on something that he heard from C.J. Stroud yesterday, in particular when he was talking about the new system of his OC, Nick Caley. We'll discuss all of that coming up next right here live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 here in Cypress. Come on out for a little Thirsty Thursday here with The Drive.
Let's head east, y'all. Coshada Casino Resort, just a short drive east over in Louisiana.
Get a great offer today from your best in Texas Ford dealer.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Rock and roll, meow.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in. Let me hear the people here as we are live here. There we go. We are live here, our first Thirsty Thursday here at Buffalo Wild Wings, and we are off 290 here in Cypress. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Make sure you make your way on out here. There are prizes you can win, $4 Bud Lights, and drink specials all over the place, food specials as well here at Buffalo Wild Wings. So make your way on out here and join us. As I said, we'll be here till 6 o'clock. And you can enjoy yourself with us. Clint, it's 3 o'clock. We're here, and we are happy to be joined by Texans. I think I can say this. Maybe you can let the cat out of the bag for us. I believe the starting left tackle for the Houston Texans, Ariante Ursery. Are you the starting left tackle? Is that the case? Okay. Hello.
Looks like the rookie hung up on us. Let me get him back, boys.
All right. Damn.
Tyler, you should have answered that question,
one right
Tyler.
there? You should have answered it.
You should have answered it, T.
Damn it. All right. We lost the
I'll be at LT.
Yeah, you're going to have to wait till Sunday and find out. 3:25, you'll find out.
Okay. All right. So maybe that question is that the sign? Like, don't ask that question. I just want to make sure we were talking to the left tackle. Hopefully, we will hear back from him and get his thoughts on what's going on with the Rams.
Just got a text message. You can't do it right now.
Wow.
You gonna check it? You don't believe me? You don't trust me?
I do. All right. Okay.
Hey, appreciate that, y'all.
I just saw that text.
Yeah. All right.
Week 1. Let's go.
All right, there it is. Woo! That's okay. All right. We can bounce off Ariante Ursery. Hopefully we get to hear from him some point this year, but apparently not right now or today. All right. 2:10. All right. Clint, there was and Tyler, if we can move to this, something C.J. Stroud had to say yesterday. C.J. Stroud spoke to the media, and I know this really jumped out to you, Clint, with C.J. Stroud, and he spoke and was asked the question right off the bat in the interview, what is it about the Nick Caley offense, the scheme that he is running now, what is it that makes it such a good fit for you? How does it fit you better? This was C.J. Stroud's response, and I know it really jumped out to you, his answer.
It's a lot of different ways. I feel like a lot of times in the NFL, from what I've learned, is like a lot of coaches or teams try to make like the player fit the scheme instead of the scheme fitting the player. I think it's sometimes a good thing because you get to challenge yourself to try new things, but also I think you should come in and try to have the scheme fit the players in a way, just because there's certain guys are really good at X, Y, and Z, and not good at A, B, and C. And I think there's a balance you need to have to challenge yourself to try new things, but also doing things that you're already naturally good at. So this offense does a good job at that of trying to or doing things that guys are naturally good at, but also challenging to try new things. So.
All right, that jumped out to you, Clint. What was it that really spoke to you when you heard him talk about that?
Look, we'll find out about Nick Caley when rubber meets the road on Sunday. But leading up to it, I think there's two things that, as a fan, I find it fascinating. I find it interesting. Everybody in the organization has been asked about Nick Caley. And all we know is juice and energy. And then C.J. Stroud's inability to answer the question of how does this scheme fit you better when clearly we've heard how the last scheme didn't fit anybody. Well, that's a tad bit concerning for me. You know, I expected these guys like C.J. Stroud of all people, the ability for him to have more control at the line of scrimmage in this system is an absolute game changer.
You've been in favor of it.
It is an absolute game changer. I mean, one, that's how you're going to win games with your quarterback having that level of control. But two, like if you're going to pay C.J. Stroud $60 million, he's got to control the line of scrimmage. He's got to be the guy that protects himself. He's got to be the guy that gets communication right. And him having more power and more control at the line of scrimmage is absolutely paramount. You know, and you know, talk about the usage of the tight ends and his expertise. Nick Caley, being Nick Caley, the usage of the tight ends. You know, the physicality approach and how they installed this offense and led with physicality and communication up front. Those are all things that I think are just super low-hanging fruit, real, not ducking and dodging, but very real ways that C.J. Stroud fits this system. And for whatever, at least from the outside looking in, it seems that way. I just hope that what we see the system and how we see the system fit in C.J. Stroud is a little bit more apparent than their ability to answer that question.
Yeah, as I am getting roasted here on the text line and YouTube and Twitch, and you continue, you should, especially how that sounded. I can't help it, Tyler. You know, Clinton, Tyler, you know, it's easy for me to get here. But I thought a similar thing you thought, Clint. I'm like, it felt like to me, fellas, that, and maybe it's just my ear, but it felt like to me he gave more reason to why it didn't work with Bobby last year than he actually gave on what the hell fits his system, right? Like, Bobby. I'm sorry, and maybe it's just the way I hear it, but when you say, yeah, this system allows you to be able to do the things that you're naturally good at and not put you – that clearly – he said, when I've been in the NFL, what I've learned – well, hell, you only been in one system. When I've been in the NFL, what I have learned is, like, players need to be in the situations where they're naturally at their best. Okay, man, you didn't have to say that. That's not what the question was. The question is, how does it fit you? And to be honest, Clint is kind of placing it in a nice way. You didn't have nothing to say. And you ain't had nothing to say about how it fits you. Here. And instead, it seems like you want to roll out on, hey, now let me tell you, I don't know how it fits me, but I'm going to tell you right now what didn't fit me last year. No, tell us what it is about the system. And I bet you, hell, Clint just from watching could tell without giving away a game plan how it fits.
Well, that's the interesting thing about
maybe it was just me.
No. Look, that's the interesting thing about a new offensive coordinator is you know you just can't the leaning heavily on, and as a fan, this is just a fan of the team, leaning heavily on juice and energy leads me to a spot of hey man, is there some real substance there? Right? Did we just remove a guy that was a little bit confrontational and put another guy in here that'll do whatever Nick and D'Amico and everybody wants him to do, or do you have a real offensive mind in there? You know, I think that's the big question. Other than the offensive line, I think that's the big question with the Texans moving forward is you can't really gauge from anything that anybody's saying when they're asked about Nick Caley. There's nothing that, you know, there's really nothing that you can gather from what we've been told about him. And look, show up Sunday and do big things, and it don't matter. But it is interesting.
But interesting though, this Clint, you're watching from afar. You're not in the meetings. What do you just off the top of your head? What do you see? Like you can see things that this system seems to fit him more, right?
Oh yeah. I just rattled them off. I mean, I think his at least self-proclaimed everywhere he's been, he's had more control. You know, that is where I would start. You know, and then again the tight end usage I think is a low-hanging fruit that you could go with. You know, the fact that they seem to be playing faster, so that the terminology and the coaching and teaching of the terminology, you know, is clearly better. So yeah, I think there's some substance there watching them, but it's just interesting that nobody from within, you know, lends much.
Yeah.
To it.
And it's there. It's not like this isn't like when I another time where maybe I was almost hung up on when I posed the question to Mark Ingram By the way, man, my man Mark be wearing them bright ass suits up there on that Big Noon kickoff. It just really catches me off guard. Everybody else is in black, blue, or gray, and he's in real bright joints. But anyway, it's not like when I asked him, "Hey man, you got any? What would you say is the superpower of David Culley?" And he was stomped. This isn't a deal where you're stomped. There's some actual things that you
would like to think there
right?
is. Yes.
Yeah, there's some actual things. So I just. Again, you weren't here last week. I've been up to here with every chance we get, just different guys that are leaders on the offense that just keep referencing back to how terrible the coaching and stuff was last year, and not just, hey man, just forget about it. That's why I can't wait for this game on Sunday. And Titus did it last week, and now right here doing it again. So I just cannot. Wait, someone texted in, I totally read CJ's response differently. Agree, he didn't specifically answer the question, but I read he was saying the scheme does fit him better than the last, not concerning.
Yeah, I mean, to each their own, man, however you want to hear it. It just saying the scheme fits me better and not lending any substance to it beyond that is to me is interesting. So, yeah, I mean, if you want to just take the answer to the question of it fits me better and keep moving, that's fine too. I mean, I'm okay with that. Yeah. Just telling you what I heard. All right.
What we are hearing is that we will and the text line, as you should, are giving me hell from the text line. Ron really knows how to ask questions. Good job, show. Will the
you done pissed off Ariante Ursery?
Will the Ursery interview in its entirety be available on the rewind feature?
That's a strong text.
On the Odyssey. No, that's good. From YouTube and Twitch, Sam said Ron was like watching a stand-up comedian come up and get booed on his opener. Casario stepped in and said, nope.
For the record, the big rookie is going to be joining us at some point today on the show. We just had a meeting yet again.
Allegedly. The rookie will be. Show got everyone in trouble from Rob.
That's how it normally goes.
Hey, let's just wait till we connect. All right, let's not.
I said allegedly.
Let's not overpromise and underdeliver, boys.
Yeah.
Let's not. I can only handle one of those a day. Let's. I'm doing everything I can to be cool with it. Let's just.
Week one shakeups. We'll get it figured out.
Yeah.
No, that was. Okay. That one, yes, you should be able to go right now on the rewind feature on the Odyssey app and be able to catch that right now. It should the full go of it.
And you'll catch it at the outro today as well.
This is the second time. This is about the third or fourth time in my illustrious career that this has happened to me. Tony Gonzalez was on a cricket phone once. And I crushed him for it when he got his back. But he's on a cricket phone, and my opening question went like that too. And I'm like, Tony, all right, Tony's. And he said, "Oh, just my phone dropped." And I said, "What kind of phone company you with?" He said, "I got a cricket." No, I crushed Tony Gonzalez right to the near for having that cricket phone right there. But hopefully we do get to hear. From the big fella. Someone said John Lopez was a part of this. Show gets ghosted by the Rook. No, man, keep it coming. That's fine. That's how that rolls. But other people there are commenting on the C.J. Stroud part of it. Hey, fellas, to your point about C.J.'s answer to that question about how the scheme fits him, I feel like this year a lot of players on this team have noticed that he has said a few times about how writers and people on Twitter can't miss the point of what he is trying to say or to come up with to create a headline. So maybe that goes into him being more vague.
Yeah, look, being vague. You can, and this ain't a CJ deal. This is just the reality. I mean, it is if you want to avoid people not understanding you or people taking things out of context that you say or don't say, then just shoot it straight.
Yeah.
Just shoot it straight. I mean, so yeah, we can play this whole, D'Amico getting mad at the reporters for asking questions about injuries and being vague here and that's fine. I mean, nobody's done it like Bill Belichick and Nick Caserio did up in New England, and I think Nick leans into that here, and that's fine. But a byproduct of being vague and not answering questions from the horse's mouth is people speculate, people that cover the team, people that make a living and their job is to cover the team and provide content for the team. There's, it's going to get misconstrued. Things are going to get taken out of context, and it's just part of the deal when you have so many people that are covering the team. And in today's world, in 2025, you got people that have their own podcast that have no parameters whatsoever. They're just part of the quote unquote media. There's no boss. There's no, it's just part of the world that you live in today. If you're vague, if you don't answer, then you're given a one-way ticket to speculation and things of that nature. Fair or foul, it's just the reality of it.
One of the most extensive, in-depth interviews I've heard on the drive. Marconi Award-winning interview. That's why we're there, man. That's why we're there.
Live.
Hey, man. Hey, Philly, show me you can do that. Show me you can do the Ariante Herstory interview. All right, you think they're up for the award with us? Show us you can do it, huh? Come on now. Detroit, 97, the ticket. Show us you can do it, huh? You got it? Come on, Valenti. Show us you can do it. You can't do what we just did.
Nothing.
I think that put us in the driver's seat, Tyler. I really do. All right, coming up, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can join us as well. We're going to get them on record, our preseason NFL predictions. I have been the closest the last 2 years. I will just say that. But we will get them down on paper. You could do it. Who's your defensive player of the year? Who's your MVP? What's your Super Bowl look like? We will do our preseason awards coming up next.
You're going to get hard.
Ready? Football season is officially here. It's Texans and Rams to kick things off out in L.A. Cue the matchup Sunday with pregame coverage starting at 12:25. Kickoffs at 3:25 with Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros. Right here on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
It's time. We are here. Football is back, and Underdog is the best place to make picks and win money all season long, and you can do it right here in Texas. Playing Underdog is easy. I do it just about every week. Just pick whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and a lot more. Get your picks right, and you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. You can play with as little as $1, and it's just a blast to do. Like I said, I do it just about every week.
Odyssey's I'm Listening Special, a 1-hour conversation featuring mental health professionals and some of the biggest names in sports, music, and news to promote mental health awareness across the nation. For more information, visit imlistening.org and tune in Sunday at 7 a.m. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, we have breaking news. Tyler, what is the latest breaking news with the Texans?
Yes, we have our first Houston Texans breaking news of the football season heading into this week 1 in L.A. Adam Schefter reporting here. Texans receiver Christian Kirk, he has a strained hamstring, and he is expected to be sidelined for at least Sunday's week 1 opener against the Rams for the Houston Texans, and possibly Christian Kirk could be out longer than just week 1. That is the latest from Schefter.
Wow. All right. We talked about that earlier in the show as we opened up. Braxton Berrios and Christian Kirk had missed with hamstring issues all week, and we'll see about Braxton Berrios. But Aaron Wilson did just report this: Texans are preparing to play without both Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios due to their hamstring issues. And as Tyler just said, the Christian Kirk one seems a bit more serious, that he could be out a couple of weeks. Your thoughts, your reaction to not just this game, but this could be the Bucs. This could be even longer.
Yeah, it's worst case scenario. I mean, we've said it multiple times. Like, this is what you worry about when you go out and you sign a guy like Christian Kirk, is obviously the injury issues, and
that's been his problem.
Yeah, it bites you in the ass before the opening week. Number one, number two. You lose your second best wide receiver, and be honest with you, the gap between the number 2 receiver and the 3 receiver is wider than the gap between 1 and 2. So you got some serious, like, proven talent, veteran type of play problems below Christian Kirk. So that in itself, you lose a great player. And then, as I've said multiple times, I think maybe even the most important part of this is, as we go into the Texans season against a really good defensive front, like, it rubbers meeting the road Sunday at 3:25. Can you fix your offensive line problems? Can you protect the face of your franchise, C.J. Stroud? And I believe, look, obviously that starts with the offensive line, right? But a big part of that is giving your quarterback answers immediately when the ball's snapped and immediately when pressure's coming. And I believe a big part of that those answers were going to be with Christian Kirk. He is a receiver that's played inside the formation his entire career. He's a receiver that has seen the game through the quarterback lens his entire career. Even when he was at A&M, he was one of the more cerebral guys. And so he was going to be a real weapon in protecting C.J. Stroud. And so I think this is worst-case scenario for the Texans is you choose to go the route of Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, and others. And now Christian Kirk's injury issues have bit you in the ass. It's unfortunate for the Texans. We're going to find out. We're going to find out how good DeMeco Ryans is at drafting wide receivers. Because you got 2 guys that were drafted in the 2nd and 3rd round that you absolutely need at this point. You absolutely have to have at this point. Now I think they're going to lean into 19. I think that this is.
So you think more 19 than Noel?
Oh yeah. Look, yes. I think big picture. I think
because that's who my mind immediately went to. Because punt returner, you're potentially without.
Yeah.
That seems like Noel, and then the slot guy would seem like it would be Noel. But you think Hutch is going to be the guy that gets a bigger. Look there.
Based on what I know and what I've seen, I would feel better about Hutch. He's got great chemistry with the quarterback. He clearly can play every position and knows what to do and where he needs to be and how to get there. And so, yeah, I would think Hutch. But I'll be honest with you, I'd love to, as a Texans fan, I'd love to be wrong. I'd love to see Jalen Noel jump in there, and all of a sudden this dude can play slot, can handle that load in the NFL. can all of a sudden jump back and return punts when need be. I would like to be wrong here, but I would imagine that it's more of a Hutch, Nico, Higgins type of look than Noel getting the hell. I mean, I think he gets run. As I've said before, I think he's the higher volume guy. So I think you just keep his role the same and you up the ante for Xavier Hutchinson is what I would do.
But now you're upping the ante anyway. Like, how much do you want him in the offense? How much is the punt returning duties take away from him potentially being, as much on the offense with that? To me, I think you do lose something if it is. Obviously, you lose something, but I think you do lose that slot position quickness and getting in and out of breaks real quick and being able to two-way goes.
Yep.
I don't think Xavier Hutchinson when I
don't
think that.
And
I think Noel much more with that. And as you said, he'll get some run. I just think we talked about it. A big thing, as you said, bam, Christian Kirk will be able to uncover quickly and be right there to show his numbers and give him somewhere to go.
Yeah.
And I don't know that I see that with Hutchinson in the slot.
No, absolutely no. You don't know. You don't. You know, I mean, you don't see that. Like
I think with Noel, you probably got a better chance with that.
You're physically, the skill set you're talking about, you are spot on. Absolutely. The knock on Hutch is the ability to separate at all, much less immediately, right? And he doesn't have, relative to NFL receivers, he doesn't play with a lot of twitch. And you look at Noel plays with a lot of twitch, the skill set needs to consist of this, right? Can you get off the ball versus press? Can you get off the ball versus anybody that's out there in your face? And number two, can you get out of your break? Those two things. Yeah. I don't care about your top end speed. I don't care about how big you are.
It's just right there.
Can you do those two things to give my quarterback a target, an option immediately when pressure hits? And there's no doubt Noel is more skill set wise a fit for that, no question. But is he fit to get up there and know this week against this defense all the different pressures they're going to throw at us to know how to react? Can he identify it? Can he execute the pressure plan? That's the key. That's a big load for any rookie wide receiver. You think about it. You throw a guy out wide. Higgins out wide. Hey man, the route tree. The basic shell coverage. Is a safety rolled over the top or is it middle closed? Do you have one-on-one or is there safety over the top? You really to play outside wide receiver, that's really all you need to know. And it helps to be taller and longer and be able to run the route tree, right? Cool. You get inside, and now all of a sudden you've got a nickel defender in your face. You got a linebacker that's coming inside out on you. You've got if the slot is too. I mean, if Higgins and Nico to the other side, now you got a corner potentially in your face if they stay two. And I mean, it's a whole different animal mentally on that inside. And so, can Jalen Noel handle that load, or can Xavier Hutchinson display some of that twitch and that suddenness that you look for out of that slot and give you some options?
Text line coming through. Clint is giving too much praise to Kirk. That Noel is an indefinite upgrade there. Someone else texting in, I feel like Kirk will be fine. I think they are just testing the rooks to see if they can step up at moment's notice. Sir, I can assure you that Nick Caley and are you guys serious with these texts? I can assure you that Nick Caley and D'Amico aren't saying, hey, Christian, set these next couple of games out against the Rams and the Bucs. Let's really test it and see what Jalen Noel can do. Let's sit you down and see what the rooks are. No, he's hurt. They want him in there. This is not they are not happy about this. And I think, and hopefully we'll see that Jalen Noel will jump in here and be able to handle this thing. I personally think he's probably the better option just from a physical standpoint, as Clint just laid out in the slot. But it is not just nothing for a player for the first time, a third-round pick, to walk into the NFL and have to take over the slot that he probably hasn't been running in that first unit and didn't think he would be doing that as much, and the kickoff return duties. That's not just nothing from a rookie. I'm not saying he's going to fail, but this ain't just look. I mean,
here's the deal: is if they decide to put him out there, they had a great track record with that. You look at Kalen Bullock, look at Kamari Lassiter, Ariante Ursary. They have done a tremendous job at playing players early and getting them to produce. Now, again, I think this is a heavy load for a rookie wide receiver. I mean, a month ago, he didn't even know the terminology of this offense. He didn't even know how to line up what the formations were, right? So I think it's a heavy load, but they've done a good job of drafting very cerebral players that can play early and appear to be mature beyond their years. And if Noel is that, then he clearly has the better skill set for it. So, we'll see. They do have options. We'll see how good of options they have.
Yeah, we'll see. The news there, if you just missed, we definitely know that he has been ruled out for not just this week. It could be a couple of weeks. Their slot receiver, Christian Kirk, Braxton Berrios, according to Aaron Wilson, could also miss this first game. They are planning to go without both Kirk and Braxton Berrios. That is the report. That's their kick returner and their slot receiver. That's the report coming from Adam Schefter and Aaron Wilson covering the Texans. All right, coming up, we will catch you up on that as well as do our preseason NFL picks as we continue live right here on The Drive.
All right, y'all, got to tell y'all about CertaPro.
products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Duval. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live. Let me hear the people out here. Let me hear. Clap it up. Hey, you in the golf shirt, man. Clap your hand. Hey, you in the golf shirt. Clap your hands, baby. I need you. There we go. I need you. Beer on me, baby. There you go. I'm going to get everyone. I'm going to get
Look, he immediately turned to that bartender and said, you heard him.
You heard him, damn it. Get him. Get that beer on me. No, but we're having a good time. We are here, Buffalo Wild Wings, our first Thirsty Thursday of the season. And I see the Bud Light girls, the Bud Light people around here handing out some prizes themselves. My man right there, your Razorback, got him one. There you go. I see you. And you can have some fun here with us. Again, coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, if you have not put your name in our raffle box, you got a chance to win some Bud Light swag. And in the 5 o'clock hour, there is a signed football from the Pro Bowler, Danielle Hunter. You can win in the 5 o'clock hour. All you got to do is put your name in our raffle box. Shay right here, hold it up. He will help you out, and you got a chance to walk away as a winner. So come on out. This is a good time that we're having. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Football is back. A little bit later on, the Eagles and the Cowboys will get going. I do want to get across some news. If you missed it in the last segment, Tyler came in with breaking news. It looks like Christian Kirk will miss a couple of games potentially with a strained hamstring. So he is definitely out Sunday and could be out for a couple of weeks. So that is not great news. And then Aaron Wilson reports they are planning to go without not just Christian Kirk, but also their punt returner and another option in the slot, Braxton Berrios. He also is having a hamstring issue. And then when we get to injuries, nobody does it better than the Houston Astros. So let's slide over there to the Daikin Park. The Astros, according to Joe Espada, are still awaiting MRI results from Spencer Urrugheti. They placed Spencer Urrugheti on the IL yesterday with right elbow inflammation. Joe Espada acknowledged it will be, quote, tough for him to get back for the remainder of the regular season. So that is the latest there with Spencer Urrugheti. And, Clint, we talked about it when we first said this in the 2 o'clock hour. Hell, it's September, man. It's September 4th right now. The postseason starts in October. You got right elbow inflammation. It's hard to think that time frame adding up. This may just be a really tough lost season for Spencer Urrugheti, and this isn't great news.
It's definitely something them boys need to lose a little sleep over. I mean, look, here's the deal. It's one of three for me. I mean, the Astros, as an Astros fan, I just need one of three to work out. I don't care. I felt like I was somewhat emotionally tied to Lance McCullers, and now that he has clearly pissed down his leg and he is not part of this equation.
You walked off of that.
I'm done. I mean, I don't have any. Like, I wanted, like, I genuinely they're on their way. I genuinely and sincerely wanted to see him rebound and help us win some games. Clearly, that's not going to happen. Now I'm down to one of three. I need Christian Javier, Luis Garcia, Spencer Urrugheti. I need one of those three to step up. I don't care. I honestly don't care which one it is. I need one of those three guys to prove that they can be a number 3 starter in a rotation, and we can have confidence going against a playoff caliber baseball team. That's it. One of three. Don't care who it is. And Spencer Urrugheti, as you mentioned, if this tightness turns into something beyond the 15-day IL, then obviously he's out of the mix, and I'm down to one of two. But right now, I got a 3-horse race, and I just need one of them to finish.
Yeah,
I mean, very promising weekend from all three of them.
It was.
So hopefully one of them can stay the course for the next. I mean, damn, what are we down to? We got to be down to 17, 18 games left.
Yeah, probably around 20 games, something around that.
I believe it's 22. I want to say
22.
Yeah,
I'm 22 and I'm back in the game. I hear. Yeah, it's low there. So that's the latest there from the injury front from both the Texans and the Astros. All right, let's roll through them. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can do this as well. Tyler, you can jump in also if you so choose. Actually, you better, at least, because I want to write these down. Because last year I had Josh Allen winning the MVP. I had the Chiefs and the Lions in the Super Bowl, so I got half of that right. But we'll go through our preseason picks to have them on the board. Let's start with some fun here, Clint and Tyler. Clint, who is one team, because this happens every year, there's a team that missed the playoffs that seems to come back and make the playoffs the next year. Who is your one team that you would say, all right, this team didn't make the playoffs last year, but they'll make it this year?
I'm going to give you one on each side, in each conference. I'm going to give you Bengals in the AFC, the Atlanta Falcons in the NFC. I don't think it's a stretch. I'm not. This isn't earth-shattering. The Bengals got arguably, the best quarterback in the league, and the Atlanta Falcons were, what, they have eight wins last year. I mean, so they're not far from it. A couple wins away from it. But I'm gonna go with those two. The Bengals, Joe Burrow, that offense, high-scoring offense. Boy, if they can just put any level of defense on the field, then they got a real chance to make the playoffs. And then Atlanta, I just like those. I like the youngsters that they've got. They got a lot of talent at the skill position offensively. Made some moves on the defensive side to get better in the pass rush department. I like Atlanta. I'll go with them to make the playoffs.
I had two AFC teams I was struggling with. The Patriots, I think, are
wow, that's a big jump.
Or a team, yeah. I think Mike Vrabel, Drake May was starting to show some things, and their division it's Buffalo, but then it's Miami, who looks like they're liable to fall apart at any point, fire their coach in the middle of the season, and then obviously the Jets are kind of starting over. But I decided to go with the Jags. I think the Texans will win the division, but I think the Jags, I think the Jags can be a wild card team with their schedule and their division as well. And I like the upgrades they had. And yes, that dude is weird, but he seems to find a way to handle quarterbacks and offenses. And so I like the Jags to be a team that made it, that didn't make it last year, to make it this year.
Try to tell you, man, Jags and Angels.
Tyler, you
Jags
got one?
And Angels. I do.
You got one, Tyler?
I
you got
one
a team
for you.
Go ahead.
San Francisco 49ers.
That's a good one.
Last year was a disaster, but in the the Lynch era, man, I mean they've been one of the prototypical squads you would want heading into the playoffs each and every season in San Francisco until last year. So if things stay healthy, I'm rolling with the 49ers.
All right, Clint, who was your Defensive Player of the Year and your MVP this year?
You'll like this. I'm going Defensive Player of the Year, Will Anderson, and I don't think it's a homer take. I think he's in the conversation. I think when you look at Defensive Player of the Year, you got to have double-digit sacks off the end. I think more than likely, and I think he gets there. You got to be a guy that plays the run as well as you play the pass. I think he checks that box, and I think he has officially arrived on the NFL landscape, and people are going to give credit where credit is due. I think Will Anderson is a guy that I see getting Defensive Player of the Year.
Your MVP?
MVP. I'm going Jaden Daniels.
Oh, okay.
Going Jaden Daniels.
You like Washington?
Yeah. Well, I think they add weapons, they add protection. He gets his offensive coordinator back. It's a high-flying offense. I do think the legs are real with Jaden Daniels. A lot of guys use their legs and maybe have a big year when it's not expected. I think his legs are real. I think he's as good as anybody not named Lamar Jackson when it comes to using his legs as part of their plan and what they do. And so, yeah, I think he's. I think Jaden Daniels is the guy this year.
All right, if Clint is right, Cal and Hannah, 48 and 200. That would be the numbers that you might want to start looking at with Will Anderson if he wins Defensive Player of the Year. Micah Parsons got $47 million. He got $190 million overall. That's the numbers you got to start looking at.
Get that checkbook ready.
There you go. For me, Defensive Player of the Year, I'm going to go Micah Parsons. I think the Packers are going to be really good. And there's a story there that people are going to be watching, and I think he's going to go off because I think he's got a better defense around him. And then my MVP is Joe Burrow. I think Joe Burrow will win enough games this year, and they are throwing the hell out of it, and he'll put up big numbers. And it's always about a story. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the league, and now Mahomes has two. Josh Allen won his first one last year. Lamar's got two. He is the one quarterback of those guys that haven't won it. So I'll go Joe Burrow. Tyler, who's your Defensive Player of the Year and your MVP?
Ooh, Defensive Player of the Year. I'm going to go with the Aggie that won it in 2023, Myles Garrett. I think he'll be even more motivated in some ways after getting that big payday for the Cleveland Browns. And he'll go to work as he always does. So I got Myles Garrett there. And MVP, I don't know. I want to say Mahomes, but I really hope I'm wrong. I'm tired of him.
There's no need to be wrong about that. All right,
what's the White House kid?
You got it. You got Mahomes on there. All right, what's your who's your Super Bowl, Clint?
My Super Bowl is Eagles, Ravens.
Yeah, I think that I've seen that a lot. I've seen that picked a lot. Tyler, I'm gonna go. Chiefs Packers. I said I think Micah is going to have a big year, and I think the Chiefs are pissed. All right, Tyler, what's your Super Bowl?
I'm going Eagles Bills.
Eagles Bills. I've seen that a lot too. A lot of people love the Eagles, and a lot of people love the Bills and the Ravens. That's what Vegas kind of has it there too. What you got coming up at the 4?
Well, I got several things we got to get to the bottom of. I got some advice for the Texans. I'm going to make Astros fans decide between Bijani and Bagwell, and we got a Thursday night football game that we got to talk a little bit about. Jerry ain't never needed one more in his life. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I got to tell you about Kashada Casino Resort. You want to talk about things that
minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Rock and roll, meow.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily. Presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, hard as hell to say, easy to dial, 281-222-2222. Yes, it is a Thirsty Thursday, our first one of the NFL season. Big shout out to our friends at Bud Light for making it all happen. We are live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 up in Cypress, and I don't want to draw this thing out any longer. We got to get to the bottom of what the heck happened about an hour ago. Texans left tackle Ariante Ursery, rookie Texans left tackle Ariante Ursery is joining us now. Tay, why the heck did you hang up on us, man? What happened? Why'd you hang up on us, bro?
Yeah, man, I'm sorry, man. I had to go to meetings and treatment and stuff like that after practice. So definitely back on the phone show right now.
Hey, Tay, tell me, there's not a worse feeling, though, is there, than when you're sitting there, whether it's waiting on an interview on a radio station or treatment or anything, and you look up and you got about 2 seconds to get to that meeting and you're not real sure if that door is closed yet, man. There's not a worse feeling in the world, is there?
Yeah, that's right.
All right. We appreciate you joining us, man. Hey, I just wonder, as you are, it appears you have won the starting tackle job here, left tackle job here for the Texans. I'm just curious, when was the moment for you as obviously this your first training camp, your first action in the NFL, when was the moment that you had where you felt new, like, hey, I can hold up, I can play against NFL-level talent, defensive linemen?
I just think I just do that from the start of the time that we started OTAs. And then, of course, there were things that you need to get better.
Guys, let me try to get them back on the line with a better connection. That ain't going to be nothing anyone can understand there. Cool?
Gotcha. Yeah, no, that's great. That's great.
All right,
Let's
give me one sec.
Pull out of that one. That old cricket phone. What kind of phone service does Cal and Hannah got going on down there at NRG Stadium, man? They gonna be all right?
I think it's the anti-Ron phone service.
Yeah, Ron done pissed everybody off here. But that's Ariante Ursery, left tackle, rookie left tackle for the Texans. We'll try to get him back on with a little better connection here. It's been a little bit of a circus today. We apologize to everybody out there listening.
I got a towel, Clinton. I'm ready to throw her in.
Ready to throw it in? Yeah. I mean, I apologize if you're out there listening. We greatly appreciate all of our listeners out there. And that's rough right there. My advice for the Texans, though, and it doesn't have anything to do with the left tackle. Doesn't have anything to do with what to do with their quarterback and protect their quarterback and all that. I got some advice. You know, there's been a little problem with the Texans, right? There's been a little problem with fans tailgating a little later than maybe they should, and not getting in the game early enough to make that noise in that first quarter. You know, you talked to the fans a little bit last year about it. Well, I was listening to In the Loop today, and Reggie and John and Fig, they were doing a little exercise here, and they were going down ticket prices, the average ticket price, I think the Texans are pretty reasonable.
Not bad.
I think as it relates to other NFL teams, I think it's pretty reasonable.
Especially the city they're in, yeah.
I think it's pretty reasonable. Well, then John Lopez, he brings up beer prices.
God, I want to hear these because I saw the hot dog prices and I was floored.
I believe what I heard John Lopez say is the Texans ranked 6th in the NFL, 6th highest beer prices in all of the NFL. Over $14 for a beer at a Texans game. Be honest with you, it'll make a sober man out of me, but I will. I got a suggestion, and I think this is a good one. I hope they're listening. I think this is a good one. If you really want to get that first quarter advantage,
Better start doing what Arthur Blank's doing.
I think you got to take them beer prices and take them down a notch for the first 10 minutes of game time. You think that'll do it? If I'm out there tailgating and I'm drinking beer I bought down at the OC store down there, that's about 75 cents a pop.
Your thought is most people are just sitting out there, they're getting their drinks out there because they know that these drink prices are about to skyrocket on them as soon as they walk into the door.
I can only speak for my crew. And make of it what you will. We born and raised on the east side, 99.
I think you might have a similar thought process in your crew than maybe some other crews.
I ain't never been at a tailgate and thought, hey, man, we got these free ones right here. Let me bang out a couple of extra before I get in there where they get real expensive. Everybody I know does that. So if Texas, if you're listening, I think this has got legs now. Let's cut them beer prices in half for the first 10 minutes of the game. Make it 7 minutes of the game. Hey, make a little gimmick out of it. 7 minutes, first touchdown, whatever. Cut them beer prices in half to motivate people to get in there in that first quarter and get that home field advantage when they come home.
I think it would get some more people. I do. I don't know. I think there are some out there who are just partying, man, who just ain't got no concept of time. I think there's some people out there that are just out there in the blue lot just kicking it.
I think we got the big rookie back. I'm sorry, Ron, not to interrupt, but I think we got Ursery back on the line.
Go ahead. He's more important. All right, but back to it. If you could answer, when was the moment you felt real comfortable, Ariante, another Kansas City kid? Shout out to you.
Yes,
when was the moment you felt most comfortable in saying, you know what, I can compete and hold my own with NFL defensive linemen?
Yeah, man, I'll say it was probably the start of OTAs. You could just see it, you could feel it from the guys, and not just me, but we all just continued to gradually and got better and better. So, with the great words of wisdom and great words of encouragement from those guys, I'm able to continue that.
Hey, take us into the O-line room. I don't think it's any secret in the building or outside the building that the O-line room was made over this offseason, and a big improvement needed to be made. And you being drafted, I personally believe, knowing what we know now, that a big part of you being drafted here was a part of that movement. Take us inside that offensive line room and kind of where your mind was coming in a sense of hey, man, we got to kind of change the game, change the mentality on the offensive line. This is where it all starts. Take us into your mind on that front.
Yeah, man, I would say, from Cam Robinson, from Lakeland Thomason, you got Titus Howard, you got Jake Andrews, you got Big Trent over there, Trent Brown. You got Ed Ingram, like guys who just want to come in and ball and just compete. And I think that Cole Popovich just created an atmosphere for us to go out there and do so. He kept saying every day the best five will play. So if you don't really play, if you don't want to play, then we're going to find the best five guys that's going to go out there and compete. So I think having that type of attitude, that mentality in the room, it makes, you draw a line in the sand. You're either going to do it or you're not. You either want to change the culture, you either want to keep winning, or you don't. So I think that Cole Popovich in the O-line room, I think we have all done a great job of just attacking the task at hand.
All right, I'll say it. Texans starting left tackle Ariante Ursery joins the drive right here live. And Ariante, my wonder is you just named a lot of those veterans and young guys, at least in time of me covering the NFL, especially rookies, really linked towards certain veterans. Who are guys that's really helped you, that's really kind of helped you adjust from Big Ten and college to the NFL?
Man, I would say really all the vets, man. Their lockers are all right next to mine. I'm able to sit there and talk to them every day, not just only about football, just about life and, all the fun stories that they have. But, I would say all of them equally. Like, they all, just want to continue to help me and push me to be the best version of myself. And I couldn't have asked for some better guys to be around. I walked into a good situation with those guys. I mean, I didn't really know what I was getting into with, like, the O-line room and who was on the O-line. But, like, now that I'm here, I've been here for a while, it's nothing but a blessing to be around those guys.
Hey, a big part of what we hope is the improvement up front with you guys, right, is the communication piece. Sure, there's a physicality there. Sure, there's a practice hard. There's a compete. But the communication piece right there is big time important. I'm an old quarterback, so as I was watching last year, it was never to me like, man, this is a talent deal. It was always like there's a lack of communication. Guys don't know who they have when the ball's snapped. I want to take to this year and in Nick Caley's system and how you guys have been able to clean up that communication, how important it is to you, just that communication piece. What does it look like so far for you, and what does it look like in Nick Caley's offense?
Man, I would say first off the bat, man, I just want to talk about him as a person, the energy, the passion that he brings. And, man, guys don't do nothing but just feed off of him, man. He tells the stories all the time, how he had to work to get to where he's at right now. Nothing was given. So, hearing a guy like that every day that's just juiced up and bring a ton of energy and just passion, like, you can't hate the guy. Like, everybody loves the guy, him coming into this offense and just is really just establishing what he wants us to do as an offense and be very clear. You talk about the communication piece, be very communicative. And also, just making sure that guys execute at a high level and also putting CJ in the best situations.
For me, Ariante, you guys have heard it. We've heard D'Amico talk about he's tired of talking about the offensive line and the questions because it was the biggest thing in the offseason. I'm just trying to get a gauge from you. We heard some preseason stuff after the draft of conversations you may have had with CJ. How important, how much pride, how big is it that you guys are taking in terms of protecting C.J. Stroud, that he doesn't have issues in situations like he did last year?
Yeah, man, I would say we all definitely taking it very serious. C.J.'s our guy, and we got to keep him upright. We got to give him time, and we also got to make sure that we are communicating in the run game so that way we establish the run. We're not just passing the ball the whole game. So I think that, we done a great job. And there's nobody stepping on each other's toes. Guys are leading and doing the right things, to make this thing work.
You seem like you like to set the tone in that run game, don't you? You seem like I've seen you clear dudes by about 3 or 4 holes across the line.
Yeah, that's in my forte, man. That's what I love to do, man.
Well, hopefully it rubs off on everybody, and you guys can not only get the W, but can do it in impressive fashion with offensive line play, man. I think everybody, I can speak for Texans fans, I think we're all looking forward to what can be if them big boys up front can get right. So we're all rooting for you, man. And before we get you out of here, man, what's your favorite restaurant in Houston that you found so far?
Houston so far, man, I'm a big fan of the taco trucks, man. I love tacos, man. In Kansas City, we got a lot of barbecue. No disrespect to Texas. We know Texas, they say that, they got good barbecue down here. We could say that conversation for a later date. But I really just think that, I love the taco trucks that they have around here.
Well, you're in the right place. You got plenty of options. And so, but, man, good luck to y'all this weekend, man. Go ahead and get that W.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you for talking.
You bet, man. Thanks for jumping on.
We got him, baby.
Good stuff
knocked
from
it out of the park, baby.
Got him. That was good.
That was worth it. Worth getting there right there. Good stuff from
Hey,
the
you
road,
know,
man.
you know, I had to stop. I had to stop myself there late in that conversation. I know we had time. I had to stop myself.
No, Kansas City and barbecue.
we all know that was BS.
Well, I'm not gonna lie to you. I was gonna judge him to see where he went. I was gonna say if you taking somebody to go to barbecue in Kansas City, I was gonna judge him if he's gonna say a bad one. I really was.
Tyler, what'd you think about my plan to get the asses in seats a little earlier, man? Slashing in beer prices. What'd you think?
Oh yeah, I think it's tremendous. Anytime you're talking cutting brew prices, I'm all
Tyler
about
don't
it.
give a damn. Tyler's drinking double makers. That's what he needs.
Tyler's out there drinking Maker's Mark in the second quarter.
I need Blanton's.
That's what he needs slashed. Tyler,
now he's drinking Blanton's at tailgates.
Okay.
What I don't. I don't.
I don't doubt you have, my man.
Hey, let me tell you what, Tyler. I was in Turks and Caicos.
Always. Sorry,
I was in Turks and Caicos right before they let you on that plane and at that airport. They had that Blanton's over there for about $1.75.
Them airport prices, baby.
I know our guy Joe Boy. He was saying, "Man, you need to buy me a couple." What you need to do, but no, but it was great hearing from the left tackle for the Houston Texans as they get ready to take on the Rams. Coming up as we continue, you got one more segment to put in your name in our raffle box to win a little Bud Light swag. We'll do that coming up a little bit later on in the 4 o'clock hour. And remember, in the 5 o'clock hour, you got a chance to win an autographed football by Danielle Hunter if you just put your name in our raffle box. The Bud Light folks is here. Everybody is having a good time. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, so come hang out with us here, Buffalo Wild Wings here in Cypress off 290. We've got some injury updates with the Astros. We told you about Spencer Arrighetti. There's some updates on Jake Myers as well as the closer, Josh Hader. We'll get the lineups for you as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, Clay Stoerner here, and I got to
mental health professionals and some of the biggest names in sports, music, and news to promote mental health awareness across the nation. For more information, visit imlistening.org and tune in Sunday at 7 a.m. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as it is starting to fill up a little bit in here as we are live here, Buffalo Wild Wings Thirsty Thursday, the first one of the season. We've got 18, at least 18 of these bad boys to hit. I don't know if Shannon and Steve gonna make it to all 18 of these, but they done made their way on out here, and they pushed it. They came to every one of them bugs, the bug tour. So we'll see if they make their way out here. But you could still come on out again. Next segment. So you have this segment left. Next segment, we will be hooking somebody up with some Bud Light gear. As all you got to do is sign your name, put it in our raffle box. And then in the 5 o'clock hour, a signed football from Daniil Hunter, your chance to win that. All you got to do is put your name in the raffle box, and we will do that coming up in the next couple of hours. But, Clint, I did just want to let the people know, again, we're Buffalo Wild Wings here in Cypress, right off 290. Some Astros injury news on the injury front. From the absolute latest, Josh Hader had some follow-up imaging, and it showed that he has a strain in the left shoulder and is healing, but manager Joe Espada said Hader is still not able to resume any kind of a throwing program. So he hasn't been able to throw yet. So just like we said with Spencer Arrighetti, if you haven't heard of that, we'll get to that in a second. Baby, it's September 4th. Right, and you have a strain in your throwing shoulder, and on September 4th you haven't been able to resume throwing yet. There's not a lot of days left in the season, so that one doesn't shake out to be great news in terms of a sign that hopefully he is back before the season ends.
Yeah, 22 regular season games before the playoffs hit. I think if he were healthy right now. A ramp-up period, a couple of weeks' worth of ramp-up period is what somebody like that would be looking at the very least, I would think. And so, I just as a fan, I'm going to keep my hopes up that we get him back to some degree in the playoffs. Hopefully we last long enough in the playoffs to get him back. But, the injury is one thing. The ramp-up period that would have to follow it is the other. So, maybe he can help us if we stick around the playoffs long enough.
Yeah. Hopefully that is the case.
It'd be a hell of a boost if it did happen.
If you could add him too, yeah. So that's the latest with the closer, Josh Hader, and then the Astros, Jake Myers, as we talked about, he was doing pretty well in his rehab start at Sugar Land, but he had 2 hits. One was a double, but then he fouled one off of his foot and went down and was pulled in the game in the 5th inning. He is going to DH tonight in AAA Sugar Land, so at least they feel comfortable with him at the plate. So is not going to miss at least at bats, but not in the field today. So that is, I think, a good sign with Jake Myers, and they are hoping to maybe get him here pretty soon.
Yeah, look, you get Yordan Alvarez back, and he is absolutely stroking it. And then you get, at least good news that Jake Myers is right around the corner. Hopefully this foul ball off the foot or off the shin or whatever the hell it is isn't Kyle Tucker-esque, and hopefully he jumps right back into the swing of things.
Well, Kyle Tucker didn't DH the next day, damn it.
Yeah,
so hopefully it's not that.
Yeah, well, you never know. Let's see,
you're right.
Let's see how he.
That's a little quick to jump with the Astros training staff.
Let's
you're right.
see how he responds here. Yeah, but look, you get that guy back. Again, we're getting closer to being whole, man. We're on the backside of a weekend where you had 3 starters that have come off off of injury relatively recently, pitch well, and so. things are looking up, man. Things are looking up, and you get Jake Myers back, and assuming he's swinging it anywhere remotely close to what he was doing before the injury, then it's going to be an upgrade in a big fashion in center field.
And then the last one, we found this one out earlier. If you're just jumping in with us, the Astros, they are still waiting on the MRI results from Spencer Arrighetti. They placed him on the IL yesterday, but Joe Espada, being very honest, he acknowledged that it will be tough, quote, tough for him to get back for the remainder of the regular season. So Spencer Arrighetti, who had thrown 6+ innings, a quality start in his last start, could be in a tough road to get back. And I know that one is especially frustrating because when you start to see him maybe pull it together there in his last couple of starts, 8 strikeouts, and was able to go a little longer in the game, that one's frustrating to think, like, man, he may not be back. This could be just, him getting maybe 4, 5, 6, 7 starts this season and just lost.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't, I'm gonna hope for the best and hope that the tightness turns into a he's good to go and let's ride. Hopefully, this wasn't a they sped up the ramp up period coming off of that broken hand or whatever it was, and now you're looking at an arm issue. Hopefully, best case scenario, he sits for 2 weeks and then he's back in the swing of things.
Yeah. Lineup tonight, Clint, as they try to win this series against the Yankees. A really good pitcher, left-hander, Carlos Rodon, who is having a really good season this year. Jeremy Pena leads off, and Alvarez better be in the lineup again. He is in left field, by the way. Altuve's the DH. Correa is in the 4th spot. You like that? You like that top 5 with Walker behind him? That seems to be the route Espada and Dana are going there. That top 5 of Pena, Alvarez bat second with Altuve behind him, and Correa in the 4th spot with Walker back. You like that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't give a rip. I mean, I really don't. I mean, when you look at those top 4, the way Pena's swinging it, and you got Alvarez, Altuve, and Correa, you can shake them up. You can do the what Joe Espada likes to do with the lineup anyway. You can shake them top 4 up and roll them on the table and put them in any order you want, and I'm happy with it. I got zero problems with that.
Walker, he's back in at first base. Yainer Diaz catching again. Cam Smith is out in the corner outfield with Urias at second base. He's been playing there a lot, and then Dubon's in center in tonight's game. So that's Pena, Alvarez, Altuve, Correa, Walker, Diaz, Smith, Urias, and Dubon. That is the lineup for Christian Javier, who's going to try to build off his last start where he went 6 innings and gave up no hits. As you said, one of the three, and it might be down to one of the 2 of Garcia and now Christian Javier with the injury to Spencer again.
I mean, that's it moving forward. 22 games left in the season. You got 3 pitchers, excluding Lance McCullers. You got 3 starters that I think the team's still banking on. Spencer Arrighetti obviously is on the shelf for 2 weeks, and you got Luis Garcia and Christian Javier. I just need one of them to work out, man. I don't care which one it is. I have no loyalty to any of them. I just need one of them to work out. So
you don't give it
none. I don't care one bit. We just need a third starter in this rotation. And that's right. And with Alvarez back in this lineup, man, we can make some damn noise. There ain't no doubt about it.
Yeah. Also, I would just like to point out big win they got yesterday. Hey man, Brian Abreu, boy, you need you to kind of get this right here.
You ain't lying.
Let's get this right here. His last 2 outings, and we know everything we hear. The 9th inning is different. That closer role is different.
Yeah.
His last 2 outings, he's gone an inning and a third, 6 earned runs, 7 hits, 1 homer, 4 strikeouts, and 2 walks. Yeah, listen. He damn sure he's. Honest to God, he's really in the Framber Hunter Brown role himself, just in the bullpen, right? They like obviously, we've talked about Lance. Lance has always been known as bury me in the H. Right now, Lance is bury me in the bullpen right now.
He is buried in the H.
I'm sorry, Lance. That was unnecessary. I've been working on that one.
Buried in the bullpen.
Bury me in the H.
Yeah, I'm sorry I
Bury me in
screwed
the
that one up
bullpen.
because that was good. Right now, he's buried in the bullpen. You're all right. That was good. I stepped on you. My bad. That was good.
But with the guys they have injured, like, they have to be able to depend, if they get it to the ninth, that Brian Abreu can close the door.
Yes.
Because it's a fight to get to him. And his last 2 outings, 6 earned, man. That ain't no inherited runners. That's 6 earned runs. He's got to pull it together.
Hey, T, I don't know. Just to put a bow on this thing, I don't know if you got the Golf Channel in there in that studio you're in.
Oh, God. I don't have it on there, but I have access to it.
Old Paige is up there in a full bodysuit playing in some kind of celebrity pro-am or something. So just thought I'd do you a solid and let you know.
Thursday.
Yeah, I mean, and every time I look up there, there's some other little numbers running around in those little I guess they call them a golf outfit, but
little golf skirt.
I mean, it's a couple threads beyond a bikini, but
Tyler Miller, you are the greatest producer in the world.
That gal right there, full bodysuit right now, Golf Channel, man, playing 18.
Tyler just broke several things at that desk trying to get to
trying to find that remote.
I'm gonna have to sit down during this commercial break, boys.
Tyler's up here pissed off. I don't know if I got the Golf Channel. I don't know. I don't know if I got that one memorized.
I don't know who. I don't know which chick it is in the little black skirt thing that's playing. I think against her in the same group, but she has got a John Daly swing. It is full.
Hopefully not John Daly. Look.
No, she does not look like John. She swings like John. That's the extent.
If it's an Xfinity, Tyler, it's in that ESPN2 range. It's right around that range.
Love you, Paige.
Coming up as we continue, we're going to hook somebody up with some Bud Light gear and talk a little Texans football. How different have the new additions made the Texans? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, for many of y'all out there, it's happening, man.
Stores or see where to buy at Zycam.com.
Take the drive.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live. Shout out to Victor, our first winner. You got to clap it up for Vic. There you go.
Vic.
I hope you're supposed to be here, Vic.
Hey, sometimes we meet people. We meet a lot of people when we go out, right? Sometimes you meet folks and it's like that don't look like a Steven, or that don't look like a Victor. That looks like a Victor right there. Hey, Mom and Dad, I don't even know about your real name, but they hit the nail on the damn head right there. Hey, boy, that's a Victor if I ever seen one.
Hey, to pull the carpet back, as we say here on the drive. When I pulled this out and I had to read the name of the winner, I looked right at Victor's ass and I said, "Victor,
you Victor?"
He said, "That's me." Yeah, I know. Yeah, no,
that's right.
Yeah, he was over there, Montel. He said, "No, that's his name." But no, come on out. 5 o'clock hour, we're going to hook somebody up with a Danielle Hunter autographed football. On our first Thirsty Thursday, the Bud Light people are out. Shout out to them who helped put this together. I see there's a Bud Light girl over there. She's hooking folks up. There you go. And my man's been walking around here too. Calm down, Tyler. And as well as the great folks here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Again, if you're still looking to get out, we'll be here till 6 o'clock, getting you ready for a little football. Get here till 6 o'clock. We're here at Cypress, right off 290. Make your way on out here and enjoy yourself. By the way, it's obviously Football Friday coming up tomorrow. That's our first one. We'll be out in Sugar Land in my spot, my area, Talyards. Come hang out with us there tomorrow, 2 to 6, and it'll be a good time out there in Sugar Land, right next to the Space Cowboys Stadium. So you might be able to catch Jake Myers right after you hang out with us.
There you go.
Tomorrow, if Jake is still there.
We got football tomorrow too, don't we?
Yep. You can got football tomorrow. Yep. You can probably
Chargers Chiefs
in Brazil. You can probably go watch a pissed off Chaz McCormick out at.
I think he's beyond pissed. I think he's over being pissed off.
713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, the people at Buffalo Wild Wings. What is beyond pissed? If you like, what's the step past pissed? Because it's like pissed is the level of anger. What are you just I don't give a like? Is it just don't give a rip?
Look, bingo. We've all been there. We've all been there. I mean, not that we've all been in Major League Baseball or even in minor league baseball, but we've all been in that relationship, right, where she has the ability to make you mad and you stay pissed off all the time, and then you reach one point and you're just like, hey, I don't give a damn. Like, you don't have the ability to piss me off anymore. You're not moving me.
Care, man.
Whatever. We've all been there. Whatever.
You want me to pitch the seventh? Yeah. I will. Whatever.
Irritated.
Yeah, who'd you hang out with last night till 2 a.m.? Who gives a damn?
Who cares, man?
Who cares?
Let's have fun.
I think that's where Chaz McCormick is at. I mean, he has been.
Right.
I mean, you can only take so much abuse.
Who do you think is? And I didn't mean for us to get into Chaz, but why not? Who do you think it is for Chaz that really bugs him? Like the guy that is clearly getting opportunities. Well, I mean, over the years. Right now, Taylor Trammell is up there. Jacob Melton, I know, is the one for you personally. Dubon, Jacob Myers is clearly at a different track than him. Who do you think is just really like the one that Chaz is like, are you kidding me?
Oh, Cam.
Well, I think it goes from Jake Myers to Jacob Melton. It was Jake Myers, and then Jake got hot, and it was like, hey, okay, I see it. Y'all were right. Y'all bet on the come, and it happened.
He hit 300 for 3 months. I can't really do nothing about that.
And then you get cut for 149. 149.
Man, you didn't see him turn that corner around third base yesterday and score that run.
Yeah, I mean, he got to get out of the organization, man. He's got to move on.
Bistros ain't loyal.
I mean, he's begging to go to the Rockies right now.
Oh God, what he would love to go to the Rockies. That Coors Field. Lefty boy, he might have a shot. White Sox, Rockies, all of them.
I got to look this up.
I'm certain he'd have a shot on this year's roster in Colorado.
Well, hell, there's several rosters out there.
Most of Sugarland probably,
we got a few teams out here thrown in the towel.
My man got cut. My man got cut, and another center fielder's hitting 149 with an OPS of 398.
That's right, man.
Yankees. This guy was making like catches in the World Series off the wall, or and he's back in Sugarland. Gosh dang, Jake.
Feels like a lifetime ago, that imprint on the dirt.
Chaz. I mean, we went from play that funky music, white boy, to Boys to Men, End of the Road for his ass.
Quick.
We're playing music, but it was the wrong music.
Well, quick.
Oh, man.
All right, Nick Caserio, he was on Texans All Access earlier this week talking to Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. By the way, make sure you stay tuned. They will be coming up right behind us for an hour tonight, and then if you're riding around, Westwood One will take over, and you can hear the opening kickoff game between the Eagles and the Cowboys right here on Sports Radio 610. But Clint, Nick talked about the new additions, the new guys on this team, and we're going to get a look at most of them. Not Christian Kirk. If you haven't heard that news, he's going to miss.
Had him on my list.
Yeah, I know you did. He's going to miss Sunday and maybe a couple more weeks. We'll talk about that a little bit more in 5 o'clock Fire. But this is Nick talking about the new additions and how they're going to add to this team.
It's a great question, Mark. As an example, with safeties, do they have multi-position flexibility? Are they a safety only? We've seen CJ play a lot of football. He played safety. He's actually played some nickel. He's played some dime. And then in Kirk, he's played inside the formation, outside the formation. Really what we try to do is say, who are the players? How do we best allocate our resources and put them in a position where they can maximize their overall skill set? But I would say both players have a certain degree of flexibility. How we actually deploy them will probably change during the course of the year.
All right, that's Nick, who acquired these guys, either trade or free agency. In any way, what's your thoughts about this? Because they added a good amount, but still, there's still some of the core guys there. What do you think these new additions are going to add?
Look, I just think fans are going to show up and see some impact players. It wasn't a huge number of players, but I do think there are a couple of guys on both sides of the ball that the Texans added this year that are going to be hard to miss on game day, right? You mentioned C.J. Gardner-Johnson. We've talked about him at length, right, over the last month with the injury, and is it bad, is it not? He's going to be out there. Clearly, his ability to play multiple positions, the way he plays the game loud. That's one guy that I think Texans fans obviously aren't used to seeing. E.J. Speed on the defensive side of the football. I'm a little higher on E.J. than most. I think he brings an athletic ability to the linebacker position with him and Christian Harris that Henry To'oTo'o and Azeez Al-Shaair just don't bring. And I'm not saying by any means that he's better than any of them. This is giving D'Amico Ryans another weapon, if you will, in his toolbox to say, okay, we need more speed at linebacker. Here, we got it. We need more length at linebacker. Here, we've got it in E.J.
Especially with
Speed.
all the injuries they took last year at that position.
Yeah, and just flat out, he's a good player. He's a good linebacker. He had a boatload of tackles last year with Indianapolis, and so C.J. Gardner-Johnson and E.J. Speed, those two guys on the defense, I think are going to be around the football a lot. I think as fans, we got to get used to, assuming they can stay healthy, we got to get used to seeing those guys on the offensive side of the football. You mentioned Christian Kirk, who, by the way, if you're just now tuning in, Christian Kirk is out this week. This is the fear with Christian Kirk when you sign him is some of the different injuries that he's dealt with, being a little bit more injury prone. So we'll save the spiel on Christian Kirk, and I'll jump straight to the other one. I think it's Jake Andrews, man. I love Nick Chubb.
He's huge, man.
Look, I love Nick Chubb, and I'm high. I want Nick Chubb to be the damn Nick Chubb of old and show us, that he's still got some tread left on the tire, so to speak. But Jake Andrews is the one here, man. When you talk about the communication piece, talk about protecting the quarterback, you talk about running the football, the experience in this offense with this terminology, Jake Andrews is the one that has a chance to make a real difference for this team. And overall, but definitely in the specific spot where they need to improve. I think those four Texans that we're going to see this year in uniform that we didn't see last year are going to make this a significantly different football team. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, E.J. Speed, Christian Kirk, and Jake Andrews. Those are the four additions that I think change it the most. Now, I hope, like I said, I hope that that Nick Chubb is on that list. Hell, I hope Nick Chubb is on the top of that list by the time it's all said and done. I think that'll be a hell of a story, be a lot of fun for all of us here in Houston. But right now, I got those 4 guys right there being the biggest difference makers that they've added to the roster this year.
Text line texting in. I hope all 3 of those guys up front are the new additions.
Yeah.
As Ed Ingram as well as Laken Tomlinson and with Jake Andrews because Clint, as we talked about it, that was the worst thing that they did last year was those 3 positions was the worst thing that they did last year and I mean the domino effect it created to forcing your tackle to have to be worse because your tackle, who's not a great guard, had to come over inside to play guard because everybody else was trash, terrible.
They were bad.
Trash. Trying to figure out the word to use. Trash, terrible, awful. And you had to move him in, and then weaken that position. It caused so many problems. So those 3 right there inside, man, those are the ones they really need improvement from.
Well, bottom line, you can't play winning offensive football if your interior offensive line is soft or bad, right? I mean, whether they're technically and mechanically sound, but they're just getting pushed into the quarterback's lap, or they're just bad and getting beat. The interior offensive line is, to me, you just can't overcome it in today's football. The way that teams are paying these guys huge money inside, the Chris Jones of the world, Simmons over in Tennessee, along with Sweat from Texas. I mean, you got there are. These interior defensive linemen are absolute game wreckers, and if you don't have guys inside that can at least hold their own, it is hard to play offensive football. And so you're right. Jake Myers, Ed Ingram, Laken Tomlinson, those 3 guys got to be on it, man.
All right, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started. Today, a little 5 o'clock fire, and remember, if you're in the building or you're on your way, we still have 1 prize to hook somebody up with, a autographed football from Pro Bowler Danielle Hunter. You can still have a chance to win that by putting your name in our raffle. But 5 o'clock fire, football is back. We will look at, for the first time today, the big game tonight between the I would think shorthanded Cowboys and the Philadelphia Eagles. We'll get you ready for the Astros tonight and the injury news coming from the Texans. That's all next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, who doesn't like a good dip? Whether you dip in chips, you dip in wings.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Do it, lady.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, a.k.a. the place that produces the place, have the latest. And the latest is we are live. Let me hear you, folks. Let me hear you. We are live. Yeah, I see people chewing on some. Yeah, we got a whistle guy. I love a good whistle guy right there.
Linda, Mom,
I know she got it.
Big whistle. We were at the Astros game the other day. I said, Mom, you were blowing my eardrums, baby. You're right next to me. Correa can't hear you.
Yeah, he can. I bet he could. But we are live here in Cypress, Buffalo Wild Wings, for the first of at least 18 Thirsty Thursdays here in Cypress, right off 290. Make your way. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. You got another hour. You're getting off work. Bring your ass on down and have a good time. You got beer specials. You got drink specials. You got food specials. We got our Bud Light crew who have helped us put this together. They're hooking people up with things. You can win things. It is a good time being had as we get you ready. And tonight the NFL season starts. Right now, for some reason, we got Denver Nuggets Carmelo on the TV screens right now. But it is so many TV screens. As soon as the Cowboys and the Eagles get going to kick off the season, they will be right there, and you can see everything right here. Shannon's in the building.
You know the one you can hear, Tyler. You know who it is.
There will be TVs ready for you to watch Thursday night football as the season kicks off. And let's start there, Clint. We haven't really talked about it, but the NFL season starts. It is back, and I guess I'll start with this. The Eagles have been the runaway favorite in the NFC by any metric that I've been able to see. Vegas has them first or second when it comes to Super Bowl odds right now. And the Cowboys, their offseason was full of drama. They just traded Micah Parsons. In the NFL, as Tyler knows, the Eagles are an 8.5-point favorite. That is a big number in the NFL, especially for rivals that play every year, that know each other pretty well. Clint, will this be a close game in the fourth quarter, in your opinion? You think this will be tight? Will the Cowboys be able to keep it together?
No, I don't see how they I don't think with Micah Parsons. It has nothing to do with Micah Parsons not being there, by the way. I just don't think they can keep up with what Philly is right now.
Really? You think this is? I
mean, 8.5 is a big number. I mean, I would probably. I mean, if I were betting 8.5, I would probably take the Cowboys at 8.5. But I don't think it's. I mean, I'm not putting my hard-earned money on it.
So you don't. I don't know. The Cowboys' offense is kind of a wild card in this thing. I know it's, and I know Shannon's laughing at him. And I know it's, but you start to look at it, man. You know, Dak, the last time Dak was fully healthy, he finished second in the MVP race. They got CeeDee Lamb. They've got, add George Pickens. Like, if you're going to try to double, one of those guys, the other one can kill single coverage. Ferguson's a pretty good tight end. Their running game has, as you would say, leaves a lot to be desired. But I don't know, man. I think the Eagles win, but I don't think this is like the Super Bowl.
Well,
I don't think that they're just going to beat the hell out of the Cowboys. I think there's a game.
I just trust the Super Bowl defending champs. I mean, the defending Super Bowl champs, I trust them to be more prepared week one than the Dallas Cowboys, given what all they've been through with Jerry and Micah and everything else. And I just, if it weren't the Philadelphia Eagles and the defending Super Bowl champs, then I would have probably a little different opinion of it. I don't think the Cowboys are going to be terrible this year. I don't think Micah Parsons is just breaks the back of the Cowboys. I think they're going to be competitive. I just don't know if they're going to be competitive week one out of the gate with the defending Super Bowl champ. I'll tell you this. Jerry Jones needs it. Jerry Jones has never needed a regular season game. And I'm talking about just be competitive. Just don't get ran through. Jerry Jones has never needed a game to unfold in a competitive manner more so than he needs this one right here.
I don't have time to have a bad time.
I hear you, Jerry. I know, but you're on the verge of having a real bad time week one. To me, this is if they can stop the run. If they can stop the Eagles' run.
And try to make Jalen Hurts beat them.
Yeah, if they can load up and stop the run. If they can just bottle up Saquon Barkley, which, again, I know it's a mouthful, but if they can just show some level of improvement on how bad they were last year defensively, then I think it's a win for Jerry. I think it's a win for the Cowboys. If they can figure out a way to win a ball game tonight, I mean, boy, look out, Dallas. Downtown Dallas better get ready because Jerry's going to be out and about this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he has never needed.
If they were to somehow pull this game off, boy, you won't be able to shut Jerry up.
He's never needed a competitive outing from his team more than he needs right now. There's no doubt.
on my schedule.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think the Eagles win this game tonight. I just don't. 8.5, and as far I think apart that a lot of people in the league think they are. I don't know if it's that. I think it'll be a good game. I think it'll be a good game, and the Eagles pull away late.
You look at it. It's the kind of matchup with Dak, CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, and what Dallas typically is, which is has been anyway, which is an aggressive vertical passing attack. Assuming they can apply pressure to Philly in some way, shape, or form to where they've got to hurry up, they got to score some points, they got to throw the football, then they got a shot. The question is can they get Philly out of their comfort zone? And I just don't know that they have that in them.
Yeah, not many people did that last year to Philly, especially towards the end of the year. So
especially teams that were 30, 31, or 32 against the run.
Yep. But they got Kenny Clark though. So
well, that's
according to Jerry, that's a game.
That's kind of where I'm going with it though, Ron. Is if they can just slow the run down enough to where they're competitive, then the Clark thing looks like it pays off, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's Jerry needs it. Jerry needs it.
Yeah, Kobe Smith, Eagles by 17. Champ, Eagles by 10. At least I could see it 10, but I could also see it it's a 7-point game in the fourth quarter, or a 3-point game, and they score and they go over.
Look, here's the other thing on
I can't wait to see what Tyler's doing on best bets on this.
Well, here's the other thing on this one, Ron. If this is Eagles by 17. We're staring a 4 or 5 win season in the face of the Cowboys.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
You would take that much away from game one?
This thing is fragile, man. I'm not. Again, the Micah Parsons deal is. I don't think it's a major ordeal relative to their record this year, but let it show in the first game, and the team start questioning management, which I'm sure they already do. Boy, that spells disaster, man.
Yep. All right, that is the latest. The NFL season gets started tonight in Philadelphia as the defending champs. Their coach did not know it was the night to drop the banner, but they will drop the banner tonight as they will take on the Dallas Cowboys.
There it was. Glory hole.
5 o'clock fire.
That gets me every time. All right, the Astros, they will look to try to win this series tonight. A couple of injury notes before we get you ready for the game tonight. Josh Hader, he had a follow-up to his imaging, and it showed that he still has that strain in the left shoulder. It's healing, but Joe Espada said it is still no timetable, and he is not able to resume throwing yet. So he hasn't been able to throw yet. The Astros are still awaiting the imaging on Spencer Arrighetti. Joe Espada acknowledged that it will be tough for him to get back for the remainder of the regular season. He's dealing with the right elbow inflammation. And then Jake Myers, after hitting a ball, fouling a ball off his leg, he is the DH tonight, is not going to play in the field. The doctors checked him out, and they said he is fine, but they're being cautious, and he will play as the DH and not in center field. Which one of those jump out to you the most, Clint, when we look at the injury situation?
Well, I mean, obviously Josh Hader's the one that you want back, but I mean that's going to be a long shot in the playoffs. Hopefully we get him back to some degree. Hopefully we can play long enough to get him back. But the Jake Myers one is the one that, boy, it seems to be right there, right? We're within a week maybe of Jake Myers being back in the big leagues, and that center field turnstile in center field being done away with, and you get Jake Myers back out there. And is he even remotely close to what he was when he got injured? He's hitting 300 and contributing in a big way, speed on the base pass. I mean, a great glove in center field. So Jake Myers is the one for me there that's got a legit shot to get back and that we could probably use the most.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? Like, we're talking about Jake back. Get Jake back, Tyler. Let's get Jake. But is Jake going to be the Jake that we watched for those 2.5 months, or is he going to go back to being the Jake that we've seen over the time that he's been here?
Let's be honest. I mean, he's got a little wiggle room given what's out there in his place.
Oh, listen. Clearly, Jake is not getting set down. Jake is a made man somehow, right? I'm not saying that Jake is got anything to worry about. Jake can hit 215, and I think he'll still have his gig in a way that maybe others haven't.
He'd still have the highest average.
But they out of that turn. But they, when he was last here, Clint, they needed him to be the guy that he was. They needed. Hell, he was batting fifth. He was batting over Christian Walker and Yainer Diaz there.
Well, we still haven't seen the Astros lineup hold this year.
No.
I mean, not once you've added Carlos Correa.
Yeah, not Correa.
I mean,
yes.
you've added Correa. You've added Urias, who is consistently in there. You got
Sanchez.
You got Yordan back. Sanchez is a piece of it now. Walker seems to be swinging the bat better. So yeah, I mean, we've yet to see the best lineup that the Astros can roll out there. We haven't seen really remotely close, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, we haven't.
We're getting there though. We're getting there.
By the way, big tonight is Christian Javier, as he will get a start. His last outing, 6 innings, no hits, no runs.
I was at that game.
Were you? I figured you were. And this is against obviously a good opponent. Like, we can talk about the Yankees. The last 2 days, the Yankees have hit, and John Carlos Stanton almost broke a window yesterday, and they have swung the bats well. So this will be a real challenge for Christian Javier. And if he pitches well again, if he gets somewhere in the quality start range, that's even a bigger step. And the Angels is one thing, but you do this against the Yankees in a big game. They've got a 4-game lead, but if you do this in a big game, this is even bigger against that type of lineup. So Christian Javier is a big thing to watch tonight to see if he can continue to do what he's been doing. Lineup again out today. If you're looking, Pena. Alvarez is back in left field. Altuve behind him at the DH spot. Correa, Walker, Diaz behind the plate. Smith, Urias, and Dubon is in center field. That is the lineup behind Christian Javier.
5 o'clock fire.
Coming up here, we will get to the injuries and what this means for the Texans. But in the NFL, Amari Cooper, he had been sitting on the sidelines, Clinton, and had been signed. And here recently, he just signed with the Raiders like last week. And he had talked about, I honest to God, I remember listening to him at his press conference say, hey, I just letting everybody know I got a lot of juice left. I got a lot left in the tank, all right? And now he's retiring from the Raiders in the NFL. He is shutting it down about a week into that thing. I don't know what happened, what changed his tune, but Amari Cooper started at Alabama, went to the Raiders, had a good run with the Cowboys, the Browns, and didn't do much with the Bills, but now I guess he is going to retire after saying he felt like he had a lot left in the tank. Interesting.
Well, reality set in when you got back in camp with an NFL team.
Is that what it was?
When he got off that couch and got in camp and said, whoa, this is a little different animal here. Maybe he didn't get the treatment. Maybe he didn't get the treatment that he wanted. Either way it goes, this is one of the guys that was on the short list of receivers that, hell, I was hoping the Texans would pay attention to a little earlier in free agency, and so glad they didn't bark up that tree.
Yeah, it was weird. He had been sitting over there for a minute, and nobody was really barking up that tree, and that's just weird. He was talking with such confidence. It didn't seem like a guy that was going to shut it down in a week. But he is retiring from the game of football, and the Raiders without Amari Cooper. All right, as we continue, coming up, you have one more segment to go, one more segment in terms of being able to put your name in our raffle box. We will call the winner coming up after this next segment, so stay tuned for that. You can win an autographed football by Daniil Hunter and join our guy Victor, who is our first winner today. You could be a winner as well coming up here in just a bit here at Buffalo Wild Wings, live here right off 290 here in Cypress. Big injury news with the Texans. From the receiver room, 2 guys potentially out, not just for Sunday, but maybe even longer. Christian Kirk, Braxton Berrios. How big a deal is this, and what's the next move for the Texans? We'll discuss that next.
All right, football is officially back today, y'all. Regular season football is underway shortly. An Underdog Fantasy.
professionals, and some of the biggest names in sports, music, and news to promote mental health awareness across the nation. For more information, visit imlistening.org and tune in Sunday at 7 a.m. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There you go. There we go. We're back. We're back here live in Cypress. Oh, God, we got a couple of Steeler fans out here.
Steelers fans out here.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. Fired up about Aaron Rodgers. There you go. Hey,
you
there
wish
we go.
you were Gotham. Boo!
as we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings, having a good time. Again, after this segment, we will have our final drawing, so you might want to get your name in our raffle box if you have not done so. In the building, make sure you do so before we get out of here. Clint, the news coming out from an injury front with the Texans is a bit rough at this point when you come in here and one of your big offseason additions is Christian Kirk, a guy that you've talked about in a lot of different ways of his importance to C.J. Stroud and this offense. And the one big thing that people had concerns about was his health. I remember when he first got here, I said, if he stays healthy, he's been one of the better slots in the league. Health has been an issue. Well, clearly health is an issue again. This from Adam Schefter, Texans wide receiver. Christian Kirk has a strained hamstring. It is expected to be sidelined for at least Sunday's opener versus the Rams and possibly longer per source. One source estimated that it could be a 2-week injury for Kirk, but the Texans will be cautious with him. And then off of that as well, coming from Aaron Wilson, he says the Texans are prepping not only to be without Christian Kirk, but also Braxton Berrios, as he also has a hamstring issue. Both of those guys, I would say when you say NFL experience, because obviously Noel and Higgins don't have any NFL game experience yet in regular season, those are your two most veteran slot receivers. And then Berrios is obviously your punt returner. So that is a punt returner, 2 slots. That leaves a hole there that they're going to, at least Sunday, have to fill.
Yeah, look, I think best case scenario for the Texans coming into this season is Christian Kirk is your number 2 wide receiver, and he has a career year, and he flirts with 1,000 yards, and he stays healthy, right? Braxton Berrios is your punt returner that you can package. You can have a Berrios package with this offense. We saw a little sample size of it in the preseason where he snuck out the back door, and you give him the ball in the flats, and he goes and gets a touchdown. Like those kind of gimmicky type of plays. That's best case scenario. And those two guys buy enough time for Jalen Noel to fit in that mold somehow. They buy enough time and produce enough together so that Jaden Higgins is given a little bit of time to get his feet on the ground in NFL football, right? And I firmly believe, I'm not saying this because, and I'm not including Berrios because he's injured. I'm including Berrios because he jumped on the scene in the preseason, and to me, he reminded me real quick of kind of what that veteran see the game through the quarterback lens means, right? And you know, that being the best case scenario, 2 of them are out the window. And now all of a sudden you got to fast track this rookie, or you've got to play a lesser player inside in Christian Kirk's role. This is not ideal for the Texans. I think it's something that could hurt them in a big way. Puts a ton of pressure on Nick Caley. Puts a ton of pressure on Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz is a big piece of this. If you're ever going to bounce back from last year, this is the game to do it when they need you the most. So, yeah, this is a big deal with Christian Kirk not being in the game, and then it's just double whammy when you look up and Braxton Berrios is possibly not going to be there either.
Yeah, it's interesting. You go more to the tight end position. You go more to that than others would feel, because people here on the text line, they're rolling through, and many fans seem to be very comfortable with the thought that Jalen Noel can step right in and give them what they need there. And I think body type and ability-wise, he looks like he's going to be a slot, right? That's what he looks. He's quick in and out of breaks. We've seen that a lot. Hell, I think he's probably the option at punt returner, too, to start things off. He looks like he is that guy and could be that guy. I do wonder if that is where they turn to give the lion's share of the minutes and the time when they're out there with Kirk hurt.
Look, physically he can do things that Christian Kirk can do. In fact, I mean, look, I'll be honest with you. He's been – I mean, shoot, you look at training camp, all the practices I've been to, if you're just talking which players jump off the field, I mean, he's been that guy more than anybody. I mean, and whether you look at it because he's a rookie or not, Jalen Noel is the guy that the ball's in the air, it's getting thrown down the field, and you look up and he's the one catching it a good chunk of the time. So the problem with having a rookie at slot is not can he go do Christian Kirk-like things. I think Jalen Noel can play in an NFL game. I think he can go make plays down the field intermediately and in the quick game. I think you can run an offense with him on the field. The problem is the 3 or 4 times throughout a game where you get some kind of exotic look and some kind of exotic pressure from a defense, and he misses it, and doesn't make himself available for the quarterback, and the quarterback gets sacked. That is a game-changing type play more so than can he go out there and make plays throughout a game. I doubt that, but it's you look up, and if they have 55 offensive snaps, and 2 or 3 of those snaps he doesn't see something, or maybe he sees it and doesn't see it in time, like doesn't see it right away, then you're getting beat. So that's the difference between the two. Because I agree wholeheartedly with you that Jalen Noel's skill set is plenty good enough to play at this level. But the NFL workload and noticing what's going on defensively from a pressure perspective is a different animal.
Yeah. That's the other part. It's more than just catching the ball. It's more than just, hey, all right, third down, I'm looking your way. It is, are you able to read hot routes? You're able to read exactly what it is that you're doing, and can you have trust? And to me, it's just like there's a lot there that's going to be on his plate. Potentially, I would imagine, Clint, that he is going to be the person that's, in the return game,
that's a big part of it. I tell you, man, as just speaking from experience, for me, man, it's if it's designed in the play for that particular player to be the hot read, that's the easy part, right? It's the feel for the game of, hey, man, like there's nothing worse in football to me when I'm watching it, or hell when I was playing it, but there's nothing worse than you come to the line of scrimmage and you have got a clear, it's all out pressure, man. You got a safety down over the tight end. You got another safety walking up, creeping around the end of the line of scrimmage. You got corners locked up eye to eye with your wide receivers. And then you snap the football and your tight end goes 10 yards before he ever looks at you. And I'm like, what in the hell did you think was going to happen? Did you think I was going to survive all this back here and then throw you a 30-yard pass or something? Like those kind of things of Jalen Noel, you may not be the outlet, but are you giving the quarterback your eyes when pressure is coming, just peeking inside? Those kind of things are what you worry about with a rookie wide receiver out there versus the veteran that's gone for 1,000 yards from the slot before. Little things like that is what you lose, and really I don't know that this offense is ready to lose that going into week 1.
Yeah, and I know someone just texted in. It's something you've talked about before with this when we were thinking this could be a possibility, and now it appears to be one, is someone texted in, unleash Hutch. And listen, I think he's going to be on the field. I think he's been playing on the outside most of the time, and I've been saying if they go 3 receivers, I'm not sure that more times than not it's not going to be him instead of Higgins right now. But you're saying he may get some of that run in the inside.
I would bet on the opposite. I would bet on we're going to see more Higgins because Hutch is going to have to work inside. That's what I would bet on.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to expect a rookie wide receiver to notice safety rotation or corner leverage and run a route tree more so than it is to put a rookie in the slot receiver and say, hey, know all your different responsibilities, but also be able to see linebackers, be able to see pressures, be able to see different coverages and different safety rotations. I think it's easier to go Hutch. You come inside and play some of the slot stuff. Higgins, you get outside, and we're going to need you to make some plays out wide. I think that is probably more apt to happen. And I think the team's probably more comfortable with that simply because there's no denying that Xavier Hutchinson and C.J. Stroud have a phenomenal chemistry. I mean, there's no denying that.
713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on this. As you look at this early, with the understanding of what we're looking at with the Texans, this is just in the last hour or so that we found out. With this Christian Kirk especially out, does this change your thoughts of how and expectations of what this offense will do coming up on Sunday? Does the loss of Christian Kirk change that for you?
I mean, yes. Yeah, I think it's only fair. I think it's only fair.
He's your second best receiver.
I mean, the only pass catcher that would be more detrimental to the offense is obviously Nico Collins. You got a first-time play caller that we've talked about Christian Kirk from a security blanket for the quarterback. You just lost a Christian Kirk, your veteran player that you don't have to tell anything twice. In fact, he's going to see things that you don't even see. You're losing that comfort that you have on this offense. And so, yeah, I think it's only fair to acknowledge how much this could impact the production offensively.
It's a major impact. Yeah. And we'll talk about this, and we'll probably see this more tomorrow, but it just screams more eyes on Nico Collins, more eyes on 12.
Well,
and
we've heard it. We've heard about Nick Caley, man. He's going to get the ball to the playmakers and the playmakers' hands and get these guys where they play to their strengths. It's never been needed more of this group than week one with Nico Collins being your real. You want to talk about offensively? You got one game breaker.
Yeah.
I mean, I know there's some rookies that people are high on, and I'm fine with that. But you've got one guy that's going to be healthy that can hit his head on a goalpost at any point in time.
One proven one in the NFL. Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue, we'll get you ready for tonight. And as a big game, NFL gets going. And there was something that C.J. Stroud said when he was asked about the new scheme and how it fits him, how it specifically fits him, the new Nick Caley offense that kind of perked the ears of Clint Stoerner. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out. Mokaram Injury Lawyers. If you
every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Congratulations. Shannon, our latest winner. She wins the Danielle Hunter autographed football. There you go. You come out with us each and every Thursday. You can win prizes. Hell, last year we were giving away tickets to games. So make sure you come out each and every Thursday for your chance to not just hang out with us, get you ready for a little Thirsty Thursday, enjoy everything from everything that Buffalo Wild Wings can offer and Bud Light. You can come out and win some things as well. First off, shout out to the staff here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Give them a hand. They've been fantastic. As well as our good people with Bud Light, the Bud Light girls, the Bud Light staff rolling around here. Give them a hand. They've been great as well. Shout out to Shay, our promo staff, our guy Matt, our engineer who's kept us here on the air, and Tyler, of course, back at the station holding it down and making it work as he always does every day. So we appreciate everything, and every day we appreciate how we're able to put together shows out here. Remember, coming up tomorrow, it is a Football Friday, our first Football Friday of the year, and we'll be in Sugar Land. Talyards, great spot, great beer garden, great food in and out of the place. They've got their own beers, their own drinks there, and it should be a fun time. It is going to be a place to party. I think Dusty Baker may be there. Probably not, but
he's
he
wearing
could,
one of his shirts.
It could be there. Why not lie? Dusty Baker should be there. Nolan Ryan as well. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Doing the World Series.
Don't come out there to roll out there. But, no, we'll be out there having a good time tomorrow, 2 to 6. Come hang out with us as we get Football Friday going tomorrow. All right, Clint, coming up behind us, Texans All Access. They get together for an hour, 6 to 7. No Area 45 tonight. I know that pisses some of you all off. No Area 45 tonight, but you will be able to catch the coverage of Thursday Night Football, courtesy of Westwood One. Week 1 starts. Cowboys-Eagles. We'll have that right after Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. So stay tuned for that. All right, Clint, this was C.J. Stroud yesterday, and I know this jumped out. My guy, let's go Astros, see if they can finish off the Yankees. He's ready to go. But C.J. Stroud, this is what he said when he was asked the question, how does the new offensive scheme under Nick Caley, how does this make a better fit for you personally as a player? Here is C.J. Stroud with his response to that.
It's a lot of different ways. I feel like a lot of times in the NFL, from what I've learned, is like a lot of coaches or teams try to make like the player fit the scheme instead of the scheme fitting the player. I think it's sometimes a good thing because you get to challenge yourself to try new things, but also I think you should come in and try to have the scheme fit the players in a way, just because there's certain guys are really good at X, Y, and Z, and not good at A, B, and C. And I think like there's a balance you need to have to like challenge yourself to try new things, but also doing things that you're already naturally good at. So this offense does a good job at that, of like trying to or doing things that guys are naturally good at, but also challenging to try new things. So.
All right, Clint, your thoughts after hearing his description when asked how he sees this scheme fitting his offense.
Look, I think the biggest concern with the Texans this year is the offensive line. I think the second biggest concern is Nick Caley and the fact that he's never called plays. And on that Nick Caley front, one of the things that gives me a little bit of a pause around Nick Caley is that every time somebody in this organization is asked about Nick Caley or his offense, one, they lead with juice and energy, and two, they can't ever explain what makes this offense different. What makes the simple questions? What makes this offense a better fit for you as the Texans quarterback? And That was word salad if I've ever heard it from C.J. Stroud. And the only point there is like I would think at this point C.J. would be able to, if it were true, I would think that C.J. would be able to answer that question thoroughly and very, very specifically, and that was the exact opposite. And so, again, not I don't care about C.J. answering a question or not, but just one more feather in the cap of doubt, if you will, about Nick Caley and what this offense is going to look like. You know, like to me, I've been to practice. I've listened to all the audio. Yep. And I feel like I could answer that question 10 times better than CJ did.
You think it's on? You think this is? You think this is on purpose? He is being vague and he doesn't want to
No, I think they've been fed lines. I think they've been fed the juice and energy. I think they've been fed the we're going to get playmakers the ball in space, and I think they've been fed constantly that we're going to put you in position to play to your strengths, not your weaknesses. And I think that's getting regurgitated instead of just, hey, man, here's the deal. I mean, C.J. Stroud, it's very simple. How does this offense fit you better than the last offense did? It's easy. My entire career, I've always had command at the line of scrimmage. I've always had the ability to communicate at the line of scrimmage and get things right and protect myself. I've got that in Nick Caley's offense. The tight end position was really important to me my rookie year. And Nick Caley, being a former tight ends coach and his history there, his experience coaching tight ends, he's allowed me to work better with the tight end group and make those guys better. We've heard D'Amico Ryans talk about the top of the route with the tight ends, right? Nick Caley has made a big difference with these tight ends, and I just love throwing to these guys, and we got great chemistry. There's the communication piece, not CJ communicating, but the ease of communicating whatever verbiage it is that Nick Caley's installing. That's there. That's more quarterback friendly. Yeah. There's just so much low-hanging fruit that is real. It's real, tangible evidence that it's mind-blowing that nobody seems to be able to communicate that.
Yeah. No, it is interesting. At least, though, we do see – we can at least with our eyes see a difference and a change in how it could be a better thing as you've listed up. At least we can see it, and it's not just something we can see.
The emphasis on the run game, right? The emphasis on the run game is going to allow me to do some of the play action stuff and stretch the field the way that I've done in the past, and I know I can do. We're going to do it more efficiently with this emphasis on play action. There's a ton of things that Nick Caley appears, in theory, based on what we've heard and seen, that is very quarterback friendly and that you would think would be a great fit for C.J. Stroud. The talking points that seem to be communicated are interesting. And for me, just as a fan, it kind of puts me in a spot of like, man, is Nick Caley really doing these things? Is C.J. Stroud really going to have more control at the line of scrimmage? Is C.J. Stroud really going to –
because they can't really articulate what it is.
Are they going to give it to him? Does he want it? Is that really something that he does well and they trust him with already? Like it draws me to a spot where I start questioning some things of like, really, how long is it going to take for this thing to become more C.J. Stroud friendly?
Yep. All right, as we continue here live here on The Drive for Buffalo Wild Wings here in Cypress. Before we get up out of here, you know what time it is. T-Mill's best bets. Yesterday he went 3 for 4. Only the Cubs screwed him over. Won big money there with Yordan Alvarez getting 2 hits.